Rebuild World, Chapter 192, An Invitation to Explore the Ruin. Akira was driving his APC aimlessly through the wasteland. Although he accepted a monster hunting request, it was not like he was expecting to earn money from it. If someone asked him what he was doing, he would answer that he was just taking a casual drive through the wasteland to get himself used to his new vehicle and equipment. Although Akira returned back to hunting for relics, he was actually not sure which ruin to go to. There were too many things that happened in Kuzusuhara ruin lately, so he had no plans to go there anytime soon. He did consider continuing to look for the other Lion Steel Corporation facilities from the information that he had extracted from the corporation's terminal last time, but there was a chance for him to find an old-world communication device like the rumored hunter. In the worst-case scenario, some corporations might send people to investigate the place which might be traced back to Akira, thus he decided not to do that. It would be a waste of time doing nothing but pondering on this back at home, so Akira decided to go out to the wasteland. After all, he might get some idea out there. But unfortunately, he still had no good idea even now. It showed just how haphazard Akira was. Akira was driving while thinking where to go next. Alpha watched him from his side while sitting on the driver's assistant seat and smiled at him. What should I do now? Akira, that would be the 15th time. Are you seriously counting? Not really, it's just stored in my temporary record. It's just like how you remember what you did 10 seconds ago, it's not like you remember it because it has any special meaning to you, right? Is that so? Yup. Akira did not seem to be fully convinced by that answer, but his focus immediately shifted to the monster signal that suddenly appeared on his radar. He stopped his APC and stepped off from the driver's seat. He focused his information-gathering device to scan the direction of that monster. The monster was a six-legged beast, but instead of fur, its body was covered by reptile-like scales. An amalgamation of mechanical parts that looked like a machine gun was perching on top of its back. That's a huge monster. Is it the leftover after that day? It seems that nothing is special about it except its size. Its long-range weapon has already been destroyed. There are also leftovers from gunpowder on its body. Judging from the already dried liquid flowing out from its wounds, it might have run from a nearby battle. Wait, does that mean that I'll be snatching someone else's prey if I kill it? Well, it doesn't really matter, huh? Larger-sized monsters were assigned with a special reward, so there were many hunters who were focused on hunting these big monsters. Akira remembered about that and hesitated, but he then decided to just kill it anyway. Even if there were hunters who were chasing that monster after injuring it that far, it was not enough of a reason to just leave it alone when it was coming towards him. After all, being a hunter was a dangerous job and no one could guarantee their survival. Akira aimed his SSB rifle in his right hand at the monster. He then looked away and pulled the trigger, the first bullet ripped through the air and landed straight at the monster's head. The same thing also happened for the rest of the bullets that he shot. Thanks to all the training and all the battles that he had gone through, as long as he properly aimed his rifle and there was nothing disrupting him, Akira could accurately shoot his target. So his training moved on to the next stage. The view from the rifle's scope was displayed into a small window in his sight. Akira was to accurately aim at his target without directly looking at it. He had to accurately shoot his target using the signal from his information-gathering device. Up until now, he did that with the help of Alpha, but this time he was training to do that on his own. The result until now was not that bad. So in short, Akira was able to do that on some occasions. This gave him a glimpse of hope that he would be able to accomplish things that he had originally thought to be impossible. Alpha did once say to him that she would eventually have him do the things, which he could only do with her help, on his own. If Alpha said so, it meant that it was possible for him to do it. But at the same time, Akira also thought that he was still very far away from that point. And then, although it was thanks to his new equipment, he was able to reach that point. Akira could feel that he had truly become stronger. The monster finally slumped down after a barrage of bullets. Although the bullets were nothing but normal bullets with no extra firepower, which could not deal fatal injury to the monster, it was compensated by Akira's accurate shooting. Akira himself smiled with satisfaction from the result, which was rather rare for him. Didn't expect that I would be able to do that using normal bullets. Well, I did that at a rather close range and emptied one huge magazine though. You're paying for your ammo again now, so it's better to use normal bullets when you can. It's not like your high-rank hunter discount can get you free bullets after all. You're absolutely right. Although I don't have to pay that much money thanks to the discount, I need to pay for my bullets again now. I really need to get used to this again. Akira brought along with him a lot of reserve ammo thanks to the huge storage area in his APC. He did not shy away from filling his storage with the expensive extended magazine. He was going to use those magazines when he had to go into the inner part of the ruin where he could not bring his APC along with him. For the sake of his training as well, instead of using a bullet that could kill his opponent in one shot, Akira was using normal bullets with relatively low firepower. As Akira was about to head back, he suddenly stopped. His information-gathering device detected a vehicle heading in his direction. That vehicle was actually chasing the huge monster it fought not too long ago in order to deliver the final killing blow. Reina was sitting on the driver's assistant seat next to Togami, who was driving the vehicle. Hurry up. Otherwise, other hunters might snatch that monster. It wasn't easy destroying its weapon. It can't be helped, you know. As I thought, we should have shot its legs first. No. Destroying its weapon comes first. It is thanks to that we can drive straight at it safely like this. Sure, but it's meaningless if it gets away from us. But you're the one who said to prioritize safety first. And you said that it won't get away and we would be able to kill it. Reina and Togami were bickering, but it was not intense, it was more like a friendly exchange kind of bickering. Kane, who was sitting in the back seat, smiled teasingly at their exchange and said, "You guys are as close as usual." Reina and Togami immediately paused for a bit, then looked at each other and stopped bickering. The last time that happened, they ended up giving the exact same reaction, which proved that they were indeed close to each other. Putting that aside, we need to hurry up. I know, we're almost there. Kane smiled amusedly and thought that although they gave a different response this time, it still showed that they were close to each other. In contrast to that, Shiori, who was also sitting in the back seat, looked rather displeased. From her point of view, Togami was a bit too rude toward Reina, and it seemed that Reina was influenced by those words and replied in a rather unladylike manner. "Milady, Togami-sama. I understand that both of you are in high tension from the battle and it's important to maintain your calm, but it's just as important to watch your words to make sure not to disrupt your focus toward the fight. As such, I don't recommend raising your voice unnecessarily. In the worst-case scenario, it might affect the escort after all." "Ah, right, sorry." "Ah, yes, sorry." Reina and Togami awkwardly apologized. Then after an audible sigh from Shiori from behind, their faces turned slightly serious as they focused back on the job at hand. They then checked the sensor in the vehicle for the monster that they were chasing. But from the information displayed in the sensor, they were able to immediately infer that another hunter had already taken out that monster and they hung their head low. "Ah, we were too late. Sorry, I didn't make it in time. It can't be helped. If we had prioritized more on killing that monster instead of our own safety, the result might have been worse than this. So let's just take this positively." Although they were bickering that much just now, they were able to immediately accept that disappointing result without blaming each other. It showed that they really had grown as hunters. "So, what do you want to do? It was originally our target and we did fight it first, so if we point that out, the other party might at least share the achievement. You're the leader for today, so I leave that to your decision. But if you want to talk with them, you do the negotiation too, okay?" Alright. I guess I'll at least give it a try." Since Togami focused his vision on the hunter in front of him, his information-gathering device automatically analyzed the data and identified the other hunter, and it was a hunter whom he knew. It was Akira. Akira accepted Togami's proposal without much negotiation at all, or more like, it was not even a negotiation. Reina's party was surprised thanks to that. Is that really okay with you? Well, we're thankful that you would do that, but... Yeah, I don't mind at all, so you can do anything you want with that monster. But... Akira was so cooperative this time that Reina and Togami did not know how to react to it. But when they were about to pursue the reason, Shiori noticed that Akira really did not care about that monster at all. So pursuing that subject would be a bad decision, thus she interjected before Reina and Togami could prolong the negotiation. Akira-sama. We will take your kind offer. Milady, Togami-sama, let's not bother Akira-sama any further and process the kill registration. Alright, Akira, thank you. Reina and Togami split the administration job to register the kill and started processing the report. It was a special target with a special reward, so it needed a special report. Although it was not as troublesome as the report for Bounty Monster, it was still more work than the usual report. They used their Hunter ID and Hunter code to register the contributor in the report. They then sent the information from their radar and information gathering device as well as the information of the defeated monster by scanning it. If there was a need to divide the reward, they would also send that together with the report. After they sent the report to the Hunter office, a staff member would check the data before sending a confirmation, and that would be the end of the reporting process. Akira left that process to Togami and Reina. If the report emphasized more on Reina's party's contribution, both the achievement and the reward would mostly go to them. Akira left the process to them not because he trusted them, it was more because it was too much work for him. Kane stood next to Akira and smiled at him. Well, wasn't that so kind of you, Akira? It's just that I have no plans to get into an endless argument with any of you. Considering the endless bickering that it might cause if they lost the chance of getting the special reward, and how they were in the middle of the lawless wasteland with Kane and Shiori, both of whom couldn't be taken lightly. Although they did not exchange words, their glances and awkwardly shared understanding of the situation were enough to convey their respective opinions. By the way, Akira, what is your hunter rank right now? I have no obligation to answer that question. Geez, it's not like you'll lose anything anyway. In exchange, I'll tell you my rank. Right now I am dash. Not interested. I don't care if you want to tell yours, I won't tell mine. That's so mean. Well, I know your hunter code, so I can just look at it on the hunter office site. Kane pulled out her information terminal and opened the hunter office site and entered Akira's hunter code. She then seemed rather surprised as she browsed Akira's information with an amused yet sly smile and sent meaningful glances at him from time to time. Oh, I see. You're that kind of hunter, huh? Akira did not show any reaction at all since he felt he would lose if he did and just ignored Kane's mumbling. Once Togami and Reina were done with the report and returned back, Kane smiled and said to everyone. Akira, it doesn't seem like you're busy, so how about coming together with us? Togami, you're okay with that, right? Togami looked troubled by that sudden suggestion. Putting aside whether it's a yes or no, I'm the leader today, you know. So don't make offers on your own without my permission like that. Well, there's no need to be that wary. If Akira is going to join us, I'll give you permission to hunt that automaton and I don't mind helping out too. Really? Togami suddenly seemed to take that suggestion positively. But this time, it was Shiori who looked troubled instead. Wait for a sec there, Kane, what do you mean by that? It's fine, isn't it? It must be some kind of fate that we meet here. I also agree that we can't give Togami and Milady permission to fight that monster if we're not allowed to help them. But if Akira is with them, I think it's fine to give them that permission, you know. Why do you think so? To be honest, I'm getting tired of having to keep interjecting when Togami and Milady are having their time flirting with each other. Why did you bring up Togami there? Reina suddenly intervened, as her party understood what they were talking about and continued talking. Akira, who did not understand what they were talking about, sighed and said in a stern tone. Can you explain it to me in a way that I can understand? If you can't, I'm leaving now. Everyone suddenly paused. Kane then lightly pushed Togami's back. Now then, Togami. It's time for negotiation. Explain it to Akira in a way that would interest him and get an okay from him. If you can't do that here, I won't give you that permission. Togami still looked troubled as he was pushed in front of Akira, who then looked into his eyes. Togami tensed up and squeezed his brain to piece together what to say there. Due to certain circumstances, Togami and Reina had been working together these past few days. They swapped leader positions every day as they explored ruins, fought monsters, and gathered experience together as hunters. When Reina was the leader, Shiori would join the team under her. But when Togami was the leader, she would join Kane as a mere observer. Today, Togami was the leader, so today's main fighting power was only Togami and Reina. They actually received certain information from their connection about an old-world automaton roaming a certain area inside the ruin. But Shiori and Kane prohibited them from going to that ruin since they lacked fighting power. Although it would not pose any problem if the four of them went together, for the sake of training for Togami and Reina, it was a relatively dangerous place when they did not include Kane and Shiori. Shiori warned Reina and Togami, but then Kane said that she might change that under a certain condition. The information about the automaton was rather credible, it at least had better credibility than a mere rumor. And right now, the same information had already circulated among the hunters. Togami properly explained to Akira that they had also considered the possibility of that information being wrong. That was when Kane intervened. Togami, isn't it better if you hide that part or at least try to feign ignorance? I have no plans to do that to a hunter that I'm making a deal with. Oh, you're more earnest than I thought. I'm normal, it's just that your personality is too rotten. Akira seemed surprised there. He always thought that Kane was the normal one. Because of that, Togami, who was earnestly trying to make an honest deal, looked rather upright from his point of view. Both Togami and Reina had the same opinion about hunting the old-world automaton. After all, such a monster was highly valued, had Kane and Shiori not stopped them, they would have gone hunting for that monster. But if Kane changed her mind, Shiori, who was still against it, would be in the minority. Shiori then expressed her disagreement in a non-direct way. When Drankum allowed Togami-sama to join us, Shikarabi-sama told us to make you handle any trouble on your own. Thus, asking for Akira-sama's help here would be against that order. I believe that getting other hunters help with our own effort and handling the reward distribution on our own are well under the category of handling the situation with our own ability though. As training for us to be full-fledged hunters, making decisions under our discretion is also a type of skill. If I'm mistaken, then Shikarabi's evaluation of me would go down, but that will be all there is to it. Togami then looked at Akira again, he faced Akira properly as a negotiation opponent. You might see us as one party, but I'm asking you here as an individual. I want you to accompany us, and if there are any problems, I'll take full responsibility. Let me confirm this first, this is just an invitation to explore a ruin together, right? It's not like you want to pay me to come with you, and it's not like I will be placed under your command in the team, right? I have no idea how much fighting power you think I can provide, but I will only fight the way I want to. So I won't try to suit your expectation, just so you know, I won't take any complaint, okay? I don't mind. If we're not strong enough, we can just retreat. Then how are you going to share the reward? Basically everyone will get the same share, any further adjustment can be discussed later. After all, if we really get to find the automaton, it's not like we can break it down and divide it equally among us. Since each of us would sell the parts through different routes, I'm pretty sure that would cause some trouble later down the line. But if you have any complaint at that point, you can say that to me. Akira stopped asking and paused for a bit. Togami was waiting for Akira's answer with bated breath. Alright, I'll come with you. Oh, are you sure? Yeah. It might be interesting to check a ruin that might have old world stuff like that old world automaton even if we don't find anything in the end. Togami and Reina smiled happily. Kane also seemed to be delighted by that outcome. But in contrast to that, Shiori frowned as if she was deep in thought. Akira together with Reina's party went to the rumored ruin. In order to clear up the rest of the deal, Togami was sitting in the driver's assistant seat in Akira's vehicle. In the middle of their discussion, Akira asked about the credibility of their information, to which Togami told Akira to keep it a secret before starting to explain it to him. After listening to his explanation, Akira frowned. There was a good chance the source of that information came from the old-world communication device discovered in the Higuraka residence ruin not too long ago. Alpha, are we going to the same ruin from that information that we got from Lion Steel's information terminal? It's not. Then it's just a coincidence, huh? Maybe not exactly. My bet is that some corporation paid Chrome in exchange for that information. Although Lion Steel mainly dealt with dispatching holographic workers, it might have had some kind of service to dispatch humanoid robots for people who wanted to get workers with real bodies. So, basically, that old-world communication device can be used by anyone, not only limited to people who can connect to the old-world domain like me, huh? With the right connection device, anyone can connect to the old-world domain. Not to mention that there's a good chance that the aforementioned corporation has someone who can connect to the old-world domain with them. I see. Then it's safe to assume that other people already know about the location of the old-world terminal, huh? Although I was the one who found the Yanazuka station ruin, I wonder if it's going to be okay. I hope they won't look for me. It's not like they have evidence that you were the one who found that ruin, so there's a slim chance it would lead to you. It's also not that rare for hunters to find undiscovered ruin, so it should be fine. I hope you're right. Akira's expression was changing from one to another as he was talking with Alpha through telepathy and Togami noticed that. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if that corporation was able to get such important information, wouldn't it be better for them to search that ruin themselves before that information leaked out? Akira was actually just spouting something random to hide his telepathic conversation with Alpha, but after hearing that, Togami smiled wryly and explained. I actually thought so too and said the same to Shikarabe. He then laughed at me and said that it's our job as hunters to read what might lie behind it. Akira seemed to be a bit surprised by that. So Togami then continued and told Akira what Shikarabe said to him. If that information was really enough to lead them to the old world automaton, it would be strange that information even reached Togami. After all, even if that information leaked out, the corporation would have done something to prevent such important information from spreading. In reality, the corporation might have secured the automata and a member of that corporation tried to earn some extra money from selling that information. Or maybe the corporation found out that the automaton was located in a dangerous place, so after calculating the risk and return, instead of sending a unit to retrieve it, they chose to get someone to find it and buy it later. They might have intentionally shared the information with certain hunters who were more likely to sell that automaton to them. Or maybe instead of the automaton itself, the corporation was more interested in other things located in that ruin like the relics or maybe the old world facilities that could be found there. And in order to retrieve those relics or old world facilities, they had to clear up the monsters in that ruin, so they intentionally spread that information to use the automaton as bait and make hunters do the heavy lifting and remove the monsters for them. It might even be that the information about the automaton itself was a complete lie and it was fabricated only to bait hunters to go to that ruin in order to reduce the overall difficulty of exploring that ruin. If that was the case, the informant is most likely aiming for something completely different in that ruin. Shikarabe also told Togami many other guesses and speculations that he had. Togami then proceeded to convey all of that to Akira. Akira had the same expression as Togami just like when Shikarabe told him that. He then said that being a hunter means to consider all of these possibilities, make a decision based on them, and find a way to earn a profit from it. Akira smiled bitterly. It was especially hurting for him since he had been wandering aimlessly these past few days. Although he understood what Shikarabe said was true, it still was not pleasant to hear. Alpha, who noticed that, smiled amusedly at Akira. Akira, you should learn from him, you know. You can go ahead and curse my bad luck for that one. If I consider the possibility of getting attacked by a swarm of monsters every time I go out in the wasteland, I would always end up in red no matter what. That would mean that it's better if I don't go out at all, you know. It's so like you not being able to just laugh that off, isn't it? Alpha's smile turned bitter. Akira thought that his answer was actually effective to stop her from teasing him. Though he was just giving a random answer, he smiled, satisfied. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if you consider all of those possibilities, doesn't that mean it's unlikely for that rumor to be true? And here I thought you didn't want to trick other hunters that you're making a deal with. Akira casually said so with a light smile, so Togami also replied with a similar smile. What are you talking about? I did tell you that there's a possibility it's the wrong piece of information, right? I'm just telling you the rest of the information that I have, you know. Well, as long as we don't have any problem with our fighting power, there's no loss in at least checking it. That's what I thought. Or more like, that's what Shikarabe thought. Does this have something to do with Shikarabe by any chance? Well, not directly, but, well, it's complicated. Although I'm working with Reina right now, it's actually training for me as well as for Reina. It seems like Shikarabe had a deal with Shirori or something. So, yeah, it's complicated. Togami started talking about his conversation with Shikarabe while sounding rather depressed. Rebuild World, Chapter 193, Togami's Training. Not too long after the incident in Saranthal Building, Shikarabe was enjoying his drink in a pub with his friends. That was when Togami suddenly came with a sturdy-looking case. Shikarabe frowned and looked obviously annoyed. This is not a place for a brat like you. Although Shikarabe had a better opinion about Togami after that battle in Miyazono Ruin, it still did not change the fact that he did not exactly like him. The mix of the alcohol in his blood and the fact that Togami was interrupting his drinking made Shikarabe's voice harsher than usual. But Togami was not affected at all. He looked at Shikarabe with a serious face. I heard that you had called Akira to this place for negotiation. He's fine. It was a negotiation regarding a job as fellow hunters in the first place, and being a hunter has nothing to do with age. But I'm a hunter too. Shikarabe snorted. You're just a brat. Do you really think you're a full-blown hunter now after getting quite a lot of money during that request in Miyazono Ruin? That only put you in the starting line, you know. But even so, Togami still had a sharp and serious look on his face. He did not show any reaction toward that mockery. Seeing that, Shikarabe sobered up a bit and lightly sighed. So, what is it? Just tell me what you have to say and leave. I'm in the middle of drinking here and I have no plans to share it with you. I'm here with a request. A request? I heard nothing from Drankum though. Shikarabe opened his information terminal to check again, and as he expected, there was no message regarding that subject. In the first place, you can just call me instead of coming to me yourself, you know. Well, it doesn't really matter right now. So, what is it? Togami gathered his resolve and said. It has nothing to do with Drankum. This is an individual request from me to you, and it's not a formal request through the Hunter office either. Togami placed the sturdy-looking case on top of the table and opened its contents to show it to Shikarabe, who still seemed slightly confused. As a hunter, Shikarabe seemed mildly surprised, but the waitress girls were all stunned. The case was filled with currency notes. The reward is 30 million orum and it's all paid up front. Shikarabe's gaze shifted to the case, then to Togami. He understood that Togami was being serious, which made him hesitate. Well, I'll at least listen to what this request is about. I want you to train me. At least until you would accept me as a hunter, and even beyond that if it's possible. Shikarabi did not expect that at all as he raised his eyebrows. During that incident in the Saranthal building, Togami had a good look at his real strength, the fact that he was weak, but he accepted it as fact and wished to be stronger. The strength that he was seeking was not the strength from his equipment, but the real strength coming from himself that he could be proud of. After fumbling around for an answer to how he could reach that goal, he finally made a decision. To be honest, Togami hated Shikarabi's guts. But he could not deny that Shikarabi was a strong hunter, strong enough to rightfully mock him. So his conclusion was to ask Shikarabi to train him. Togami closed the case. Just tell me if you won't do it, I'll try asking someone else. Togami did not even try to soften his words, it showed just how serious he was. So Shikarabi's face turned serious and he replied. This 30 million orum, it's the whole reward from that request in Mihazono ruin, right? You do know that I can just take the money and report it to the hunter office since I'm sure you took them out without their approval first, right? Then it's my fault for offering this to you. Togami did not make that offer without much thought, he understood well that he might be throwing the money that he got through hard work down the drain when he decided to make that offer. Shikarabi understood that very well from Togami's answer as he started laughing. He then smiled sharply and looked at Togami with an amused face. Very well, but I won't take that reward as you proposed. Sorry, but this is all I can offer, so I can't pay you more than this. No, it's the opposite. Togami frowned and seemed confused. Shikarabi pulled the case and opened it. He then took a bundle and pushed the case back to Togami. I'll take only 1 million orum first and train you correspondingly to that amount of money. As a hunter, I always do all of my requests seriously. After all, it would hurt my reputation if I take 30 million orum and don't show the result after training you. Togami frowned, but Shikarabi then casually continued. You might be questioning if I'm being serious here. If you want to show that you are serious and that you're not making this offer because you're drunk or something, then show it with your actions. Show your resolve and your talent, show it to me. That you're worthy of being trained, make me take the rest of the reward, that is, if you can. Togami firmly received the case that was pushed back to him, it symbolized his lack of worth to be trained. But he swallowed that bitter pill and looked sharply at Shikarabi. All right, we have a deal then. Indeed we do. Your training starts tomorrow. I'll contact you, so just go back for today. Togami then left. Shikarabi kept his eyes on Togami as he left. Once Togami was out of his sight, he once again smiled amusedly and started enjoying his drink with his newly received 1 million orum. He's really changed, huh? Shikarabi mumbled, so no one could hear him. Just like he said, Shikarabi did seriously train Togami. Thanks to that, Togami had to go through grueling training. Shooting until fainting to only be woken up and continue the training. The harder the training went, the longer it felt for Togami. Not only did Shikarabi train him in practical skills, but he also taught Togami about common monsters around Kagomayama City, including the area where they usually roamed, their movement patterns, and their weak points regardless if they were biological or mechanical monsters. Then to top it off, Shikarabi also taught him an effective method to kill each of them. Togami was also often brought to an area that was way too dangerous for his skill and was sent to fight to the death against those powerful monsters. He fought those monsters desperately and somehow managed to stay alive although he had no winning chance in the first place with his current equipment and skill. The information of that battle was recorded and then he would look back at that battle record through a non-transparent goggle together with Shikarabi. Of course, Shikarabi would be pointing out Togami's mistakes while doing so. The majority of his opinions were shot down, and when he asked for advice, Shikarabi would point out his wrong moves. Both his practical and theoretical training was extremely hard. Even when he coughed out blood, he would swallow that blood together with medicines to make sure that his body would keep up. He had spent a lot of money on those medicines and he was burning through them pretty quickly, adding more salt to his injury. Shikarabe kept telling Togami that he was welcome to stop anytime. So Togami had to squeeze his willpower to fight back against that temptation. While Togami was going through that grueling training from Shikarabe, Shikarabe suddenly told him to go with Reina. Although Togami was surprised by that, he then grouped up with Reina as he was told and went out to do hunter work with her. Since then, he started working with Reina, who more or less had the same fighting prowess as him. They sometimes barked orders to each other, followed each other's instructions, complained about each other's actions, and gave advice to each other. They were working with each other while regularly swapping the leader's seat. Thanks to that, Togami did not have to go through Shikarabe's grueling training anymore and he had the chance to compare his skill with Reina's. Even during the time Togami was working with Reina, Shikarabe still tracked his battle record and gave his evaluation to Togami. Right when Shikarabe did not have much to criticize anymore, he gave Togami the information about that old-world automaton and told him to handle that information. He made sure to tell Togami to think carefully about the meaning of handling that information before making any decision. This had happened after Shikarabe received 29 million orum from him. Togami returned his focus toward Akira, who was driving the APC. After all the grueling training, he was more or less able to accurately predict someone else's skill. But as expected, Akira was still as mysterious as usual. One thing is for sure, he has gotten better equipment. But putting that aside, I feel like he's stronger than before. Wait, it's not like I know how strong he exactly was. It might be that he simply looks stronger now since I can more or less predict someone else's skills now, or is it because I simply can't accurately predict his skill? I really don't understand. Togami frowned, he was wondering if he was closer now or if the gap between him and Akira was bigger now. Akira noticed him and asked. What? It's nothing. By the way, I'm the leader at the moment. I won't tell you to obey me or anything and I'm open to any complaints or critiques, but if it won't cause the team any trouble, it would be helpful if you would follow my commands. Sure. Now that they were on the same team, they had to work together. So Akira thought that it was understandable that it would cause the team trouble if he acted too independently, so he agreed with Togami's opinion. Togami frowned even more due to Akira's response. As the team leader, he had the duty to command Akira too. If he could lead Akira and make the exploration a success, he was sure that he would be able to accept himself and be confident that he had grown stronger. Togami steeled his resolve to go beyond his past self. As the team approached the ruin, they started to see greeneries around them. The ruin was practically blanketed in moss including its floor and the walls of the abandoned buildings inside it. They could see a semi-spherical body completely blanketed in green color. Togami then said. We're closing in on the Lida commercial district of the ruin. Reina, prepare the enhanced information gathering device. If you can get it to receive the signal, search for the dome. Is it better if I go back to that side? It's fine either way, or is it that you can't scan the signal from there? I know that you don't have the equipment, but if Akira has one, it would be great if he helps out too. Akira, can you do that? Even if you ask me so, it's not like I know what you're talking about without telling me first. Right, sorry, well. In order to clear up the lack of shared information there, Togami started explaining, including his own personal interpretation. The Lida Commercial District ruin was a huge gathering of old-world commercial facilities. The semi-spherical objects scattered there were the commercial facilities. Although it looked like a ball of plants now, they were filled with products and items. The information that Togami had hinted at an automaton warehouse located inside that ruin, but unfortunately, it did not share any more details than that. Or to be more precise, the rest of the information was indecipherable for the current human race. Even common information about location, name, coordinate, and map from the Old World era was not something that was easily decipherable for the current era's technology. Not to mention, the whole ruin had already been claimed by nature, even if they knew the exact location, it might be unrecognizable now. For the hunters, they could search for such a location by intercepting old-world signals and check for the particular signature in their received signal. Augmented reality was not a rare thing in the old world. Because of that, as long as hunters had the equipment to receive that signal, they would be able to see the augmented reality. Even right now, the Lida commercial district was filled with augmented reality. Reina had the equipment to intercept and display such signals. Though all the green spherical objects looked the same with the naked eyes, they had different aspects through the augmented reality display. Reina's equipment was high-class equipment that could receive all types of signals. It shined the most when it was used in the middle of the Lida commercial district, which was filled with signals. Togami wanted to go closer to that ruin to check the performance of his information-gathering device, but Shiori stopped him. As Akira said that he did not have such a device, Togami transferred from Akira's APC back to Reina's vehicle. Alpha, who was floating in front of Akira, vanished and reappeared on the driver assistance seat that was empty. I can, though. Are you sure you're okay saying that you can't? I don't have the equipment for that, so it would be weird to say that I can. Ah, and also, there's no need to append that information into my view. They might get suspicious if I start reacting to things that I can see only with your support. You have a point there, the only augmented reality that you need is me after all. Alpha smiled smugly, but Akira just ignored her. By the way, it seems that Reina is equipped with a pretty powerful device. Won't she be able to see you too? At the moment, my signal is adjusted to be exclusive to you, so it'll be fine. Although, back in Kuzusuhara Ruin, I used to use the public wavelength so anyone with the right device would have been able to see me. Remember back then when you had to fight two hunters in the Kuzusuhara Ruin? One of them was able to see me, right? Now that you mention it, you're right. Is it a common device among hunters? Just now, Togami casually asked me as if he assumed that I had such a device though, not to mention that there was someone who had that device before too. He did not seem to be surprised when you said that you don't, so I think it's normal not to have it. Makes sense. Akira did not seem to be fully convinced, but the old world signal was not only found in Kuzusuhara Ruin, even Kagomayama City was also enveloped in old world signals. It was not rare for illegal businesses in Slum City to only show innocent signboards and advertise their illegal businesses with augmented reality on top of that signboard. It was convenient to be able to transfer information that could only be received by certain people. If a hunter came to the ruin with a device that could retrieve such signals, he or she would be able to see some kind of information board floating. It might become a big hint that would lead to finding a new undiscovered ruin. Even if it was in an already explored ruin, it might help hunters to find unexplored locations. It was a good method to find unexplored locations buried under the rubble. But even so, it was not a common device among hunters. After all, it was not an important piece of equipment compared to rifles, augmented suits, and information terminals or information-gathering devices. Moreover, it was not like all ruins had augmented reality. And even if it had and it led to relics, other hunters would have collected those relics first. The information broadcasted through that signal was based on the situation when that signal was first broadcasted. Thanks to that, most of that information was misleading and outdated information. In the worst-case scenario, using such a device might alert the monsters and other security measures. Or the information might flood the display and lower hunters' visibility. Or display enemies that did not exist in the first place. It might even give the wrong map information and send the hunters to their doom. Relying too much on such a device might actually be a dangerous thing. But of course, if it was used correctly, it would boost their earnings. On the other hand, since it might alert more monsters, it would also increase the monster encounter rate, and in order to avoid that, better equipment was developed which of course, cost more money. Thus, the problem became either investing in rifles or in this device. Although not everyone in the Eastern District fully understood this matter, the majority of hunters agreed to invest more in rifles. Akira and the others went deeper into Lida Commercial District ruin. For Akira, the objects around him looked similar, the green color that they shared did not help him at all. He drove through the green-covered tall buildings while crushing the greenery blanketing the floor of the ruin. Akira then noticed a long object that was covered in plants. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was an armored bus that was covered with plants. It's from someone who came here first, huh? Well, judging from this bus, it must be from quite a long time ago. So they might have come here because of a different reason than us. That's not necessarily true. I went and checked the inside of the bus and it doesn't seem that it has been here for that long, so it might be recently used. But it's completely covered by plants though. It must be because the plants in this ruin grow abnormally fast. Although I'm sure it should be okay to leave your things in this place for a while, it would be bad to do that for a few days. The plants would grow on the body of the vehicle and around the wheels. When that happens, you won't be able to move your vehicle anymore. The people who came in that bus might have planned to stay in this ruin for a few days to explore the ruin since it's rather big. But it means that we can't stay for too long in this ruin, right? Why is there no information about that spreading around? Not everyone shares information that they know. There might also be some people who believe that their vehicles will be fine. Well, this is nothing more than a guess though, but the owner of that bus might have died inside the ruin, giving plenty enough time for the ruin to claim that bus. Honestly speaking, I hope it's the latter. I don't want to lose my APC just because I parked it in this ruin for a short time. But still, it's nothing strange for an old-world plant to be abnormally aggressive, isn't it? Let's take this positively and hope that it at least doesn't come at you with weapons. Alpha smiled teasingly, but Akira only smiled wryly at her. After all, it would not be strange to encounter a walking plant with weapons which were not that rare in the Eastern District. This kind of plant was commonly recognized as a monster. The old world technology never stopped messing up common sense in the Eastern District even now. When Akira and the others went deeper to explore the ruin, Reina noticed a signal that they were looking for. She then followed that signal to guide the rest of the team to the facility that they were looking for. When they arrived, they found a tall building with its wall covered in plants and there was a hunter's vehicle parked not too far. They then parked their vehicles a bit further away from that vehicle and readied their equipment. Akira lightly scanned the building. Reina, is this the place? Probably. Although you might not be able to see it, well, I wouldn't be able to see it too without my special device, but there's a big signboard floating on top of this building that is even visible from afar. It says, "The Dun Mall Lida East B Hall." Probably. You're not sure? Reina pouted and replied curtly. The decoding software can't fully decode the information. Not to mention, a part of its display is also broken. But even so, I did my best to look for this place, so keep your complaints to yourself. It's not my fault even if it's not the right building. Sorry. Akira apologized instantly and Reina immediately calmed down. Yes. So, it's just that please don't get angry if I got this wrong. Don't worry, I know well that we don't have detailed information about the building that we're looking for. Or more like, it's a normal occurrence during a ruin exploration, right? Akira replied casually. Reina sighed in relief after knowing that he was not offended. Phew, thank goodness. I was about to shout as if I was talking to Togami. I have to get my act together. It would be bad if I do that to Akira. Wait, no, it's not like I should not do that to Akira, I should not do that to anyone. It's just that when I did that to Togami, he would just shout back at me without getting angry. I guess that's why I got used to it, huh? I wonder if I'm too used to dealing with him. Shiori could somehow understand what was going on in Reina's mind. Milady. I know, I'll be more careful. There's a good chance that we might encounter other hunters. In case these hunters have found the automaton first, they would be more wary than usual. So please, be careful, milady. Yes, I understand. Reina smiled bitterly and took that advice to heart. After they discussed their roles and formation, they then proceeded into the building. As Reina traced the building's green wall, she discovered that the original entrance to that building was completely blocked by plants. There were some traces that the hunters who came there before them forced their way through it. So Akira used that opening to get into the building. The inside of that building was basically a large open room. There were signs of various businesses visible from the entrance. While at the same time, it was also obvious from the entrance that plants had crept into the inner part of the building too. The floor was covered in grass as if it was a grass field. Akira was surprised to see that as he mumbled. "This isn't an inner garden or something, right? The dirt on the floor must be from the monsters' corpses after being broken down by the plants. There are also pieces of the flooring mixed in after the roots penetrated through them." After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira scraped the floor that he was standing on and found the original building's floor under it. Although the dirt layer was relatively shallow, it was still a substantial amount of dirt. "So, there are ruins like this too, huh? I feel like the relics inside this ruin would have been turned into dirt too. I wonder if automaton can really survive in this situation. That would depend on the container used to store them. So let's put our hope in the power of the old world containers. Now that you mention it, it does sound that they will be just fine." Akira knew well just how abnormal old world technology could be, so he regained some hope to get some old world relics. They moved together carefully, moving deeper. Reina used her device to look for where the automaton might be while the other two maintained a safe distance between them while watching their surroundings. As Akira changed the setting of his information-gathering device to maximize its effectivity inside the building, he had some problems and frowned. "I just can't get a good setting. The objects around me are blocking the information-gathering device. Though I'm pretty sure that it's not like they are creating colorless mist. What's going on here? Should I do it?" "Yes, please." Once Alpha readjusted the setting, the sensitivity was obviously better but not as good as Akira was expecting. "Is that it? It can work with my augmented suit now, but can't it be a bit better? I'm sure it's because of the obstacles around you. They might have some kind of nanomachine that has the same effect as jamming smoke. That would mean it would affect us as much as the monsters, huh? There are not that many open spaces. If we were to encounter some monsters, it's most likely to be close combat. Putting that into consideration, even if this place is filled with old world relics, I bet not many hunters would come to this place. That might be exactly why there is still some of that expensive old world automaton left here. That does make sense." And so, Akira's expectation toward that rumor went up a little. Rebuild World, Chapter 194, False Happiness. As Togami and his party proceeded deeper into the building, they encountered a monster along a long hallway. The monster was obviously a carnivorous monster. It had a thin fur that did nothing to hide its huge muscular body. Its muscles were bulging as if they were some kind of disease instead of a natural feature. It sent a gaze toward Akira and the others as if it was looking at its prey. It then started running with its huge body toward them. Its huge legs propelled its body forward while throwing dirt all over the place. Akira and Togami aimed their rifles toward the monster in front of them, but suddenly, Kane slipped between them and charged right at that monster. "It doesn't seem to have any ranged weapon, so leave it to me. As I said before, I don't mind helping you out during this ruin exploration." Kane smiled full of confidence and glanced toward Akira and Togami. Togami lightly nodded to give his approval. Kane confirmed that and went straight towards the monster with a big smile. Although the dirt prevented them from having any good footing, Kane equipment allowed her to firmly propel her body against the ground toward the direction that she wanted. So, she darted forth and quickly closed the distance to the monster. The force exerted on the floor would normally crack it open, but thanks to the force field technology that expanded a force field right at the moment of contact, all of the force were propagated toward momentum without wasting any energy. Kane and the monster went at each other with more or less the same speed. The distance between them zeroed in a blink. The monster opened its large mouth to take a bite at her. But Kane was able to beat that monster by a step. She took a striking stance that focused more on power than speed as she released a powerful high-speed right punch at the monster's head. Kane stopped the monster's momentum with that one strike. Although that punch stopped the monster's head, its inertia caused the monster's body to continue forward, bending the monster's body into an unnatural shape. But even that could not push her back. As a matter of fact, the monster's feet left the ground as its forward momentum had nowhere to escape. Kane quickly pushed her fist, which was planted into the monster's head, down and slammed it on the ground, blasting dirt all over the place. Now that the monster had finally stopped moving, Kane raised her right leg high and smiled at the monster before sending it down in a swift execution. The enhanced strength from her CQC specialized augmented suit delivered a powerful stomp that easily crushed the monster's head. Now that it had lost its head, blood pooled under the monster's body, dyeing the ground dark red. Kane then turned around and walked back to Togami and Akira. "Akira, Togami, how was that?" Togami was wide-eyed in amazement. As expected of Kane-san, that was amazing. It was obvious that single demonstration had reminded Togami of Kane's real power. Back then in the Saranthal building, Togami did watch Kane in action, but the situation did not allow him to get a good look at her. Even after he started working with Reina, Kane stayed around most of the time as Reina's bodyguard, so she did not participate during a fight and Togami had no chance to get another look at Kane's power. When Reina and Togami were fighting monsters in the middle of the wasteland, Kane usually just stood by the side. Togami now understood that although she was there as Reina's bodyguard, she was allowed the choice of not bringing a rifle with her simply because she was this strong with her CQC skill. Kane was satisfied by Togami's reply. She then turned to Akira, waiting for his impression. Akira thought for a bit before opening his mouth. As I thought, wouldn't it be easier to just kill it with bullets? Kane, who was smiling satisfied earlier, immediately pouted. Geez, Akira, don't you have something else better to say in this situation? Akira tilted his head as if he could not understand what she was talking about, so Kane sighed and gave up expecting praise from him. Ah, right, it's fine. Now that I remember it, you're that kind of hunter. I don't understand what you mean by that, but one thing for sure, it's true that I have no plans to challenge monsters in close-quarter combat. I prefer my rifles. Yeah, I know. Seeing that exchange between Kane and Akira, reminded Togami of back then during the bounty monster hunting request when he tried to show off his skill to Akira by killing a monster. And just like this time, Akira showed no interest in that at all. It reminded Togami that Akira was that kind of guy as he smiled wryly. They then continued deeper into the ruin. They stopped when they arrived in a complex. Reina looked around and tried to get a hint on which direction to go from there. Shiori, who was next to Reina, noticed a monster nearby. "Milady, be careful." Shiori only said so before she approached a nearby hallway with her hand ready on her blade. The thumping sound of a monster was getting louder and louder from that hallway. The next moment, the same type of monster that Kane had just defeated jumped out from the hallway. But Shiori cut that monster down with a single stroke of her blade. When it jumped out from the hallway and momentarily stopped to change direction toward Akira and the others, she quickly drew her blade. Her blade cut through the firm muscles as if it was butter. Shiori then silently sheathed her blade, while the monster behind her was cut horizontally into two and sprouted blood everywhere before its upper half and lower half fell down to the ground. Seeing that masterful strike, Akira could not help but mumble. Yep, beautifully done. Shiori gracefully thanked for that compliment, but beside her, Kane was pouting. Akira, why would you do that when it's Ain-san? Aren't you a little too biased toward Ain-san? But that was amazing, no? That's not the problem here. You told me that you would prefer your rifles before, didn't you? So why the sudden change of heart? When we're in a rather closed space and have no choice but to fight the monsters in close range, using a rifle might be a bad choice. Not to mention, some monsters can survive even at close-range shooting, so if you're confident you can kill it with your skill and blade, there's no need to be fixated on using a rifle. No, this is so unfair. I won't accept this. Hell if I care, that's my opinion, so I don't care if you accept it or not. Reina glanced at Shirori who had returned beside her. She felt happy and proud that Akira complimented her. She could not help but think about what she could do to get Akira's compliment too, but unfortunately, nothing came to mind. Reina had learned CQC from both Kane and Shirori, so she was actually pretty skilled. But she had no chance to show that off here. If she had the chance to fight a monster close by, that would be when that monster had defeated both Kane and Shirori, and it would only happen under a precarious situation. Before that happened, Shirori and Kane would have told her to retreat. And even if she said that she wanted to do it, she understood Shirori and Kane would definitely not let her. Unfortunately, Reina could not shake that off from her mind. Shirori who noticed that could not help but frown. Not too long after that, they encountered another monster. Akira and Togami took shooting positions, but Shirori suddenly intervened. "Milady, may I ask you to handle it?" Me? Yes, I will also help out if things get bad, although Akira-sama is coming with us. This is actually still an exploration mission for Milady and Togami-sama. It's true that Milady's main duty in this exploration is searching for the correct route, but if that causes Milady to think that facing the monsters is someone else's duty, it might cause a fatal blunder in the future. In order to keep that in mind, if Milady may. I don't mind, but... Reina glanced at Akira and Togami, who looked at each other and opened a way so as not to obstruct her aim. Reina thought that it was weird for Shirori to say that, but she then took aim with her rifle. Reina's rifle was small enough to be used indoors and it had a good sniping capability. It could also be used for continuous shooting of powerful bullets and had a strong recoil. Its aim worked together with her information-gathering device to quickly focus on its target and to do fine readjustment to increase accuracy when Reina pulled down the trigger. It even analyzed the distance between the rifle and the target and correctly identified when the user intentionally shifted the aim in order to readjust its support accordingly. Reina looked at the monster's face that was filled with killing intent through the scope, but she was already used to it that it did not even affect her focus. She then calmly pulled the trigger. The bullet went straight towards the monster's forehead, passed through its body, and came out on the other end of its body. That single shot completely stopped the monster as it fell down limp on the ground. There were 3 monsters and Reina killed all of them with 1 shot each. The last monster did not even have the leeway to react to its dead comrades. After Reina did another check on the monsters, she finally sighed in relief and lowered her rifle. Even when including the advanced features of her equipment, it was a good demonstration of her skill. Togami thought so as he glanced at Akira. Akira already shifted his focus on watching the surroundings as if he was not interested in that at all. That was when Shirori asked him. "Akira-sama, how was that sniping?" Well, good. Is it alright for me to interpret that as you having nothing to criticize about that sniping? Akira was confused as to why Shirori emphasized that point, but he still took some time first before giving his honest answer. Well, let's see, 1 shot each from that range, so there's no bullet wasted and she didn't give any chance for the monsters to even react. Isn't that good enough? If I want to be strict about it, maybe it'll be about the price of that strong bullet and the cost-performance ratio of the equipment. But since we are here looking for an old-world automaton, I'm pretty sure the money that we may get if we can find that automaton is enough to justify that expense. But if I have to assume the worst, then all of us here will have to fight the monsters in close combat just like Kane. Akira, why did you bring my name there? It's because I have no plans to follow your line of thinking. Akira and Kane started bickering. Shirori just ignored them and turned to Reina. Milady, that was well done. Akira-sama also thinks so. Yes. Thank you. Although Reina felt happy that she got complimented and her skill recognized, at the same time, she also felt slightly embarrassed realizing that Shiori needed to ask in order to encourage Akira to compliment her. They then continued searching the building, although they had enough information to point where the automaton might be. The only hint as to which way to go came from Reina's old world signal analyzer device. Furthermore, the software could not fully decode the signal, which only added to the difficulty of the exploration. They encountered some monsters a few times, but the 5 of them could dispatch those monsters without any issue. Togami and Reina felt that those battles could not be considered easy as they thought of the difficulty to explore the ruin if it were only the 2 of them. There were more monsters and those monsters were stronger than usual. The inner construction of the building was like a maze, and the same plants that enveloped the wall and the floor threw off their sense of direction even further. If they got lost inside that building, it would be difficult to return back alive. For the record, the information gathering device that they were using automatically created a map based on the scan result and actively tracked their position, but relying on that map would be far too dangerous. After all, there was even a specialist for that kind of thing. That was just how difficult it was to rely on an active map. Moreover, some buildings changed their contours regularly. They had to move forward taking account of this kind of thing while trusting the information that they had at hand. Akira spotted some dead monsters, other hunters must have killed them. Grasses already grew out of those dead bodies, enveloping them as if they were being used as their nutrition. Seeing that, he could not help but frown. The grass here is pretty aggressive. They won't even wait until the bodies turn into dirt. I hope my vehicle outside is fine. Togami replied to that mumble. I heard that it's fine if it's only for 1 day. I also heard that if you leave it for more than a day, the plants would entangle the wheels. A high-power vehicle might be able to tear through them. As long as the plants don't damage the inside, we can clear the plants outside with augmented suit, so it should be fine. True, but we spotted some vehicles that were abandoned. I bet those are from the hunters who thought that it should be fine to leave their vehicles a bit longer outside, and when they realized it, it's already too late for them and cleaning the plants was too much work for them. We'll not be staying here for a day, so it should be alright. You have a point there. Akira felt a slight fear for the aggressive plants instead of carnivorous monsters. But Togami had a point there, so he decided to just push his worry aside for now. Not too long afterwards, they arrived in a huge open space. In the middle of that room, there was a circular stage with a transparent glass column on top of it as if it was to showcase a product. Reina and Togami immediately ran towards it and looked closely at the young girl that seemed to be encased inside that glass column. Reina. Is this it? Is this the old world automaton? It looks completely unscathed too. Oh. We did it. The location is slightly different compared to the original information, but it doesn't really matter as long as we get to find it. According to the old world signal receiver, it's the newest model of the latest series from Mitsuha Jiroba Tech. And the price? It's 18 million chrome. 18 million chrome. Just how much is that in Orum? Wait, at the moment, the exchange rate for chrome is. No, wait, that is chrome Orum, so the real chrome is. Reina and Togami were so flustered, they were ecstatic that they found the old world automaton. Not too long after them, Akira, Shiori, and Kane approached the glass case too. Shiori. Kane. Akira. We found it. We did it. Now, we just need to bring this back. Akira. Akira did not seem that happy as he gazed sharply toward the glass case. Reina, who noticed that, finally calmed down. What's wrong? Akira did not answer her, he just took a step forward and looked closer into the glass case and then mumbled. Hologram? Reina and Togame went pale. Shiori took out a device used to check a hologram display and shone it toward the glass case. Milady, unfortunately, Akira-sama is correct, this is a 3D display. The object inside it is nothing but an image. Even when Shiori shone a light through the transparent glass, the automaton inside it did not cast a shadow on the floor. It was one particular characteristic of a hologram. After Reina and Togami confirmed it themselves, they drooped and looked completely disappointed. Akira, you did well noticing that. I had an experience discovering a mountain of expensive relics inside a glass case just to find out that it was nothing but a hologram poster. Since then, I made sure to question what I see every time I see something similar. You really learn from your mistakes, and with this, Milady was able to get a good experience too. Kane lightly laughed and glanced at Reina and Togami, both of whom were practically swept down from the peak of their celebration. It seemed that it would still take some time until they recovered from it. Since they had gone pretty deep and it was an open space easy to defend, Akira, Shiori, and Kane decided to take a rest and allow Reina and Togami to regain their spirit too. Reina and Togami were sitting on a bench with their heads on the table. That bench was a portable bench that Shiori prepared. When it was packed up, it could turn into a surprisingly small object. There were 2 instant rations on top of that table. Shiori also prepared that for them. I should have expected that. There's no way it's that easy to find that old-world automaton. Reina, did you get any information mentioning that? I don't know. And it's not my fault. I know, it's not your fault. Although Reina and Togami had regained enough spirit to exchange words, they still did not have enough power to lift their heads off the table. While not too far from them, Akira was looking intently at the automaton image with full of interest. The automaton girl image had a very good build, demonstrating the advanced technology used to make that automaton. Its expression was tranquil and peaceful as if it was sleeping or praying. Its feet were not touching the ground as it was floating in the air. It was simply mesmerizing. Beside Akira, Alpha pouted and complained. Akira, if you want a beautiful girl to look at, it's better if you look at me, you know. That's not it. Then why are you looking at that doll so closely? Shiori suddenly came next to Akira and lightly threw a question to him. Akira-sama, it seems that you've been looking at this image pretty closely. By chance, are you interested in this kind of thing? Well, it's not like I'm not interested at all, but to be more precise, I'm interested in what kind of place old world era was where selling this kind of thing was the norm. It depends on the indicators that you use, but automata are commonly sold even in this era. If Akira-sama goes to one of the shops selling automata, you might be able to get a better image of what kind of place the old world was. Oh, you're right, now that you mention, we also have automata in this era too. Though I don't think that they will let me even come close to that kind of shop. Akira said so and smiled bitterly in self-mockery. A part of him was clearly still stuck back in the slum city. He still believed that people would not allow him to get into such a high-class shop. Shiori found it weird that Akira looked down on himself that much as she gently said to him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to find such a shop in the Kagama building. I believe that the shops there would not turn Akira-sama away. Is that so? By the way, how much does an automaton usually cost? To be honest, I am not really knowledgeable regarding this matter, but 1 billion orum should be enough to get you a pretty good housekeeping automaton. Akira felt a bit troubled when Shiori said that number so casually. Ah. So then, what kind of thing can an automaton do? Cooking or cleaning room, basically to do housekeeping. Oof, that's pretty expensive just for that. Automaton is a luxury item after all. It showed an obvious economic gap between those who were surprised by that price and those who were not. To be honest, just because it's a luxury item, I don't think it justifies the price you put on it though. If it's that expensive, isn't it cheaper if you pay someone to do that instead? Indeed. If it's something that a human can do, it's cheaper to do that. There are many things in this world where this is true, this includes being a hunter. Well, now that you mention it, that's true. Akira smiled wryly. If sending automata to explore a ruin was cheap, the corporate government would have done that. So in short, the only reason why people had hunter jobs was because sending automata was economically not feasible. Sending hunters with cheap lives into the ruin allowed the city management to gain profit even when half of those hunters did not return back alive. That was the truth of being a hunter. Shiori once again noticed that Akira was smiling in self-mockery, so she then continued. As hunters get better, the occasion where they get injured or even lose their lives in the wasteland decreases. As such, it allows hunters to increase their gains while suppressing their expenses in order to gain a profit. Many hunters decide to continue working as hunters because of that. I believe Akira-sama is already one of those hunters. If alive, they would bring a big profit; if antagonized, they would cause a lot of damages. Although there were many different points of view to judge this matter, whether it was better or for the worse, people put an expensive tag on the lives of those kinds of hunters. Even if everything in this world could be replaced in one form or another, if it was difficult to get a replacement, their existence would be forgiven. Akira's origin as one of the worthless kids in the back alley of the slum city was slowly being replaced to that of an important hunter. Akira blushed and looked away. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Shiori replied with her usual smile. After that, Shiori and Akira continued to talk about a lot of stuff. He could sometimes feel the high-class lifestyle from Shiori's answer and he listened with full of interest about that matter. I did say that an automaton might cost about 1 billion orum, but that would be an automaton with a personality. An automaton without personality would be more like a robot with cheap AI, and this kind of automaton is basically cheaper. But of course, this kind of automaton is less advanced than the former. But both automata with personality and without personality are using AI, right? So what's so different between them? Although this would be a vague explanation since there's no clear distinction between them, basically, the non-personality AIs are more like robots. When we mention AI, there are those AIs made for chess or other board games, right? It's like using the learning ability of that kind of AI for cooking, cleaning, or fighting. This kind of AI would not be able to hold a proper conversation with people. If you would like an AI which can do that, then it's better to get the automaton with personality. When someone mentions automaton, most people refer to the automaton with personality, which is closer to a human instead of a robot, and this kind of automaton is quite advanced, so it is fairly expensive. So it's not that simple, huh? So, which one is it when we talk about Old World automata? Almost all discovered Old World automata are automata with personality. Not to mention, they are advanced AI since they were made with Old World technology. Although, because of that, they tend to cause trouble. When Akira was about to ask what Shiori meant when she said that, Reina, who had her head on the table, suddenly raised it. Akira and Shiori noticed that and stopped their talk. Reina then drank the rest of the drink on the table in one go and shouted. "All right. That's it. Togami. Stop wallowing and get up. Let's continue the search." Togami slowly pushed his body up. "Just to let you know, I was only waiting for you to get up." "Then you could have told me that. You're the leader this time, right? I feel like the more I tell you to get up, the longer you would sulk, that's why I didn't do that. Just get up already and let's go." "Roger that." Togami lightly smiled and held back from shouting a reply to Reina as he rose up from his seat. Akira and Shiori glanced at each other with a smile and walked towards Reina and Togami. Rebuild World, Chapter 195, First Come, First Served. Not too long after they resumed the exploration, Togami's party arrived in a place that had a completely different feel compared to the other areas. That place was untouched by the plants, the border between the floor and the wall of that room was pure white to the point that it was hard to spot. Togami signaled the whole party to stop. "Reina, did you get any readings?" "It says unauthorized personnel are not allowed to go through here. I don't see any more augmented reality sign boards past this place. It might be adjusted so that normal people can't see them. Can you check using the staff setting?" "I can try, but it might be pointless. Even if I can, it might take too much time. If there's a warehouse only for staff, it should be somewhere ahead. I think we're closer to our target now, let's go. They went into that hallway carefully. Walking through it threw off their sense of time, but for them, it was a common thing inside a ruin. If this place was kept clean because of the cleaning drones, then it would not be strange for them to encounter security drones too. Those kinds of drones were harder to defeat than common monsters. Getting hypnotized by that ambience of the old world tended to be fatal even for hunters with augmented suits. As they moved carefully deeper into the hallway, they spotted another hunter standing guard near the entrance of a room. That hunter also noticed Togami's party and immediately shouted at them. "Stop there. If you get any closer, we'll see that as an act of hostility. Where are you from? If you're from the Yuzumo industry, show your ID." Togami showed that he had no wish to fight as he answered. "We're hunters from Drankum. We're here looking for relics and got here by pure chance." The hunter lowered his guard for a bit and contacted his other hunter friends. Not too long after that, another hunter came out from the room to confirm what was going on. That hunter was the leader of the team, Kurosawa. Kurosawa saw Togami and raised his eyebrows. "You." He said that they are hunters from Drankum. "What should we do? Should we send them back?" "No need to do that. There's no need to pick a fight with Drankum. I'll talk with them myself to warn them not to do anything suspicious. After all, I bet half of it is a lie when he said that they got here by chance. So basically they too, huh? I'll leave them to you then." "Yeah." Kurosawa already knew about Togami from Shikarabi when they went to drink together. He remembered that conversation well since it was rare for Shikarabi, who hated young hunters, to highly praise Togami. He thought that it was weird to meet him here. But nonetheless, he invited Togami and his party in. Kurosawa listened to what Togami had to say not too far from the entrance of that room. "I'm Kurosawa, the leader of the hunters here. I'm Togami, the leader of this team." "I see, well now, let's have a talk between team leaders. I let you guys in since it would be bad to cause a scene in the hallway, but once we're done here, it would be great if you can keep away from this place. It's for the sake to avoid any unnecessary fights, you see." Togami slightly curled his lips. "We're here looking for relics. I can understand that you don't want us to come to this room, but I don't see any reason why we need to keep out from this place." "Oh, but there's a reason for that." "Really?" Togami's expression that only showed reluctance and slight irritation immediately showed hostility. As the leader of the team, it was not like Togami could just accept that demand. His gaze toward Kurosawa turned sharp. But even so, Kurosawa stayed calm. "You're here looking for the old world automaton, right? Although I don't know if the source of your information is the same as ours, if it was, then you're out of luck. We have secured the warehouse first, it's just up ahead." "Yeah." Togami's face turned completely flabbergasted. Reina was the same too. "Are you being serious here?" "Yeah, the small room ahead houses cases of 4 old-world automata. Although we only checked them by looking through the case, it seems that they're in pretty good shape too. I thought that rumor was not that credible, but it turned out that we hit the jackpot. F4 of them." Reina once again hung her head down, and this time, it was deeper than last. Kurosawa smiled bitterly, he understood how that felt. "We're in the middle of securing this place while waiting for the specialist dispatched by Yuzumo Industry. Having other hunters roaming around this place might lure in some monsters, not to mention that those are definitely priceless relics. So it might invite a misunderstanding if you stick around. We might begin to think that you guys are waiting for a chance to snatch them away from us. It's just that dangerous having other hunters around. That's why I want you to keep away from this place after this, I hope that you can understand." Kurosawa had a light smile when he was talking up until now, but then his gaze suddenly turned sharp. "But if you insist on staying around after this, we'll see that as an act of hostility. So we will handle that situation accordingly. Togami and Reina were hanging their heads low, but with that light intimidation from Kurosawa, they immediately frowned and flinched back. Shiori and Kane slightly shifted their stances to protect Reina. As for Akira, he did not show any reaction to that at all. Kurosawa returned back to his usual light smile. Well, to be honest, I have no plans to get into trouble with Drankum if it can be helped. And I know that Drankum is aiming to be a well-reputed hunter gang from the city management's point of view, right? It's better for both of us to stay away from unnecessary fighting. So, what do you think? To be honest, I want to solve this peacefully if possible. Now that Kurosawa said that he had no wish to fight them and he even brought up Drankum too, Togami had no other choice but to comply. Alright, but I want to talk this out with my team first as to what to do next. So it would be helpful if you allow us to stay here for a bit longer. Very well. But 10 minutes. That's all the time you have. It would be troublesome if you use this place as a resting place after all. Meanwhile, feel free to come to me if you have anything you want to ask. I'll answer your questions if it's something that I can answer. Kurosawa then left Togami's party alone. Togami heaved a huge sigh as if to expel everything inside his heart. Although he said that he wanted to stay in that room for a bit longer to talk with his party about what to do next, to be honest, he just wanted to get some time to gather his motivation again. Others understood that, so they were just standing there in silence. When they had spent 5 minutes of their precious 10 minutes, Reina shook her head as if to shake off the disappointment on her face. She then pulled herself together and gathered her resolve. Well, I was already prepared for something like this to happen, let's just move on. Togami, what's the plan now? Togami was a bit surprised to see that Reina recovered sooner than he had expected, but he was being careful not to show that on his face. Let's forget about the automaton and look for common relics instead. Or we can pin our hope on finding other old-world automata in here by searching other buildings too. Or, if it isn't worth looking for common relics here, we can just head back home. Basically, these are the options available to us. So, we either continue the exploration or stop here. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. So, what do you guys think? Togami thought that it would be dangerous to continue the exploration when everyone was in such a bad mood, that was why he asked for others' opinions there. Shiori took the initiative and answered first. Very well, I put one vote to return back. It's important to be able to adapt to unforeseen circumstances, but you should know when to give up as well. We should not explore when our minds are focused on something else, and that is also true we get too greedy. In order to readjust our equipment, I believe that it would be better to return back. Kane realized that Shiori was trying to turn the discussion into a vote, she then smiled and said. In that case, I put one vote on continuing the exploration. It's just that, I haven't gotten my fill of fights yet, so I don't really mind either way whether you want to look for old-world automata or normal relics. Shiori sent an intense glare at Kane, but Kane looked back, as though saying, well, you did turn it to a discussion that has to be voted on. Either way is fine for me. If there's a stalemate, I put a vote on the same one as Togami, he's the leader at the moment after all and I did promise him that I'll follow him for now. I agree with Akira too. You're the leader today, so it's up to you. Akira thought that he was an outsider in this case, that was why he let Togami decide. But for Reina, she was taking advantage of Togami since she could not decide. Togami hummed, with Akira and Reina leaving it to him, he could not share the responsibility in case he made a wrong decision there. As the leader of the team, he had to make a decision before he ran out of time, and he did not have much time left. Some of the hunters in that room looked a bit surprised at Togami's party. A maid? There are maids here. Those guys are hunters from Drankum, right? So that rumor about the gang paying maids for the hunters is true, huh? I bet those maids are only using an augmented suit that looks like a maid uniform. It must be based on an augmented suit that they found in some ruin. After all, old-world clothes are really durable for some reason. But they do have an aura of being real maids though. Although, only one of them does. Even if they're real maids, do you really think that they will come to ruin with maid uniforms? Of course not. Well, it's not like I know a real maid though, so I can't really say that for sure. Now that you mention it, that's kinda true. I heard that there are companies offering combat-trained maids as bodyguards for the people in the inner walls, you know. So they might have something to do with that type of corporation. They might even have originally come from there. Either they only get their equipment from those kinds of corporations, or they are originally from there and retired to be hunters. Either way, I don't think they are real maids. The hunter who was listening to his friend talking rather fervently about that subject found it to be unexpected. You know quite a lot for someone who said that he doesn't know about this kind of stuff. Well, it's fine, isn't it? By the way, talking about Drankum, I heard the young hunters from that gang did pretty well in the Kuzusuhara ruin recently. He flinched a bit and was obviously trying to change his subject. Most of them were only talking about Kane and Shirori just to kill time. But that was not the case for one person, a hunter by the name of Rodan, who was staring pretty intently at Shirori. Shirori, who was standing next to Reina, left a deep impression on Rodan. Her young, strong but beautiful appearance. She stood straight, which demonstrated her loyalty, her calm demeanor radiated her devotion and faithfulness, it fully emphasized her relation with Reina as a master and a servant. That scene strongly pulled Rodan's interest. As he was no longer able to hold back his feelings, he went to Kurosawa to find a way to satisfy his desire. But Kurosawa quickly shot down his plea. No. Come on, it'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. As I told you before, we won't try to look around the ruins anymore in order to focus our manpower to secure this place. If we send people out there, we will have fewer people posted here. There's no guarantee that they would leave this place obediently after this. In the first place, even if we get to find more automata, we don't have enough men to secure those automata too. We can split the team in half and... That's an idiotic idea, so, no. If we chase for 2 rabbits, we will lose them both. With those guys here, it means that there's a good chance other hunters have heard about this place too. And they already know that we did find 4 automata here, so their view of that rumor would have already changed into it being worthwhile information. With this, other hunters might change their method to get the automata from searching to robbing. Hence, we need all the people we have to stop those fools and we can't afford to split the team. But weren't you the one who told them that we did find the old world automata here? We're doing all we can to secure this place, so it doesn't take much to infer that we did find the automata here. Rodan did try to wiggle his way but all of his ideas were rejected by Kurosawa. Cut this out already, it's a no. That's final. In order to cut that discussion there, Kurosawa said so with a stronger tone. Rodan reeled back and stopped arguing any further. Kurosawa then offered some words of consolation to him. We already got ourselves 4 automate, isn't that good enough already? Just give it up. Getting too greedy will only get yourself killed, you know. It's important to know when to stop. In the first place, we still need to make sure to get the specialists to check them, bring them back safely, and finally exchange them for money before we can call this expedition a success. We can't afford to relax until we get that money. So just focus on completing this first, okay? But I won't get one for myself if I do that. Rodan mumbled with a low voice that Kurosawa did not catch, but it was obvious that he still had not completely given up on his idea. Kurosawa understood that very well as he sighed. Although Kurosawa was commanding the team, he actually was not a full-fledged member of their team, he was just paid to lead the team. Kurosawa was often chosen to lead a team of hunters since he was able to perform well during an exploration of a difficult ruin and he tended to prioritize safety when he was forced into a difficult battle. Although some hunters ridiculed him as being a coward, he was the perfect person to rely on if the goal was to increase the team's survivability, or when it was important to prioritize safety over profit, or when there was a need to explore a ruin with limited information. And since he was often paid to lead other teams, he often had to deal with hunters who would not listen to him. Kurosawa thought that was the case with Rodan too, so he dealt with him accordingly. Well, I'm just a temporary commander paid to lead the team. If you say that you won't listen to me, you can go ahead and do anything you want. But, if anything bad happens, I won't take any responsibility. That is even if you get yourself or someone else killed because of your action, so I won't accept any pay cuts if that happens. Tell others too if anyone has the same opinion as you. Kurosawa immediately shifted his focus somewhere else after he said that. Rodan, who was left behind, made a grim face. Kurosawa then thought. Even those who paid me a ton to lead them would sometimes decide not to listen to me. Relics always tempt people, I need to be careful myself. Kurosawa lightly chuckled and shook that thought from his mind as he started thinking about what to do, assuming that Rodan would not survive. Togami's party decided to leave the ruin. But it would not be in a straight path, instead, they would visit some buildings to search for relics on their way out of the ruin. As the leader of the team, Togami decided to take their time leaving the ruin while salvaging some relics on their way out. As they returned back to the plant-covered part of the ruin, they once again followed Reina's device to decide which way to go. After all, it would be difficult to find relics in a place where everything was covered by greenery, that was why they decided to rely on Reina. They took their time checking places that might have some relics left while making sure not to veer off too far from the route to the exit. In the middle of that, Reina picked a room mostly based on her guess. They left the guard duty to Shirori and Kane as they started looking for relics in that room. Inside that room, Akira spotted a shelf covered in plants. He used the power of his augmented suit to tear the plants and open the shelf. He found that it was filled with tube-like objects. He grabbed one and took a closer look. It seemed that the tube-like object had something solid inside its semi-transparent body. But Akira still could not identify what that tube object was. What is this? Alpha, do you know what this is? That's an old-world clothing article. So it's a dress. This thing. Akira raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. Reina noticed that. Akira, did you find something? Yeah, but I'm not sure what this thing is. Do you know what this is? Reina caught the tube-like object and took a closer look at it. The moment she realized what that was, she flinched a bit and her face turned slightly red. I think it's some kind of old-world clothing. Just maybe though. Something is inside in a pressurized state. Is that so? That's pretty amazing. How could you tell? I can see that information from the old-world augmented reality view. Although you can't see it, I can see it. Oh, what kind of cloth is this? Although Akira was asking casually simply out of curiosity, that made Reina flustered even more. She then replied as if she was avoiding that subject. Maybe like some cloth with an old-world design. Well, it's an old-world relic after all, so that's given, isn't it? But well, it's true that some designs of this era try to imitate it. Is this that thing that people call the old-world style design? Why yes. In that case, they might fetch us some money. I'll bring them back to the city. Akira started stuffing his rucksack with the relics that he just found. Togami, who noticed that, approached him. Akira, did you find something? Some old-world clothing articles. Togami took one of the tube-like objects and frowned. This thing here? Yeah, Reina said so based on the information from the augmented reality. Wait, but that doesn't mean all of these tubes are old-world clothes, huh? Akira then extended the relic in his hand toward Reina. Togami followed suit. Reina took the relics and checked the inside, her face then stiffened and slightly blushed as she said. Some of them are not. Is that so? What are the other things mixed here? Accessories, toy, or some kind of tool? Akira found Reina's expression rather strange. So he made his own guess. Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem to be that valuable, huh? Well, in that case, can you check all of them and separate the cheap relics? Reina seemed to hesitate and was at loss for a few seconds before she said firmly. No, let's bring all of them back. It's not like I'm that confident in my skill to appraise relics anyway. We can just throw them away if we don't have enough space in case we find a more expensive-looking relic later. Yep, we're hunters after all, so we need to be able to at least make this kind of decision, right? Togami nodded deeply. You have a point there. All right then, let's take all of them together. Me too. Ah, right, let's do that. Reina suddenly started helping Akira and Togami gather the relics as if she just had a change of mind. Of course, Akira did not just ignore that. Unlike Akira and Togami, Reina was able to identify the content of the relics they were gathering there, and she did not expect to encounter some of them in such a place. All right. Now, I'm also a hunter, right? I'm not in a position to be nitpicky about the relics that I find. If I start doing that, I won't be able to stay as a hunter. Yes, that's right, that's the right attitude for a hunter. I should be happy that we found some expensive-looking relics. Reina said so to herself as she picked up the pace to finish gathering the relics there before Akira or Togami asked any more questions. I chose this shop by pure coincidence, but I didn't expect it to be that kind of shop. The inside of the shop was already claimed by plants, the walls were already in a very bad shape from the withering, while the information from the augmented reality was also badly fragmented. It showed nothing of the state of the shop back when it was still open. Even if Reina told Akira and Togami this, it would not clear their suspicion. She at least knew that much. Reina gave her best to keep her calm as she continued stuffing the relics. Fortunately, no one noticed her acting rather awkwardly there. Rebuild World, Chapter 196, Handle with Care. Rodan activating an old world automaton was the result of multiple coincidences layered on top of each other. Basically, it was his bad luck. The chance that his friends got that information about the old world automata. The chance that they decided to pay Kurosawa to lead the exploration when they were preparing it. Thanks to that, they were able to safely reach their destination, although hiring Kurosawa was not cheap at all. After they found the 4 automata, Kurosawa decided that it was impossible to secure more automata in case something bad happened. So to prevent any complications, he told his men to stop searching the area anymore. Thanks to the agreement between Kurosawa and Togami's party, Akira and the others left the area right after, thus preventing them from finding any nearby automata if there were still some left. Kurosawa did tell Rodan to at least convey his warning to the rest of Rodan's friends, but Rodan deliberately left that out from his explanation to his friends. Therefore, the rest of the team thought that Kurosawa gave Rodan permission to go. Thus they did not say anything as they allowed Rodan to go alone to search around the area. That was the reason why Rodan was able to reach this place. After he left the room, he randomly looked around and came to this area by pure chance where he found more old-world automata. The automaton was inside a container in the middle of a relatively small room. From the outside, the container looked like a stasis pod. The upper part of the lid was made of a transparent material, which let Rodan clearly see what was inside that container. The automaton had female features and was in a deep sleep inside that container. Rodan was mesmerized by that automaton and smiled widely. Normally, he would immediately return back to let the rest of the team know. That was the best decision considering the risk and reward ratio. But his smile turned wry, he seemed to be seriously at a loss as he just stood there. There were many relics in the ruin that were dangerous to mess with. When hunters found them, they tended to keep their fingers away from them and ask specialists to handle them. Of course, there were many types of old-world relics that were treated this way as it was common sense among the hunters, and the old-world automata were one of them. As a matter of fact, Kurosawa did exactly that. But there was one big con with that process. The credit of finding the relics would usually not go to the hunter, but to the specialists whose services were expensive. Most of the time, these specialists got their cut right after those relics were sold to some companies through their connection. Of course, it was not a problem at all for the hunters who only wanted to exchange those relics for money, but it was a big problem for hunters who wanted to get their hands on those relics themselves. When a hunter called for a specialist, normally, the deal was for the hunter to accept that the specialist would take the relics and sell them. It was still possible for the hunters to buy those relics themselves, but considering that there were large corporations vying for the same relic, normally these hunters had no winning chance at all. After taking his time calculating his options, Rodin extended his hand to the terminal of the container. Although he did not understand what the buttons were for, he started pushing the buttons randomly while checking the reactions. He carefully pushed the buttons and flicked the switches on the touch screen panel, only to find that there was barely any reaction at all, but that did not stop him. Rodin always had a zealous admiration toward made automata, and it was doubly true for old-world automata. Thanks to their mechanical bodies, they retained their young and beautiful appearance, and as a machine, they had an unwavering loyalty towards their master. It was as if those automata were made just to fulfill a certain desire, an oxymoronic existence made into reality through old-world technology. When Rodin knew about them, he knew well that it was impossible for him to get these automata, but even so, he still could not help but yearn for them. Although it was a very rare case, there were reports when a hunter somehow activated an old-world automaton and that automaton registered that hunter as its master by pure luck. Those super lucky hunters would then explore the ruins with their advanced automata, thanks to which, they were able to quickly reach success and became first-rate hunters. This kind of rumor was not that rare in the Eastern District. Although they were rumors, parts of them must be true. After all, even a short investigation could easily uncover those hunters. One thing that Rodin did not take note of was that those rumors also said testing luck by doing something similar was not recommended at all. But even so, he still decided to test his luck here, and the reason for that was because he saw Shiori not too long ago. The figure of Shiori standing straight next to Reina was like his idealistic admiration brought to life, and it aroused his desire. Even more so when the automaton in front of him was already in a maid uniform. Although he understood that it was a dangerous bid, he could not push aside the chance of getting an old-world automaton. Considering this chance might not come to him ever again, Rodin could not stop himself from testing his luck there. That was when all the luck that was piling up on one another was extended even more. The container in front of Rodin that was wrapped in a dark cloud suddenly made a hissing sound before opening up. As Rodin unconsciously took a few steps backwards, the lid of the container was fully opened and the maid automaton inside it finally opened its eyes. It then pulled itself out from the container and got itself standing on the floor. The rush of anxiety and happiness that filled Rodin's mind caused him to make an awkward face as he said to that automaton, Hey. The automaton turned toward Rodin with its face devoid of emotions. Then at the next moment, the automaton formed its hand into a chop and thrust it toward Rodin, impaling him right through his chest. Its white glove-covered hand easily pierced his augmented suit and planted itself into his chest, up to its wrist. Rodin raised his eyebrows in surprise, he then smiled wryly and made a sad face. Before all of his luck could bring him a good end, he had reached a bad end first. He lamented as he fell down to the ground. Yep, saw that coming. The pain and reality pulled him back from his thoughts, he was back into his hunter mode. While enduring the fatal wound on his chest, he reached for his rifle and shot at the automaton. It was common sense among the hunters in the Eastern District that when they found an old-world automaton, they would have to call for a specialist and definitely keep their hands off the automaton. The real reason for this wisdom was simply because there were already so many hunters who ended up dead after not obeying that warning. When a hunter activated an old-world automaton inside the ruin, most often than not, the automaton immediately turned hostile and killed the hunter who activated it. From the ruin's point of view, these hunters were like armed robbers. Although different automata had different Most of them had the same view as the ruin regarding the hunters. Thus, in order to retain their value, they would try to kill or repel these armed robbers. After that, some automata with better I would gather information from what they could see and react according to the emergency protocol based on the old world standard. And thanks to their advanced technology, most of these rampaging old world automata were designated as bounty monsters. Some people believe that this was fake information spread by huge corporations in order to protect their profits. Because of this, there were people who thought that the chance of the old world automata recognizing the person who activated them as their master was actually higher than what was rumored, not to mention that there were super lucky hunters who served as evidence to this doubt too. This was the reason why there would always be hunters who were willing to test their luck. Rodan was one of these hunters. Unfortunately, he did not win his bet, and now, others would have to pay for it too. As Togami's party was riding their vehicles through the wasteland heading out from the ruin, Akira thought of something and threw a question to Togami. By the way, you did say that you're planning to not spend a night in this ruin, right? Will that still be true if we had found an old world automaton? It seemed that those guys were standing inside that room for quite some time, you know. I bet they've been there for more than a day. To be honest, even if we had found an old world automaton, I thought that we would find it in broken condition, which in that case, we can just carry it back normally. Is that so? Then if we had arrived in that room first, we would have had to give up carrying the automaton back, huh? That's not exactly true. So, you had another plan. Although I don't really like it, I had two plans. The first is to contact Drankum and ask for their help. In that case, we would have to prepare to guide them to the old world automaton. I'm pretty sure we will have a smaller cut if we do that though, that's why I don't really like it. The other plan is to break the automaton to make sure that it won't go on a rampage before carrying it back. If we can skillfully break it, we might be able to restore it later, but of course, this would lower the selling price too. To be honest, it feels stupid to be breaking the relic that you have worked for, that's why I don't like this idea either. In reality, back then when they found the holographic image of the old world automaton, if there was a sign that it might cause any danger, Kane and Shirori would have stepped in and destroyed it without even consulting first. Although I will only decide based on the situation when we find the automaton, it's basically one of those two plans. Togami frowned as he imagined being thrown into that situation. He then noticed Akira was looking surprised at him. Anything wrong? Nothing. I just thought that you really have put some thoughts into this. Of course. Exploring ruins is basically gambling with my life after all. It's only given that I would at least consider such a situation, even you do that too, right? Akira awkwardly looked away and made eye contact with Alpha, who was smiling teasingly at him, so he looked away from her too. Seeing that, Togami was rather surprised to know that Akira actually did not think that far. He was not sure if he should be exasperated by that or if he should be impressed that Akira had survived this far with such a naive way of thinking. Back to Kurosawa's team. The hunter who was guarding the entrance to the room where they were standing by, spotted Rodan returning back. You're back, huh? Good grief, just what the heck were you think dash? He was about to welcome Rodan back with a light joke, but his face immediately changed when he saw Rodan's condition. Rodan was stumbling and dragging his legs in a hurry through the hallway, leaving a trail of blood behind him. We're under attack. Rodan is injured. Asking for reinforcement. After he shouted that into the room, he immediately ran to help Rodan. The moment he lent his shoulder to Rodan, who looked like he was about to fall any time, Rodan immediately fainted, which might be because he thought he was finally saved. Kurosawa and the other hunters darted out of the room. Kurosawa then told them to watch the direction where Rodan came from as they approached him. After they met up, Kurosawa immediately put down a foldable turret and expanded it. As the gun rapidly unfolded, it turned into a huge gun with a barrel that was longer than the width of the hallway. Kurosawa quickly scanned and checked Rodan's condition. The life support medicine, the augmented suit that helped him to move even when he was seriously injured, and his skill to explore the ruin alone allowed him to return back alive. We can still save him. Get him inside and treat his injury, quickly. The guy who was carrying Rodan hurriedly went back into the room. Kurosawa and the other hunters slowly retreated back to the room too while still keeping their eyes on the hallway. One injury in his chest, but what caused that injury? It's not from a bullet. Horn then. But I don't think we have spotted monsters with horns around this area. Kurosawa's thought was cut short as he saw an old-world automaton coming at him. Since it had a maid uniform and a figure of a young lady, he thought that it was Kane or Shirori at first, but he immediately understood that was not the case. An active automaton? Is that blood on its glove? So it was from that automaton. Kurosawa immediately held down the trigger. The explosion filled the hallway with smoke. He had preset the warhead to explode after a fixed time such that it exploded right before hitting the automaton. When the smoke cleared up, the automaton was no longer present, not even the leftover wreckage could be seen there. Kurosawa frowned and clicked his tongue. It got away, huh? I bet that one did not damage it that much. Seems like the warhead exploded before it should. Did it break the explosion timer? Or maybe it hacked into the warhead timer. As expected of an old-world automaton, it's really advanced. Kurosawa was relieved that it at least left them alone for now, so he folded his gun and continued to ponder. Maybe I should have used rifle mode instead of cannon mode. Kurosawa lamented his bad decision as he retreated back into the room. He glanced at Rodan who was being treated on the floor. How is he? He'll live. But he won't be up anytime soon. Can you at least get him to wake up? I have questions. That's not gonna happen. It's a pretty bad injury, so he's basically under the stasis mode to make sure he survives. If we wake him up, it might cause his situation to worsen, he might even die. I see. Now Kurosawa had to think of another approach. The other hunters who saw him at a loss got curious. Is there something you need to check as soon as possible? Yeah, I want to know what happened when he got attacked. This is just my guess, but I bet he got attacked by an old-world automaton. I saw an automaton back there, unfortunately, it got away though. Murmur propagated through the other hunters. So, there are more old-world automata? Don't tell me Rodan activated an old-world automaton. We don't know for sure yet, it might be just a humanoid robot, right? Kurosawa raised his hand to calm the other hunters down. That's what I want to ask this guy. In the worst-case scenario, if he really has woken up an old-world automaton, we might need to break the old-world automata that we have right now. Break them? There are three possibilities. The first one is that this guy found an old-world automaton and activated it. This would be a relatively better scenario though. The problem is if the automaton activated on its own even without him trying to do that. It would have been better if it was because there was an activation button that only comes up when you get close enough, but it would be really bad if it activates on its own in order to remove any unauthorized intruders. This would mean that the other four automata that we're guarding might activate anytime soon. After all, that one automaton might have been activated simply because the system is still in the middle of its activation sequence. A full-fledged old-world automaton is often designated as a bounty monster, and we have 4 of them down here with us. If we have to fight them, it would be super tragic. The hunters looked at each other worriedly. Although they understood that the 4 automata with them were a huge liability, they did not want to break the expensive relics that they had found if it could be helped. But it's just your guess, right? It's not like we have to break them just because we considered the worst-case scenario that is unlikely to happen, right? The specialists that we've called will get here soon enough. We just need to wait until they get here. Kurosawa threw a death glare to the hunter who was voicing out that naive thought and immediately shut him up. I'm sure some of you think that I can do something crazy since I was only paid to lead the team, so I have no business regarding the profit that you can get from this exploration and whatnot. I won't deny it, that's why you decide what to do. As I thought, the amount of money in line here is just too huge, so it's not for an outsider like me to decide. Wait, it's your job as the leader to make that decision, right? If it's up to me, then we'll break the automata. Are you okay with that? After Kurosawa warned the hunters as such, they staggered back and went silent. I'll go watch the hallway, so you guys can take your time to make your decision. There are too many things that we don't know at the moment. The situation might get worse the longer we delay, or it might not. We might be able to wait for the specialists to get here first, or we might be already well too late now. Just remember that when you take your time discussing. Kurosawa then turned around and headed to the entrance as the other hunters behind him started debating, asterisk. As Togami's team headed outside the ruin while searching for relics that they could gather on their way out, Akira suddenly threw a question to Alpha. The thing that we talked with Shirori about, it seems that I can get an automaton for 1 billion orum. Do you think it's a good idea to get one when I have some leeway? Alpha frowned. I don't think that it's necessary. But. Do you want one? No, I just thought that you can control my augmented suit and my vehicle, right? So you might be able to do the same for the automaton too. But I don't want to. That short answer was filled with rejection. I see. Akira was shocked since that short answer was more of Alpha's revulsion towards his suggestion than it being impossible. There was a brief awkward pause. Akira then tried to change the subject. It was just a simple thought, nothing more. It's not like I'm planning to force you to do it. It just reminded me of Tsubaki back then when she was using an old-world automaton. That was an old-world automaton and it was a rather good one too. Not to mention, it limited its control to only simple movements while making sure not to affect the independent AI inside that automaton. So the situation is not the same here. Oh, I see. Yep. Akira remembered back then when Alpha got angry the moment he referred to her as an alarm clock. But this time, it was obvious that she was angrier than back then. I know that you had no bad intention when you suggested that, but never bring this subject up again, okay? Alright. Alpha then smiled to let Akira know that her mood was back to normal. But Akira's frown still stayed for some time, asterisk. It had been quite some time since Kurosawa let the other hunters discuss what to do from there. Since nothing big had happened, the hunters regained their calm and their opinion started to lean toward waiting for the specialists to arrive. Even Kurosawa himself started to think that he might have been a bit too paranoid. It has been quite a while since we repelled that automaton and it did not return back to attack us, not even once. Does it really plan to leave us alone? The reading from the containers inside the room also does not show anything suspicious. It doesn't seem that they'll wake up anytime soon. I might have gotten a bit too paranoid back then. Well, either way, we know for sure that there's an active old-world automaton roaming outside and that in itself is already dangerous enough. But as long as it doesn't come for us, there's no need to deal with it. I'll at least let the specialists know and leave the rest to them. Kurosawa did think for a bit about where the automaton was at now and what it was doing at the moment. His sight slightly shifted up while he was still looking toward the small room that he and his team was securing. That was when he spotted the automaton in a maid uniform standing on the other side of the ceiling on top of that small room. It was sending some data into the automata inside that small room. But it was not a simple activation signal, the automaton was hacking through the container. Of course, the container was secured with old-world technology. Normally, it would have been impossible to try to break through it. But the old-world automaton used its own communication device to access the ruined signal receiver to imitate it using its advanced computation ability. It was only a matter of time before it broke through the security system. The automata inside the small room opened their eyes. They then broke through the container using brute force by banging and kicking the lid away. Kurosawa immediately noticed the signal coming from the information-gathering device planted inside the small room and sprung into action. The automata are activating. Get to your battle station. Although the automata were activated, they might not be hostile. But Kurosawa did not hesitate to throw away that possibility and changed his rifle into machine gun mode. The moment it finished changing mode, he immediately started blasting. The bullet storms ripped through the door and straight into the room. He could hear the sound of bullets ricocheting from inside the room. Even if the door opened, Kurosawa would not stop shooting in order to prevent the automata from leaving that room, as well as to buy some time for the other hunters to finish their preparations. The other hunters present there were not amateurs. Although they were surprised by that sudden change of events, they immediately got to their positions. Kurosawa just had to buy them a few seconds. But those few seconds were hard to get when Kurosawa had to face 4 old-world automata. The door was blasted away, followed by containers flying out from inside the room straight in Kurosawa's direction. Kurosawa understood that it was impossible to shoot them down, so he leapt aside to avoid them. In the middle of that, he saw 2 automata hiding behind those containers to block the bullet storm. Kurosawa was about to shift his focus to those 2 automata that were aiming for the exit, but the remaining 2 automata left inside the room immediately started to move and took his attention, so he had no other choice than to let the other 2 pass by. One of the 2 automata threw the container at Kurosawa, while the other one used the broken container as a blunt weapon against the other hunters. Kurosawa jumped aside one more time to evade the incoming container. He aimed at the automaton attacking the hunter to try to stop it. But that created a small opening in which the other 2 just blasted past Kurosawa and escaped the room. Damn it, they got away. No, I should just think that it's a good thing we have fewer automata to face now. I can just think of the reason why they broke their forces up later. At the moment, I just need to focus on the enemies in front of us right now. Before the hunters were able to regroup, the automaton swung the large container toward the hunters. The hunters who could not get away in time were smashed and crashed into the wall. It even left a dent on the durable container. The hunters who were finally ready started shooting one of the automata, but it was closing in too quickly. It was clearly aiming for close combat. In that situation, the hunters might shoot their friends by mistake. The hunters had to pay for their mistakes by destroying the automata that should have been an expensive relic. Now that those automata had turned into dangerous enemies, they could not afford to stop fighting in order to survive. Even with its long skirt that extended down its ankles, the old world-made automaton blazed through the ruin. Its long hairs that were present more as decoration than for anything else, would have normally tangled up here and there, but it agilely moved around while making sure that would not happen. It was all possible thanks to its advanced computation ability as an old-world automaton. Shortly after, the other 2 automata that had gotten away from Kurosawa appeared behind that automaton. The other 2 automata just followed that single automaton as if they were under its control. While they were still running through the ruin, the maid automaton grabbed something from under its skirt and threw it at the other 2 automata. The other 2 automata naturally received them. The 3 automata then moved through the ruin as if they were a single team. Rebuild World, Chapter 197, Resistance. Togami's team finally finished gathering relics and left the building. Reina stretched out and said in a content tone. Although we didn't get to find any old-world automata, I think we did get a good amount of worthwhile relics this time. They at least got some relics to bring back home. They were even able to fill up a couple of rucksacks with those relics. Togami himself was relieved after finally getting out from the ruin. But after he saw Reina and noticed her putting down her guard, he then said to her, which also served as a warning to himself. We're basically still in the middle of ruin exploration. So don't relax until we reach the city. Being a full-fledged hunter also means that we have to make sure we can exchange the relics for money afterwards. I know, we're technically still inside the ruin after all. Ah, right, Akira. Can we ask you to carry some of the relics? Compared to your APC, our vehicle is a little small after all. Sure. Thank you. With this, Reina shifted the relics, which were a little embarrassing to carry around, as she smiled happily, but of course, she hid that smile inside his heart. They then quickly finished their preparation and got on their respective vehicles, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kurosawa's team somehow managed to destroy the remaining 2 old-world automata. Although they got some of their team members injured, they quickly regrouped and focused their firepower to corner the automata to the point that their bullets literally formed a wall. They riddled the automata with bullets and pushed it to the wall in order to seal its movement. While the other hunters suppressed the automata's movements, Kurosawa swapped his rifle to cannon mode. With the automata unable to move, it was quite easy to shoot a warhead that could even destroy a tank at them. The old-world automata were indeed smart and durable, but Kurosawa had prepared that warhead expecting a fight against old-world automata. And as expected, the automata could not stand a direct hit from that warhead and finally stopped moving. Although they were destroyed, they still retained their original shape. From outside, they still looked like they could move. So just to be safe, Kurosawa shot them one more time before finally calming down. Damn it, I ended up having to use that expensive warhead. How's the damage? 4 are badly wounded. I'm not sure if the automata did that intentionally to make others cover for them or simply because it only aimed to make them unable to fight and there was no need to kill them. It doesn't matter, get them treated now. Don't let them die if we can save them. Check how much ammo you have. If some of you are low on ammo, get those who still have a lot of ammo left to share theirs. The hunters immediately sprung into action. Kurosawa returned back to the entrance of the room to stand watch, and one of the hunters then approached him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Not really. I can stand watch here by myself, go get some rest with the others if you have nothing to do. But Kurosawa noticed that the guy still stood there looking at him, so he frowned and asked. What is it? Well, sorry, we should have listened to you and destroyed the automata. Don't mention it. Choosing not to destroy them at that time was not the wrong decision. It's just that you lost the coin toss, that was all there was to it. But still. The guy still looked troubled, so Kurosawa looked at him with a serious face and said to him firmly. This is not the time to worry about that. We know that there are at least 3 active old-world automata out there. We have to somehow manage to hold out by ourselves until the specialists get here. So get a hold of yourself. That guy was obviously surprised. We were able to repel the one that attacked Rodan and the other 2 ran away, right? Don't forget they might come here again bringing more friends with them. Also, they might have just gone to get their weapons. We're still not safe yet. If you want to lament your decision, at least wait until the specialists get here and we know for sure that we're saved. Tell this to the others too. The guy's apologetic face was replaced with a serious look. Kurosawa then sighed and mumbled. Though, to be honest, they should be here anytime soon. I wonder if they got into some trouble or something. Good grief, just give me a break already. Kurosawa made sure not to let his team hear that since it might affect their morale. He also made sure not to let his team see him making a difficult face in such a precarious situation, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Togami's team went from the center of the Lida commercial district, through the gaps and valleys between the plant-covered buildings, and eventually reached the outskirts of the ruin where plants started to thin out. Akira was driving with a rather content face. Well, I did get some good loot for today, although I went out to the wasteland with no particular plan. Alpha, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, smiled at him. There was a slight trace of exasperation in her smile. Akira, just to make sure that you understand, this doesn't mean it is a good idea to keep exploring without a plan, you know. I know, but it's fine to celebrate for a bit since it has been quite a while since the last time I managed to do a successful ruin exploration, right? We're still basically not done until we reached the city, huh? Akira was not that serious when he said that. But Alpha suddenly made a serious face. Akira, who saw that, immediately tensed up. Akira, be careful. I know, there's no need to make that face. No, we have a company chasing from behind. Seeing Alpha making a serious face when she said that, Akira immediately switched to battle mode. Monsters? It depends on what defines a monster. We have 2 humanoid signals, they're closing in on us at a high speed. It's as if they're either cyborgs or using augmented suits. But if they are hunters and they want to talk with us, they should at least send us something beforehand through close-range communication. So I don't think they're friendly. Akira left the wheel and let Alpha take control of the vehicle as he went to the back of the APC. He then took his equipment and checked their condition before opening the back door of the APC and sent a call to Reina. As Akira opened the door, Reina's vehicle came into his view. Reina, who was driving the vehicle, and Togami, who was sitting next to her, looked confusedly at him. Akira's gaze shifted from Reina's vehicle to behind it and focused his information terminal in that direction. He then could see a male and a female in an old-world-style dress running at a high speed from behind Reina's vehicle, although the plants that covered the ruin made it difficult for them to even sprint. Togami, I don't know what's going on here, but someone is chasing us from behind. Tell me what you want to, watch out. At the same time Akira shouted, Alpha suddenly accelerated the APC. His body obeyed the inertia and swayed. In the midst of the swaying vision, he could see the female carrying a cylindrical object in her hand, and a blade of light extended from that object the moment she swung it. A few minutes before Akira contacted Togami and Reina, Kane also noticed that signal. Ain-san. Someone is chasing us. Indeed. Shiori tensed up while also impressed by how sensitive Kane was as always. She then looked back to check what was chasing them. Not monsters. People. It seems to be people, but those are not hunter equipment. At this rate, they'll eventually catch up to us. They don't look like the kind of people who would try to get something that we dropped by accident though. Milady, there are dash. When Shiori was about to let Reina know, she could hear Akira's voice shouting at them through the vehicle's information terminal. Right at the next moment, Shiori grabbed Reina and Kane grabbed Togami from behind and jumped off from their moving vehicle. A split second after that, the light blade swung by the female chasing them split Reina's vehicle cleanly into 2. But even after it was split, both the right and the left sides of the vehicle that were separated from each other continued moving forward due to the inertia. It then rolled over a few times before finally stopping. Both the male and the female humanoids chasing Togami's team were old-world automata in butler and maid outfits. The female one once again swung its blade chasing after Shiori, while the male which was carrying a rifle went for Kane. Shiori covered Reina as she repositioned herself for battle while Kane signaled Togami to stand back as she focused her attention on the incoming automaton. But suddenly, a storm of bullets swallowed both automata and threw their bodies back. It was Akira shooting at them with SSB rifles in both hands. The normal bullets were released at a minigun-like speed, emptying the magazine in a flash. Alpha. Did that do it? Unfortunately, that didn't hurt them by much. Akira ejected the empty magazine. Using his time compression, he let go of his rifles, reached for nearby magazines, threw them up in the air, grabbed his rifles back, agilely pushed them against the flying magazines, and finally completed the reload. I know they were just normal bullets, but that was a highly compressed barrage, you know. What the heck is with them? Aren't they just too durable? I bet they are old-world automata, and they're high-quality automata on top of that. Akira then remembered back when he had to fight old-world automata in the Kuzusuhara ruin and could not help but nod with a rather conflicted face. That would explain their durability. Are they here to get back the relics since we took too many of them? Just keep shooting. If we can destroy them, we can bring them back as relics too. Oh, that's a good point. Akira reactivated his time compression. He thought back to how relaxed he was, and that ruin exploration was not over until he arrived safely back to the city. This made him believe that he might have jinxed it as he smiled bitterly. Akira was successfully able to provide suppression and prevented the automata from making any complex maneuvers, but that was not enough to destroy them. Reina and Togami were so surprised that they were late to digest what just happened. Shiori considered all her options there as she glanced at Akira. Akira was shouting something, although she could not hear anything from that distance. She judged that Akira was telling them to get to him as fast as they could. She then glanced at Kane with a serious face. Kane looked back at her and smiled. "Milady. Excuse me. Togami boy. Make sure not to bite your own tongue." Shiori grabbed Reina while Kane grabbed Togami. Then without any prior explanation and without asking for permission first, they threw Togami and Reina straight at Akira. Reina and Togami were still having a hard time following what was going on when they were flying through the air. Akira realized what Shiori was trying to do. Although he was surprised, he immediately stopped shooting and threw his rifles up. He then caught Togami with his right hand to make sure that he would not crash into the APC, while he caught Reina with his left hand in a gentler manner as if he was hugging her. He then quickly let both of them go and caught his rifles back. Akira's focus returned back to Shiori and Kane, who were facing the automata. Shiori and Kane stayed behind to buy some time for Reina to get away, and now both of them were already approaching their respective opponent. Akira understood that Shiori and Kane were prioritizing on getting Reina to safety first. But he then looked back at Reina and Togami, thought for a bit, and walked past them toward his bike. Reina, while still confused from being thrown, could not catch up with the information flooding her five senses. When Akira walked past her, he was in a rush which caused her to follow him with her eyes. She saw him get on his bike, and the next moment he had already jumped out of the APC, landing smoothly on the ground and blazed straight in Shiori and Kane's direction. As the scene of Shiori and Kane, who were left behind, got smaller and smaller with time, and the back of Akira, who was riding his bike straight at them, made Reina feel like they were leaving her behind. It felt like she was running away while they were buying time for her. It replaced her confusion with frustration and hopelessness. Reina, who was crushed under her emotions, stood up and walked as if to jump off the APC and rushed towards Shiori and Kane. Togami, who noticed that, flusteredly stopped her. "Let me go." "Wait. What are you planning to do after you jump off? Just calm down for now. Let me go. Just let me go. If I run away here, then Again. With teary eyes, Reina flailed her arms to get away from Togami. Seeing that, Togami tried to stop her with a stern face. Togami understood Reina's feelings well. That day, back in Saranthal building, when he got a good view of how weak he was, he felt as if all that he had gone through to get stronger were in vain. It felt like all the hard training and achievements that he had gathered as a hunter which supported his confidence were being shredded to pieces. He thought that he had become strong, but it was nothing but his imagination. When push came to shove, he was still part of the group that was being protected. That feeling of hopelessness when he realized that he could do nothing to fight back against that fact was crushing his spirit even at this moment. Togami and Reina both felt the same right now. The only reason why Togami was able to somehow get a hold of himself was simply because he thought that in the worst-case scenario, he should at least get Reina to safety. It was the least he could do as the team leader. His duty as the team leader was to somehow manage to prevent himself from being crushed by his hopelessness. But for Reina, who did not have that responsibility, she had nothing to defend herself from her feeling. Shiori and Kane stayed behind to buy her time. Akira also decided to join them, while she was the only one who stayed in safety. The merciless time did not stop as she was stuck in that situation where she did not have the power or the skill to fight back. Even if she jumped off the vehicle, she could not provide any help at all against those automata. She would be nothing but dead weight, and she would pull Shiori down even more if she stood in a dangerous place thinking that it was safe. That truth was breaking her heart. Togami was relieved that Reina had calmed down, but at the same time, the sight of Reina looking meek left a pang in his heart. But even so, he tried to think of a way to at least be useful in that situation. He tried to contact Akira to ask him about the APC that most likely was running on autopilot. Akira picked up the call and said in a rather uninterested voice as if this was nothing but a normal occurrence to him. "What is it? I'm sure you know that I'm busy now, right?" Before Togami could answer that question, Reina yelled at the terminal first. "Akira! Why did you leave us behind? Are you trying to say that we're nothing but dead weight to you? Are you telling us to just obediently run away?" That yelling was a small resistance against her hopelessness, it was a shout to help herself stop the surging self-depreciation. Either way, if Akira said yes there, it would have completely broken Reina's heart. But Akira replied with something that she did not expect at all. He replied back with a rather confused voice. "To be honest, I was hoping that you can give me support fire from there though. Judging from your skill back when we were exploring the ruin, you should have no problem shooting from that distance, right?" Reina paused for a bit after giving that short answer, which sounded as if she returned back to her confused state. Hearing that, Akira then said curtly. "Don't give me that, I've set the APC to just go around randomly after it gained some distance from me. If it got too far, give me a call and get on the wheel yourself. You can also use the gun on the APC, but I haven't done any readjustment, so make sure not to shoot me by mistake." Okay. I know that you might not be happy after getting sent flying like that, but I bet Shirori and Kane did that because, unlike both of them, you guys are nothing but dead weight in close-range combat. If you have any complaints, you should voice that to them later. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you vent that onto me, you know. Right, sorry. You can use the ammo there too, I should still have quite a lot left over. So if you say that you'll run away since you have no ammo left, I won't accept that excuse, okay?" Reina immediately raised her voice. "Who would say, I'll run away, huh? Don't look down on me. I won't run away, okay? Is that so? Well, then, I'm counting on your support." Akira then closed the call. Reina knew that he could no longer hear her as she shouted. "I'm counting on you," he said. Reina hid her delight with that angry shout. "Togami. We're not running away, all right?" "Of course. Now you are talking." Strong will filled her body, she took in her surging resolve and let it course all the way to the very end of her limbs and hairs. "Let's show them what we are made of." Seeing how Reina got back on her feet, Togami felt delighted and banished his own frustration from his mind. The pillar of confidence that was about to break got even stronger than before. Although the situation had not changed at all, Reina and Togami no longer allowed themselves to be swept by the situation, they now stood to fight back against the flow. Akira was riding on his bike with an SSB rifle in each of his hands. Alpha, who was floating beside him, looked a bit surprised and asked him. "Akira, are you sure you're okay with that? I did fulfill my responsibility. If they decided to stay and join the fight then get killed by that, it's not my fault. They didn't pay me to be their bodyguard and I don't remember ever accepting something like that, right? If he ran away from that place after leaving Shirori and Kane as decoys, it meant that he would be indebted to them, and that was doubly true if Shirori or Kane got killed because of that. At least, that was what he thought. But with this, even if Reina got killed because he went to help Shirori and Kane, then it would not be his fault though Shirori and Kane might get angry because of it. Or at least, it would not bother him as much. He followed that egocentric line of thinking as he jumped out of his APC on his bike. Alpha let out a big sigh. "So, how much support are you expecting from me this time? Enough not to get me killed?" "Roger that." Akira only gave a vague answer and Alpha did not ask for more than that. Shirori activated her blade while she approached the female automaton. Her blade then started vibrating and gave off a dim glow. she gracefully and agilely swung that sword with her augmented physical ability thanks to her augmented suit. The swing sent out a wave of glowing particles which could cut any matter apart. It was as if she sent off a sharp blade flying. It was actually a killing move since the average person would not be able to evade it and be sliced up by the wave. But the female automaton jumped away as if she knew the nature of that attack and used her own blade to block the wave and dispersed it. The dispersed light particles shone on their faces. In contrast to Shiori, who had a rather grim expression, the automaton was emotionless as if she felt no danger from Shiori at all. The difference in their expression showed the gap between their strength. The automaton swung her blade to counter. Shiori, who was using an accelerator drug with suppressed side effects and prolonged effect duration in exchange for its power, saw the incoming blade. She aimed to throw the automaton off balance by parrying its blade using the solid portion of her own blade. But the moment she realized the slight movement of the incoming blade, she immediately switched to completely avoiding it. The automaton's blade went through Shiori's blade without any resistance and sliced everything beyond it. Although her blade was not damaged at all, that attack left a scorched slice marking on the ground and the plants that came in contact with it. That blade is the type that can alter its physical existence at will. This is getting troublesome. The blade that the automaton was using was a relic that was like a retractable baton. It was using the energy source from the automaton to overcharge its attacks. Because of that, it had enough slicing power even when in its retracted state. The opponent was strong. She would not have enough leeway to fight such an opponent while protecting Reina. That was why she threw Reina to Akira's APC. Then in order to prevent that automaton from destroying Akira's APC, and in order to get Reina from that place safely, she decided to stay behind. She was relieved that it was the right choice, but at the same time, she was also hard-pressed since the automaton was stronger than she had expected and knitted her eyebrows. Shiori and that automaton exchanged slashes in an intense close-range combat. Every time they swung their blades, there was a trace of light in the air which demonstrated how intense their exchange was. While on the other side, the male automaton took a kick from Kane. But as that kick landed on its body, it also jumped backwards to reduce the damage from that kick. As the kick sent its body flying, it thrust its leg to the ground as a brake and drew a long straight line on the ground. When it finally stopped, it had fully recovered its balance and aimed its rifle at Kane before releasing a few shots of beams at her. Kane accurately judged where it was aiming and blocked the beam with the force field armor erected from the equipment on her right hand. The beam was deflected by that force field armor and vanished into the wasteland along a straight line. The automaton then released 3 more shots. This time, Kane blocked it with the force field armor on her left hand. The automaton then stopped moving. Still, there was no change in its emotionless face. In contrast to that, Kane was smiling menacingly, but she suddenly sighed and mumbled. "Ah, this isn't fun at all. Even if it's a humanoid robot, fighting against a robot still feels like I'm just fighting against a punching bag." As her expectation that this might be fun melted from her mind, she let out a chilling cold aura and her smile faded from her face. "I guess I'll just break it and get this over with." Kane said so with a cold emotionless intonation as she quickly closed the distance between them. Another beam was released at her. Kane accurately predicted where it was aimed at, but unlike last time, she took the minimal move to evade it as if to intentionally graze the beam and close the distance between them in an instant. The moment she got close enough, Kane released a punch with her right fist straight at the automaton's torso. Since she no longer had any fun fighting that automaton, and she had lost any interest in it, that fist was purely aimed to break it. And as expected, it ripped through the durable old-world automaton's torso, dealing significant damage. Rebuild World, Chapter 198, Automata. Akira blazed through the slippery floor on his bike. Vines and moss covered the small rubbles, making it even easier for the tires to slip. But with the ability of Akira's advanced bike designed for use in wasteland together with Alpha support, he was able to keep driving at a high speed as he kept his eyes on Shiori with a grim face. Once he got relatively close, he aimed both of his SSB rifles at the female automaton and released a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. The expensive extended magazine housed way more bullets than a normal magazine, and he emptied it in that barrage. Right after that, the female automaton noticed the incoming bullets and jumped away while swinging its blade as if to cut down the bullets. The light particles left from those swings turned into a wall. It then reacted with the colorless mist in the atmosphere and transformed it into a force field. The force field killed the momentum from the bullets and deflected them away from their original trajectories. The automaton also actively evaded the already deflected bullets, thus allowing it to survive the barrage without even a scratch. Akira was surprised by that, but he immediately changed his aiming from targeting at a single spot to indiscriminate shooting. After all, even an old-world automaton would not be able to evade all of those bullets coming at it like a wall. And as he expected, some of the bullets landed. But with the lower firepower, the landed bullets could not damage the automaton. As a matter of fact, the automaton made use of the shock wave from the bullets to propel itself further away as it kept swinging its blade. When Akira finally stopped his bike next to Shiori, the automaton had already left the place. Akira lowered his rifle and mumbled with both of his eyebrows raised. I should have been able to land a few bullets though. Just how durable is that thing? Shiori, who had already changed from her blade to her rifle in the middle of that fight, also lowered her rifle and frowned at Akira. Akira-sama. Thank you for the help, but I would have preferred if you prioritized Milady first. It's Togami's job to decide when to retreat, and that includes convincing Reina to obey his order. Even if that order forces her to retreat. So, I won't accept any complaints regarding that matter. Shiori sighed and smiled wryly. Maybe I should hire you as a bodyguard next time. Yeah, you can do that. But either way, I'm sure Reina would not be happy. Don't worry, it's my duty to convince Milady in that case, and Akira-sama would be the decoy. I see. Shiori lightly smiled. Akira also replied with a smile. That was when Kane returned back to them. Akira, there you are siding with Ain-san again. That's not good, you know. Not really, it seemed that you're doing fine, that's why I went to help Shiori instead. How about the other automaton, by the way? Just like the one that you faced, when you arrived, the other automaton also ran away. I didn't give chase since it seemed to be too much trouble. Akira then remembered the time when he fought Old World Automata back in Kuzusuhara Ruin. The other one also got away, huh? To be honest, I feel like that kind of enemy would keep coming until they are killed though. It's not like I can do anything about it. You're right. Alright then, let's go back. Ah, sorry, by the way, this bike is only for one person. So the both of you need to use your legs. Kane exasperatedly sighed and shook her head. Akira, you really don't know how to treat a lady, huh? This is where you should let the lady take the bike, you know. I'm sure if it's only me and Ain-san, we can somehow fit on that seat. No. Shiori smiled, seeing Akira reject that idea almost instantly, and Kane's exasperated face. Akira, keep your guards up. During that small breather, Akira suddenly returned back to his battle-ready state. Shiori and Kane, who noticed that, immediately scanned their surroundings. Alpha, where is it? From the ruin, and there are a whole lot of them. Akira glanced at the ruin and could not help but frown. A swarm of monsters, including the plant-type monsters from the ruin, was heading towards him. Whoa, how did we not notice that swarm at all? It is probably because of the interference from the other plants. So basically, those plants are of the same type as the ones inside the ruin, huh? Good grief, what a pain in the neck. But still, what the heck is with the size of that swarm? This is just another guess, but I bet the automaton summoned them. It's difficult to detect monsters in this situation, but it's easy for the monsters to detect us. I bet those automata broadcasted a signal to let them know our location. Old World Automata have the energy source to do that after all. Don't tell me that those automata only retreated because they'd done their job in slowing us down. The possibility of that is not zero. Akira frowned even more while still gazing at the incoming swarm. Suddenly a bullet flew past, landed on the monster's forehead, instantly killing it. But it did not stop there, more bullets came in and killed some of the monsters. When Akira was surprised by that, Togami's voice came in from his information terminal. Akira. Kane. Shiori. Come back here now. The radar detects a whole lot of monsters from that direction. Reina will take care of incoming monsters, so just ignore them and get in here fast. Before Shiori could tell him to just forget about them and run away, Togami already closed the call. Milady. Go. Shiori inadvertently turned to the source of that voice and met Akira's gaze. It's your job to convince Reina, right? Akira was basically saying that he would be the decoy this time, thus erasing any hesitation left inside Shiori. Shiori then said firmly with a serious face. I leave the rest to you. Just go. Shiori bowed to Akira and started running toward Akira's APC where Reina was. Kane still had her usual smile as she said. And there you are siding with Ain-san again. As I said before, that's no good, you know. Save it for later and go. Good grief. Kane laughed amusedly and left without looking back. Akira aimed both of his SSB rifles at the incoming swarm and quickly emptied his magazines. The bullet storm swallowed the monsters, turning countless monsters into minced meat. The monsters behind them just stomped their dead comrades under their feet as they kept marching forward. The green floor of the ruin immediately turned red in a blink of an eye. Since Reina switched her rifle's mode to sniping in order to provide support for Shiori and Kane, she was able to quickly detect the incoming swarm. The bullet that she shot with a proper aim pierced through multiple monsters as if it was sucked into their bodies. The power of her rifle, her talent, and her calm aiming, the experiences from all the training and battles up until now, all of these factors combined into one, allowing Reina to release high-performance sniping with an exceptional firing rate. Shiori emphasized long-range sniping for Reina in order to keep her away from danger while still allowing her to provide support when she was together with Kane and Shiori. After all, Kane had a habit of jumping into danger. The result of that training was fully showcased in this situation. Reina could see Shiori and Kane running in her direction while making sure not to obstruct her aim, while Akira was following not too far behind them while shooting at the incoming swarm. Seeing that, Reina felt that she was finally no longer a dead weight. Although it was a special circumstance, she was able to move on from the one being saved to the one who was saving others. That was when she ran out of ammo. As it pulled her back into reality, her smile turned into a slight frown. She realized that she had used all of the reserve ammo. Togami. Bring me more ammo. Something that my rifle can use. Togami put a magazine that he found inside Akira's truck beside Reina. Seeing that magazine, Reina could not help but crack a smile. Oh, he has some rather nice things here. Akira did say that we're free to use anything inside his APC. But if he gets angry later, you should apologize with me, alright? Reina put that magazine into her rifle while smiling teasingly. Oh my, that part is your job, no? That kind of thing is the party leader's duty, you know. Jeez. Togami smiled wryly and returned back to shooting. After loading the new magazine, Reina carefully took another aim, aligned the crosshair with her target, and pulled the trigger. The bullet that Reina released soared to the sky and unnaturally made a turn, seeking its target. The power of that bullet was also as strong as she had predicted. She then took aim and released another shot. Homing AP bullet. Size-wise, it was more or less as big as a mini-missile. And the magazine that Reina was using was an extended magazine of that bullet. It was an expensive magazine for Akira even after applying the special discount for hunters above rank 50. He had originally saved it for emergencies. Akira watched the bullet fly past above his head and zoom at the monster in front of him. They're using it. My special ammo. That was expensive, you know. And I haven't even used it myself. Not even once. Alpha, who was next to Akira, smiled at him. You did tell them that they were free to use any ammo inside your APC. So just think of it as a good thing since it's worth its price. My reward, I'll make sure that they'll pay for my ammo first before dividing the reward this time. Akira said so to get his mind off that matter for now as he gazed at the expensive bullet that blazed through the air and struck down the monster in the front line. But still, isn't that just too many of them? Alpha, as I thought, something weird is going on here. You're absolutely right. Even if they came here because those two automata summoned them, there should not be this many. As long as we don't include the monsters from the inner part of the ruin, there should not be this many monsters. But even if we understand the reason now, it won't help us in our current situation. So just focus on the monsters in front of you for now. I know. I guess I should get a little bit closer. Akira then accelerated his bike towards a part of the swarm that was less dense and kept his finger down on the trigger. The bullet storm released from his SSB rifles killed so many monsters, but it was not significant when compared to the entirety of the swarm. There's just no end to them. I left the rest of my ammo back in my APC, this might be a good time to return back. Akira made a 180-degree turn and headed back to his APC while wondering if he was cursed to encounter a monster swarm no matter where he went. Meanwhile, the old-world automaton in a maid uniform stood in front of one of the countless semi-sphere structures scattered in the Lida commercial district. It then used its communication device to send a signal to that semi-sphere structure. Not too long after, a flood of monsters appeared, all of them were aiming toward that automaton as it escaped. The monsters were chasing after the automaton, but suddenly, that automaton vanished before appearing again somewhere further outside the ruin. The swarm of monsters was baited outside the ruin just like that and then baited further toward Akira's direction. Shiori eventually caught up with Akira's APC and jumped to board the APC. The first thing she did after that was to check on Reina. "Milady. Are you alright?" Reina seemed to be smiling amusedly as she replied. "Shiori, that's my line." "You're indeed right, milady. I am alright for now." Kane also jumped into the APC not too long after that. "This place is so cramped, make some room, will you?" This means that Akira is the only one left, huh? Togami then looked back at Akira and saw him accelerating his bike right toward the APC. Whoa, wait a sec. Don't tell me that he's planning to jump in with that bike. As if Akira was affirming it, he accelerated his bike even more. In front of the panicking Togami, Akira used the control device of the bike to spring it upward before it landed on top of the APC, making a bang sound. Reina and Togami looked at the ceiling and mumbled. "That was amazing. That guy is good with basically anything, huh?" Kane smiled at that amazing performance from Akira, while Shiori looked worriedly at Reina, hoping that Akira would not be a bad influence on her. Akira stepped down from his bike and looked back at the monster swarm coming at him while still standing on top of the APC. The monsters seemed to be chasing vigorously, as a matter of fact, they were running faster than the APC. These guys really don't know when to give up. "Alpha, can you drive the APC faster?" "Unfortunately, no. The ground is not suitable for high-speed driving, and the APC is filled with heavy armor tiles, relics and ammo too. Although the APC has high horsepower, it's not that much." "I see, well, it can't be helped then." "Oh, are you planning to throw away some weight?" "That would be a huge waste, you know." "Not that, I'm going to shoot at them." "I'm just kidding." Akira heaved a huge sigh in reply to Alpha's inappropriate joke and aimed his SSB rifles at the monsters. But in the next second, his vision blurred. Akira's augmented suit suddenly moved with its full power. Akira tried his best to match his body movement with his augmented suit, he could even feel the air resistance from making such a sudden move. But in the midst of all of that, he still could see Alpha's grim face, which was more than enough to know just how grave the situation was as he immediately went straight at the incoming enemies. The two automata that had run away suddenly landed on top of the APC as if they were warheads. The shock shook some of the armor tiles off the APC and even broke through the APC's force field armor, which could even withstand a tank shot, leaving a huge dent. As the broken armor tiles flew around in slow motion, the male automaton quickly aimed its pistol at Akira and released a beam shot. Seeing the beam that was coming at him from close range, Akira stomped on the APC's armor tile on his feet, enough to break it, as he quickly evaded the beam and leapt straight toward that automaton. As Akira tackled the automaton down, he thrust his SSB rifle right toward the automaton's chest and pushed it down onto the top of the APC. Now that the male automaton was stuck in between the APC's armor tile and Akira's SSB rifle, it had no method to evade as Akira released a rapid barrage that even broke his SSB rifle due to the recoil. There was almost no space that separated the muzzle and the automaton's chest when Akira released this barrage. The bullets collided with each other, applying massive pressure focusing around the part of the automaton's torso which had already been damaged from its fight against Kane. The bullets eventually pierced the automaton's torso and destroyed its generator. The moment the female automaton landed on the APC, it immediately launched an attack at Akira. It quickly expanded its collapsible baton that was already transformed into a blade of light and swung it. But before it could land, Akira's bike suddenly accelerated to its maximum speed and rammed straight at the female automaton. The collision threw the automaton off balance, causing it to miss its swing. The blade of light drew an arc on Akira's side and hit the APC's body, releasing a blinding light on contact with the APC's force field armor. As the blade extended way longer than its corporeal body, the rest of the blade went past one corner of the APC and sliced the monsters that were nearby. The energy conversion of the force field armor filled the area with blinding light, the armor tiles that were still in the air blocked the light and created contrasting shadows. Akira pushed his time compression to its limit to the point that everything else almost stood at a standstill. In this slow-moving world, he sent commands to his body so that it would be able to match the speed of his consciousness. The automaton cut open a path through Akira's bike that was protecting him. The bike that was cut in two rolled over and fell off the top of the APC. But when the bike was sliced through, its force field armor was boosted to the maximum in order to reduce the durability of the automaton's blade as much as possible. As the bike rolled over on the wasteland's floor, the female automaton did not waste the opportunity and closed in on Akira. In reaction to that, Akira also quickly closed the distance between them since the automaton's blade had lost most of its power. Due to both of them colliding at each other, the automaton did not have the chance to take another swing with its blade. As the automaton sent down its blade at Akira for the second time, Akira blocked it using one of his SSB rifles. The rifle itself had a built-in force field armor that he often pushed to its maximum capability in order to hold back the kickback from the high-speed shooting that he often executed. Although that level of force field armor could only block the blade for a brief period of time, that was more than enough for Akira to thrust his other SSB rifle at that automaton and push it down. And just like what he did to the male automaton, Akira drilled a barrage of bullets into that automaton's torso. But unlike the case with the male automaton which was already damaged from its fight with Kane, that was not enough to kill the female automaton as it continued to struggle to get away from his tackle. Akira used the power of his augmented suit to overpower that automaton and kept it down on the ground as he kept shooting at its torso. When he finally emptied his magazine, the automaton stopped moving. Right after that, he followed suit and fainted there. All of these chains of events took only a few seconds in real life. Shiori and Kane agilely climbed up to the APC's top from the back door to check what was going on. But the moment they arrived at the top of the APC, they were flabbergasted. The two automata that had run away from them just a moment ago were lying limp. Akira was also lying next to them as if they had just knocked each other out simultaneously. And beside him, was an old-world automaton in a maid uniform smiling amusedly. Shiori and Kane immediately decided that the automaton was hostile and jumped at it. Both of them closed the distance in a blink of an eye. Shiori pulled out her blade and released a skillful swing while Kane threw a punch augmented with force field armor and the enhanced strength from her augmented suit. The automaton did not move at all and still maintained its smile. It then caught Shiori's blade and Kane's fist. Although the full force of their attacks was obviously transferred to the automaton, it only cracked the armor tile under the automaton's feet. The automaton itself was not damaged at all. Shiori and Kane were caught speechless, that the automaton was able to receive their attacks this easily. The automaton then said with a casual voice, "Can we stop this?" Shiori immediately jumped away, leaving her sword still in the automaton's hand, and switched to her rifle. While Kane stomped on one of the automaton's legs and grabbed its arm to prevent it from evading. Shiori then immediately aimed her rifle at the automaton's face. The bullets that Shiori shot were all blocked by the automaton's other hand. Furthermore, the automaton did not deflect the bullets. It accurately predicted where Shiori was aiming and caught the bullets in the middle of its flight. Since the automaton had released Shiori's blade in order to catch the bullets, her blade made a loud banging sound as it landed on top of the APC. The automaton then swung its arm and broke from Kane's hold. Kane, who was thrown away, landed agilely next to Shiori. Both of them had grim looks on their faces. In front of them, the automaton threw away the bullets in its hand, picked up Shiori's blade, threw it in Shiori's direction as if to return it. It then smiled at them as if to show that it had no wish to fight. "Don't worry. We no longer have any wish to fight you. I've done more than enough for what I've been paid for." Shiori picked up her blade. She still looked confused as she sheathed her blade. Seeing that, Kane also lowered her fist. Although she was no longer in a battle stance, she still had her guard up, and that was true for Shiori too. This was a situation where their opponent was strong enough to easily overpower both of them. However, since Reina was still inside the APC, Shiori was ready to jump into action anytime. "If you really have no wish to fight, it would be great if you could at least introduce yourself." The automaton bowed deeply. "Lion Steel's General Purpose A. I, Olivia, at your service. If fate has it, I'll look forward to your patronage." Shiori and Kane could not hide their surprise. Olivia pulled out a white card from her skirt and lightly threw it at Shiori. Shiori caught that card and took a closer look at it. Once again, she could not hide her surprise. "This is. It's not for you. If this boy wakes up, please give it to him. I shall take my leave then." Olivia pointed to Akira, then bowed once again and suddenly vanished. Shiori immediately scanned her surroundings but she could not find Olivia anywhere. "A hologram? Since when?" Kane smiled amusedly and lightly frowned as she said. "Probably since the time when it threw that card. I bet it used some kind of camouflaging device to hide while leaving behind a hologram and already left the area. Moreover, right before that hologram vanished, I was still able to feel its presence somewhere nearby. A hologram that can even fool me, it's a pretty advanced decoy. I'm sure it is an old-world automaton. Phew, seriously though, that was dangerous." Kane hid her disappointment by complaining instead. Reina's voice could be heard coming from the APC. "Shiori. What's going on up there? We're coming down now. I'll explain the rest later. Milady should focus on the monster swarm. They'll catch up with us at this rate." Reina and Togami, who had stopped shooting due to the surprising turn of events, flusteredly started shooting again. Kane sent a suspicious gaze at Shiori. "So then, Ain-san, what's the plan now?" "For now, we need to get back down from here." Shiori understood what Kane was actually asking her and refused to give a straight answer. Shirori and Kane returned back inside the APC. Kane just threw the inactive automata inside the APC while Shirori gently placed Akira down. Shirori first calmed Togami and Reina, who were restless to know what just happened. Please calm down. Akira-sama is just unconscious. First of all, milady, please focus on the monsters. Togami-sama, please take the wheel. With Akira-sama being unconscious, we don't know how to change the autopilot now. In the worst-case scenario, the APC might come to a complete stop. So please get to the driving wheel immediately. Alright. Togami rushed to the driver's seat. Although it was originally his duty to make the decision in that situation since he was the leader, he understood that this was an emergency and also knew that Shirori had better skill in this regard. So he did not complain and obediently followed her order. Kane and I don't know in detail about what had happened up there. We need to ask Akira-sama when he wakes up, so let's put any questions aside for now. Until then, milady, please take care of the monsters. Kane and I will have to take a short break, we're pretty much spent. Me alone? Reina was bewildered, seeing which, Kane teasingly said to her. Milady, are you planning to act spoiled again now that we've returned to you? I'll do it. Reina replied back by pure reflex which she regretted inside her heart. It was definitely not an easy job to fill in because of Togami and Akira's absence. Reina had a grim look as she started shooting at the monster swarm that was creeping closer and closer to the APC. When she glanced at Kane and Shirori, they were really taking a break and even Kane was lightly waving at her. Alright, I'll do it. It was definitely the result of them treating her as a full-fledged hunter. But Reina was not sure if she was to be happy because of it, as she kept shooting while gritting her teeth. Shirori glanced at Reina and then looked back at the white card. She was seriously evaluating her options there. Rebuild World, Chapter 199, Old World Relics. Akira was standing in a white space. As he looked around in his hazy consciousness, he saw two alpha and a young boy that seemed somehow familiar to him. He could see shadows of countless people standing beside that young boy. How is your development? Great, very great, in fact. I can even delegate my calculations too, and there's a good chance that I'll be able to get better equipment. Although I still don't have the exact time, I'm planning to get the necessary equipment in about a few months. We'll then start working on the main project right after that. I'm sure there's no need for me to tell you this, but you're not allowed to make him one of your terminals, you know. The subject that we can send to the commander's room should not be one of us. If you turn him into one of your terminals, the system will recognize him as one of us. So be careful. Yeah, I know that even without you telling me. There was a case in the past when that happened and it did not work. In the first place, if a remote terminal was fine then we would have used one of those automata and gone there ourselves. That's why we have no other choice but to go through this painful process. It's to ensure that the one accessing is a real person. We can't do anything about it, that's just how the security works and it applies to us too. Well, you're absolutely right about that. The two alpha smiled bitterly at each other. So then, how about yours? After the change of plan, the local network's nodes spread incredibly fast. Although I have no complaint about the number since the more nodes we get, the more fighting power we will have. But there might be a problem if the number goes beyond what I can control. I'm planning to evaluate the total strength by doing something soon. After that, depending on the result, I might decide to bring the subject to the commander's room. Are you sure you're going to be fine? If you let the local network nodes spread wider and wider at this rate, the system might see the network as one entity and you'll have to bring all the nodes to that place when that happens, you know. It should be alright. Although I said it's a local shared network, it has a proper stratification and the head of that system is the only one that fulfills the conditions. I see, that explains how your progress got ahead of me. Well, that's perfectly understandable. Alpha seemed a bit disappointed, the other Alpha then frowned and asked. Does your subject not show any sign of forming a local network? Nope, none at all. After all, he was originally a loner and the thought of forming relations with others never crossed his mind, that's why I can't use that method. But I'll be the one managing him after the connection, so don't worry about it. I see. What's wrong? Is there any problem? As I explained, the local network spread out way faster than I expected. As such, I sometimes can't take control of the network. So I might need your help if things get bad. The first Alpha agreed to help the other Alpha, but she also blamed the second Alpha. Sure, I don't mind, but you should do something about it first before it comes to that, you know. Unlike the subject under you, I still haven't even received the consent for the contract from my subject. So it might be not that easy. As I thought, doing this with an uncontracted subject is not ideal. This is also an experiment. Regardless of the result, it'll be useful for our future trials. Well, that's true, but still. Ah, by the way, about Tsubaki. While the two Alphas were still talking to each other, Akira's vision blurred. Akira finally woke up. He felt that weird feeling as he realized that he was no longer in the same place as where he last remembered and immediately scanned his surroundings. Where am I? Shiori noticed Akira waking up and spoke to him. You've woken up, are you alright? It doesn't seem that you sustained any injuries from the outside, but, just to be safe, I gave you some medicines. I'll bring some more if you're still in pain. Where is this place? We're inside Akira-sama's APC. Since we found you fainted on top of the APC, we brought you in and let you lie down until you woke up. Are you alright? Akira's consciousness was still hazy, although there was a slight trace of calmness in his mind, the haziness prevented him from being fully awake. That was when suddenly Alpha appeared. Akira, good morning. Alpha. It seems that you're a bit flustered there, how about you take some deep breaths first? It'll calm you down, you know. Alpha was smiling gently at him, just like usual. Judging from how Alpha was smiling at him, Akira understood that he was in a safe place for now as he took a deep breath. It was a short ritual that helped Akira reset his state of mind. But as he regained his calmness, the hazy memories of what he saw when he was unconscious was lost in the exchange. Alpha, give me the status report for now. You fainted after fighting two automata on top of the APC. You don't remember that? Ah, right, I was fighting those automata, so. I fainted after that, huh? Akira thought that the weird feeling that he felt was the leftover adrenaline rush that was cut short when he suddenly fainted in the middle of that fight. He then noticed Shiori who was looking worriedly at him. Ah, right, I'm fine. I fainted up there, so it means that you must have saved me from falling over. Thank you. It's great that you're all right. I'm sorry to ask you this just right after you woke up, but there are some questions that I want to ask, is it okay? Sure, go ahead. Shiori and Akira then exchanged information to understand the situation that they were in. While Akira was unconscious, they were able to successfully get away from the swarm. Right around the boundary when the green plants that covered Lida commercial district stopped growing, the monsters also stopped chasing the APC. It was a common trait that monsters could not leave the ruin. That was why people used to call them biological security drones guarding the ruins. The vehicle was on the way heading back to Kagomayama City at the moment. Togami was driving the APC while Reina was sitting and resting on the driver's assistant seat. After carrying Akira in, Shiori and Kane really did not help Reina at all. Although Kane was standing next to her, she was only there to guard Reina while sometimes making idle talk. To put it in a better light, it might have helped Reina not get too tense, but it might be just Kane having nothing else to do to waste time. It was also to give Shiori time to think as well as to help lighten the side effects of the trump card that both of them had used. Togami was driving the vehicle while talking with Reina about their next plan. They were trying to flush any other potential issues, including the distribution of rewards and where to sell the relics, before Akira woke up. Today's ruin exploration was basically registered under Togami's party, which only included Togami and Reina. Kane, Shiori, and Akira were basically considered outsiders this time. As the leader of the team and as the only other member in the team, Togami and Reina were seriously discussing what to do about their negotiations with Akira. After hearing a short explanation from Shiori, Akira more or less got the gist of what had happened. But he then confusedly said, "I don't know anything about this maid automaton, Olivia. The ones that I fought were only those two automata. I bet both of them jumped onto the APC back then, but I have no idea how they did it. I see, she was already there when Kane and I arrived at the scene. I have no recollection of that automaton at all. Either it came in between after I fainted and before you got there, or it was there all along and was using a camouflaging device. But if that was the case, then why did it not attack me? Wait, that one has nothing to do with camouflage, huh? I might have a guess regarding that matter. It said that it had worked for what it was paid for already. So I bet that automaton was hired by the ruin system. Although, I don't know the details whether it's only to repel intruders or to fight back against armed robbers. But it seems that it had judged that it had worked enough after Akira-sama defeated those two automata. I see. I don't know if it's being earnest or not by doing so, but either way, I was saved by that. So it doesn't really matter, huh? Akira found that interesting since it was more of a human-like emotion that a robot would not normally have. Shiori then handed a white card to Akira. That automaton left this for you. Do you know what this is? Although Olivia left that card for Akira, it was not like there was anything in particular written on it. So it looked like nothing but a plain white card. Since it had happened when Akira was unconscious, he had no idea the reason why that automaton left him that white card. Shiori also deliberately did not tell Akira how she got that card. Alpha also deliberately kept herself from telling anything to him. Because of that, he thought nothing of that card other than something that one of the automata might have dropped during that intense battle. Akira took that card, flipped over, and took a closer look at it. But as expected, he had no idea at all. Alpha, do you have any idea what it is? White card. Well, that is already obvious. Akira, even if I tell you what I know, what will you do if Shiori asks how you knew about it? Alpha indirectly scolded Akira for his carelessness. He then shook his head and extended that card back to Shiori. But Shiori did not take it back and Akira found that really strange. Shiori then added. This is just a guess, but that automaton might belong to the Lion Steel Corporation. Does that give you any hints? Lion Steel Corporation. Akira's face slightly twitched the moment Shiori mentioned that name. Shiori's gaze turned sharp. Both of them were watching each other closely for the slightest change, trying to judge what the other party noticed from the other's reaction, as this awkward but careful silence was maintained for a while. Shiori was the first one to break the silence. Do you have any knowledge regarding this name? As I said, this is nothing but my guess. That Lion Steel Corporation is probably an old world company. If I'm not mistaken, that name was also there in the Saranthal Building's guide map. If this card has something to do with that and if it's a card to give special permission to pass through, it might be useful to go to some floors that are originally closed off to outsiders. That is indeed interesting. Well, I have no plans to go there ever again anyway, so I basically have nothing to do with this card. Akira tried to suppress the agitation inside him and keep calm. He remembered that only happened because he could connect to the old world domain. That incident might lead to the old world connection device and hint to his ability to connect to the old world. Lion Steel was a name that was connected to both cases. As expected, knowing that name was enough to make people suspicious, Akira could not be sure that he was able to completely hide it. Shiori tried to read what was behind Akira's words and said. Very well then, Akira-sama, in that case, would it be alright if we keep it? You mean the card, right? As well as everything connected to that card, which includes the information that Akira-sama told me just now. Of course, it won't be for free. But it is difficult to decide how much it is worth. After all, even if we bring this card to the Hunter office's exchange center, it would only turn into a small amount of money. So I don't recommend deciding the worth of the card based on its selling value. But then, it's difficult to decide how much it's actually worth. We can actually just take it as our collective possession as a team, but I'm basically an outsider in this team. The price of the card was not clear and was difficult to decide even among the inner circle, but if it was sold, it would only turn into a small amount of money. Even Akira understood well that making a mistake in the method to divide the loot might cause a fight. It seems that Akira-sama is not that interested in this card. But even so, I don't think it's right to just let go of this card for free. In that case, how about exchanging this card for a favor? Favor, huh? Akira hesitated for a bit. Alpha, what do you think? To be honest, it's not like I really want that card anyway, but is it something that I shouldn't just give away willy-nilly? If you're afraid that it might give rise to suspicions if you just let that card go, you can show a little resistance before giving it away. I'll do that then. Akira thought that if it was really a precious relic, Alpha would have stopped him. But since she did not give any reaction which hinted at that, he thought that the relic must not be that important. So he decided to put up a small resistance on his own. Well, in that case, I'll use that favor right away. Before dividing the reward from this exploration, I want you to first subtract it based on the ammo that we have consumed during the battle just now and pay me that money up front, and inform that to the other two. With all that happened today, I'm sure we'll fight over how to divide the loot anyway. So in exchange for giving you that card, I want you to do this. Is that alright? Very well. I'll convince Milady and Togami-sama regarding this matter. In case if it doesn't work, I'll take responsibility and pay it with my own money. We have a deal then. Akira smiled and handed over the card. Shiori politely received that card, put it in her pocket and smiled. Indeed, we have a deal. The card that Olivia left for Akira now had turned into Shiori's possession based on a deal that Akira had accepted. That meant Akira had transferred all the rights coming from that card to her. During that negotiation, Kane was looking at them with a rare serious face. Shiori and Kane then went to Togami and Reina to tell them about the deal. Akira, who was left behind, sat down and looked at Alpha. Say, Alpha. Did you do something to me during that fight on top of the APC? Yes. I boosted your time compression. I always wanted to do that and finally, I was able to. Thought so. I felt something was weird back then. What can I say? It felt like all my 5 senses suddenly turned so sharp that everything around me seemed completely different than usual. That's simply because the information that you received during that brief period of time was multiplied. The difference is similar to looking at a blurry picture and a sharp picture. I see, that's kind of true, it felt exactly like that. Akira, let me at least warn you about this. You should not use it too frequently. It places too much burden on you after all. It has the same effect as taking a strong accelerator drug. In the worst case scenario, it might even kill you. Akira slightly frowned. I did something that dangerous, huh? But still, I've already done things that dangerous so many times before and I know it's way better than getting killed because I didn't do it. It'll lessen the burden which makes it safer and increase its effectiveness the more you use it. So there's no other way but to get used to it. You might even get to the point where you can do that on your own without my support at all one day, you know. But make sure to be careful. It's something like a trump card that you should not use often. I know. Now that I more or less understand what happened, I'm feeling super tired now and my head started hurting too. You can lie down and take a good rest. You've worked pretty hard this time, so I'm sure no one would complain. You're right. Although he was not sleepy, Akira decided to lie down again. As he stared absent-mindedly at the APC's ceiling, he noticed a small slit. That cut must be from the fight, huh? My bike is now gone too and I have to get this vehicle repaired. Then there's also my rifles too, either I get them repaired or buy a new one. What should I do? Akira was thinking about what to say to Shizuka when he placed that order. Either he will have to try and hide it or be honest and tell Shizuka everything. He was not sure which one to do, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Olivia was running through the wasteland, she was running as fast as a vehicle. There were many conditions that needed to be satisfied in order to reactivate Olivia from its storage device. But those conditions were reduced due to the long years where it stayed inactive and the signal that the storage device's terminal was receiving at that time. Thanks to that, even a random button press from Rodan was enough to wake Olivia up. That was the reason why Olivia followed the security protocol in case it was activated through the wrong method. The security protocol led Olivia to kill any intruders that got into restricted areas. And when the information of the unauthorized intruders was sent to Olivia by the system also submitted a request with payment since Olivia was originally not a part of the system. It then decided to accept that request and to only work as much as it was paid. After that, it found other automata from another company and checked their conditions. It then judged that those automata would be either destroyed or misused, thus it changed its view of the automata and decided to turn them into its own terminal in order to use them to take care of the intruders. The reason why it baited the monsters to attack Akira was nothing more than a decision made by its AI side, it was something that was built into it as if it was its personality. To put it simply, it did not want to get involved in the fight itself if it was possible. Furthermore, the system wanted to clean up any dangerous elements inside the facility which included monsters. At the same time, Olivia also judged that there was no need to get too serious since it was not a deal made with a real human. But the intruders were able to survive the swarm. So Olivia decided to throw the other two automata to that APC. And even those were defeated by Akira, thus it had no other choice but to go there itself. Olivia took the weapon that the other automata dropped and was about to go and kill Akira. As it was thinking that it had already more or less worked hard enough for the compensation that it received, Akira suddenly stood up while still unconscious. He then said something that normal humans could not comprehend before falling limp again. Shiori and Kane arrived at the scene right after that. The moment Olivia understood what Akira had said, it decided that it had indeed worked hard enough for what it was paid for. As a matter of fact, it thought that it should receive more for what it had done that day. After it lightly repelled Kane and Shiori, Olivia left its business card before leaving the scene. Olivia sighed and mumbled. To think that I got to meet that thing right after I woke up, I guess I really am unlucky. For Olivia, who had the ingenuity to understand the concept of luck, it did not like the entity behind what Akira said back then. I want to work for a human. Even if the payment is good, I have no plans to work for something like that. I just gave him that card since the record said that he had once accessed the counter on his own. But now that I think about it again, it might have been better if I had killed him considering that he's working with that thing. I wonder if I can find a good employer somewhere. Olivia looked rather disappointed, but she immediately smiled afterwards. That day, one more Old World automaton was released to the wasteland, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The people from Yuzumo Industry finally arrived at where Kurosawa's team was. Among the people that were dispatched there, Kurosawa spotted Shikarabe. You guys are damn late. Shikarabe lightly scoffed and countered. It's not my fault. Don't tell me that someone got killed. Nah, it's Zero like usual, though someone has been badly injured, he's not going to die. Then it's business as usual, isn't it? If only you guys came sooner, we wouldn't have had to go through that and we might have been able to earn more money. For undamaged Old World automata now turned into two broken Old World automata, you know. And here I thought I was about to bring back a lot of money. Well, you have my condolence. Shikarabe laughed and said so as if it was not his fault. Kurosawa replied with a click of his tongue. Their casual exchange demonstrated that they were pretty much safe. With the dispatched squad already there, Kurosawa finished his duty and relinquished the command to the new squad. So he also let the rest of the hunters take care of the negotiation with the new squad. Among the new squad, a guy with a broad back listened to the reports given by Rodan and the other hunters. To be honest, it's really unfortunate that the 4 undamaged old world automata are now turned into 2 damaged automata. But, we're also here for the money. It was not free to come all the way here, not to mention that we encountered a swarm of monsters too. Although according to the contract, we won't charge you anything because of that, it's better if you do not expect to get paid even after handing those automata to us. I'm sure the money that we get will be mostly used to pay for the transportation fee to come here. I hope you guys can understand that. The hunters ruffled their heads in frustration. Although they more or less knew that it was coming, being told that all their hardship resulted in nothing still pained them. That was when that guy smiled and said. But well, the 5th automaton is indeed interesting. From what I heard so far, we might be able to be considerate. Please tell me in detail what you know about the last automaton. The detail, the only one who knows about it is Rodan. Hey, Rodan, do you have anything to add here? Well, even if you say so. You are the one who found it, right? Tell him everything from when it started moving. Oh, okay. Rodan explained everything that he knew while deliberately leaving the misunderstanding that the other hunters had. After that, he took that man to the room where Olivia was sleeping. After they got there, that guy pushed Rodan out of the room. This room is ours too. Although we still need to do further investigation, I bet this might bring you some money. You're okay with that, right? Well, as long as it brings more money. Thank you. The guy pushed Rodan and the other hunters out and locked the door. That guy was left alone with Olivia's empty container as he took a closer look at the container with a serious expression. He then called someone through an encrypted secret communication line. It's me. No, although it's only just a guess, I think the other 4 are not what we are looking for. But, I found a container that might be of the automaton that we are looking for. No, we couldn't secure the automaton. It's just its container. It seemed that it attacked the hunters after it was activated and left the area and we have no idea of its whereabouts right now. A card, No, we didn't find anything like that. Alright, we'll search the area assuming that it's not in the possession of the hunters. Yes, please excuse me then. The guy cut the call and turned towards the empty container. Lion steals automata, It would be strange if we had found it way sooner. But up until now, it always killed the person who activated it before returning back to its container though. Is it because this one had looser restrictions? If that's true, it means that it should be easier to communicate with. If that rumor is true, this might turn into a small war. A long time ago, a certain hunter found an old world automaton and opened a business based on that automaton. Then that hunter climbed the ladder in no time until their company reached the upper echelon of the corporate government. It was the result of him trying to reopen a certain old world company in the current era, and right now, that company was providing maids for the rich and received their support in exchange. The hunters were nothing but decorations as the main functions were all run by automata. Even the maids were nothing more but an imitation of the old world lifestyle, and since it was difficult to find good automata in the current era, they employed skilled people in their place. The rumor had it that the said automaton was made by Lion Steel Company. It was a common rumor in the Eastern District that a huge corporation had some kind of connection with an old world company. As it was nothing more but rumors, there was no concrete evidence regarding that matter. But it was indeed a profitable rumor, asterisk. After Akira and Togami's team arrived back in the city, they disbanded the team. Until they agreed on how to divide the loot, all the relics were handed over to Shirori to hold on to. Since Akira also decided to lend the APC to them, he asked them to take the APC to the repair shop in order to get it repaired. He then headed to Shizuka's shop while Togami and Reina went to Drankum to give their report. As Shiori was driving the APC, Kane suddenly asked her a serious question. "Ain-san, was that really okay? Although we didn't tell a lie, we still tricked him, you know. What's your plan if the cat is out of the bag? When that happens, Milady would be disappointed in me and Akira-sama would hate me. That's all." Having Reina disappointed in her carried a huge implication for Shiori. Kane let out a big sigh and said, "Well, if Ain-san did that fully knowing the risk, I have no plans to say anything." Kane then returned to her usual self and smiled. "Well, if Ain-san gets found out and has to fight Akira, do tell me. I'll be more than happy to help. Before it comes to that, I'll do my best to solve it peacefully. I'll apologize after telling him everything and offer him peace money. And if nothing works? If nothing works, I'll use you as a decoy and take Milady to safety. I know that you always wanted to fight him. So it's a win-win solution." "Iya, that's so cruel." Shiori said so jokingly. Kane laughed and replied with a grunt. In reality, if either one of them had to stay behind in that situation, it would have been Shiori, and Kane would be the one taking Reina to safety. Whether it was to let Akira kill her in order to abate his anger or to kill Akira instead, Shiori would be the one staying behind. Even if Kane tried to convince her otherwise, Shiori would still do so, and both of them understood that very well. Rebuild World, Chapter 200, The Result of Coincidence and Prediction. Akira was dipping himself inside the hot bath in his house to melt the exhaustion that had accumulated that day. Today was too tiring, so many things happened. "I hope that we still manage to get some money from it, it'll be fine, right?" Akira glanced at Alpha, who was taking a bath together with him, seeking her agreement. But Alpha instead smiled teasingly and said, "I wonder about that. Just say yes, will you? It's not like I can guarantee what Reina and Togami would do. In the first place, you're the one who left the relics and the broken automata with Reina and Togami to sell them. It's indeed a troublesome subject, so it can't be helped. Well, it's not like I can bring the broken automata to Katsuragi. I feel like Katsuragi won't buy them after all. So I thought leaving that to Reina, who seems to have connections, will be able to sell them at a much better price. It's not like I'm blaming you. It's just that I can't guarantee that it would be all right." "I know, but still." Akira lightly sighed. He then relaxed back as if to have given up on that matter and said to himself, "It's all right, it'll be fine. Shiori also said that she'll take responsibility if it doesn't work out. So I'm sure she also believes today's loot can sell for quite a lot of money. It should be all right. Well, in the worst-case scenario, we can go to give our complaint to them after you get your new equipment." "That's a good idea." Equipment, huh? Although Akira seemed to have moved on once before from that subject, he once again made a difficult face. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." After Akira again lost most of his equipment, he went to Shizuka to get new equipment with the current money that he had. First of all, he prioritized rifles and put in an order for 3 fully modified SSB rifles. Shizuka's expression when he placed that order left an impression in his mind. Akira had decided to be honest and told Shizuka everything in case she inquired, but she accepted his order without saying anything. But in place of that, Shizuka looked slightly surprised and exasperated at the same time. She then smiled as if she had given up, but there was pity mixed in her smile. Akira thought that Shizuka would at least say something about him already breaking his rifles in such a short time, but she instead continued talking without even touching on that subject. He felt something was not right about it. Shizuka-san did not say anything, so it should be alright, yep. Let's just hope that it's not a smile of exasperation since she had worked so hard to get the equipment that was originally already outside the range of the shop's products, but you keep breaking them in no time and you don't show any remorse at all when you place an order for replacements. But as a weapon merchant, she doesn't have a good reason to stop you since it contributes well to the shop's revenue. If you don't know for sure, then stop scaring me. I only said that because you seem too stuck on that matter. You should just move on. If you keep yourself bothered by it and it ends up making you use your equipment too carefully, you might end up hurting yourself, which would defeat the reason why you got them in the first place, you know. I know, but still. It doesn't matter if your equipment is broken as long as you, yourself, are safe. It does contribute to her shop's revenue and it's not like you are breaking them intentionally anyway. That's why it doesn't matter. If Shizuka is worried, it is either because you use your equipment without care or because you keep getting yourself in a situation where you have no choice but to do something that destroys your equipment. This is not something for you to worry about, or more like, it's way too late for you to start worrying about this, right? You have a point there. Akira smiled wryly as he asked himself if deep inside, he wanted Shizuka to worry about him. Which in that case, he might have been intentionally going to dangerous places wishing that Shizuka would worry for him. He told himself that desire was too greedy and smiled wryly, he himself knew that very well. He then decided to talk about something else to move on from that subject. By the way, about that white card though, what exactly was it? That is a business card. You can use that card to contact that Olivia automaton. If you're someone who can connect to the old world domain, you can use it to directly get in contact with Olivia, and if you can't do that, you can use an old world communication device instead. I bet it left that to you hoping that you would hire it. Akira immediately turned to Alpha. Alpha, you knew all of that? Yep. Why didn't you tell me back then? Can you keep that a secret? Alpha smiled as usual. Although Akira understood that she had a good point there and agreed with her, he was not exactly happy to admit it. Was that thing actually a very expensive object? That depends on how much price you would place on a method to contact the old world side in a friendly manner. In that case, that should be a pretty pricey thing, and I ended up giving it away thinking that it wasn't worth that much. I guess that was a big blunder, huh? It's the opposite. You did great getting that object away from you as fast as possible. In order to be able to use that card, you at least need to have the knowledge on how to connect to the old world domain. If you try to keep it for yourself, in the worst case scenario, others might get suspicious thinking that you might know. That's why I didn't tell you back there. Like I said before, I don't think you can keep it a secret, right? Yeah, I don't think I can. Shiori obviously noticed when he had a small reaction the moment she mentioned the name Lion Steel. If he had known just how valuable that card was, Akira did not think that he would be able to let that card go. Thought so. Let me at least tell you this though, make sure not to get too hung up on that. Instead, think of it as pushing that problem to them. If you insist on keeping it, people might get suspicious. You have a point there, I have no plans on getting captured after all. Having suspicion of being someone who could connect to the old world domain was enough for the Hunter office to dispatch a capture warrant. Since Akira was really someone who could connect to the old world domain, even if that suspicion came from something completely unrelated, he could not afford to get captured by them no matter what. With this, any regrets that he had regarding that card was completely gone. In the first place, you don't have any chrome with you anyway, so it's not like you can hire Olivia. The only people who could do that are the super rich or huge corporations who have chrome. Exactly. That's just way out of my reach. I guess this means I have no connection with them right from the start, huh? Wait, this is just my guess, but it felt like Shiori knew about that card though. I wonder if she has any connections with that world. Well, she's exploring ruins in a maid uniform and she calls Reina, Milady. It won't be strange if she does have some connections with that world. She might know just how valuable that card is, and just maybe, she might even be actively involved in that world. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. I wonder who they actually are. To be honest, from my point of view, they look like nothing but a bunch of rich people from the inner wall who do hunter work as a hobby. Akira thought about Reina's team and its background while enjoying the warm bath. But since he could not come up with any good answer, that question eventually melted into the warm water too. On the next day, inside a high-class hotel in the lower district of Kagomayama City, Togami, Shikarabe, Reina and Shirori gathered inside one of the rooms. Togami placed 1 million orum in front of Shikarabe. Shikarabe took it and put it inside his chest pocket. Seeing that, Togami smiled happily and pridefully. There, I finally made you take all the 30 million orum. Indeed. Seeing how Shikarabe smiled amusedly there, Togami felt a strong feeling of accomplishment. Seeing that, Reina could not help but tilt her head. Togami, what is it? It's nothing. After that, Shikarabe's expression turned serious as he said. Togami, today will be your last training, let's start now. Now. Aren't we here to talk about what to do with the relics that we gathered yesterday and how to divide the money from that? That's exactly your last training. Being able to divide the money at the end of a ruin exploration without any problem at all is one of the important skills for a hunter. And you need to learn half of that from real experience. Togami, this time, you asked for Akira's help. You asked for help from a hunter who is better than you although you don't know him well. On top of that, you didn't make an agreement on how to divide the loot up front. So don't expect him to give away the loot that you have risked your life for free out of kindness. As a matter of fact, I bet he would come at you without holding back. As if to continue Shikarabe's warning, Shirori then said with a serious face. Milady, this is also training for Milady. Shikarabe-sama and I will come at both of you as if we're Akira-sama trying to take all the loot. Togami-sama and Milady should work together to prevent it. I'll let you know this. Also consider the worst-case scenario where Akira would come at you with force, and make sure to avoid that no matter what. It's important to make sure not to pick a fight with someone that you have no chance of winning against. Akira-sama immediately demanded to pay for the expenses from the last expedition. Rifle, bike, vehicle, augmented suit, ammo and medicine. Some of them might be able to be repaired while some might need replacements. Either way, they would add more to the expenses. The total expense is predicted to be about 1 billion orum. If you take your time selling the relics, you won't be able to pay that money immediately. Think carefully before you decide whether to try to explain that to Akira or to take on debt to pay him back for the time being. Make sure to keep it in your mind, just how long a hunter who has no aversion to killing others, would be willing to wait for his 1 billion orum. Remember that you can't just say that you would divide the loot equally. Everyone would want their lives to be priced highly. You need to make sure to think about how to still receive a profit when you're up against someone who you can't win against in a real fight and doesn't bend during a negotiation. If you worsen his mood, it might turn into a fight at a drop of a hat. There's also an option of asking for the hunter office's help. But of course, that won't be free and it's not like it would convince him. I bet he would still have some grudge left if you do that. Although it's not a good choice, sometimes, you have no other option but to do it. Do remember that it might not even be needed at all in the first place. It's not a method to guarantee your safety. So please be careful. Now then, let's start. We shall start now. Shikarabe and Shirori seemed to be serious. Togami and Reina looked at each other with worried smiles. Dividing the loot was the last step before a team of hunters finally disbanded. Togami and Reina did their best to face that final step with their own abilities. It made them understand why hunters would hire negotiators and how much Drankum had been helping them in that regard. The real reason why Drankum was formed in the first place was simply for the sake of helping injured and retired hunters. After all, even a careful hunter would be able to rely on things that needed trust if it was between hunters that he or she knew very well. Although it was significantly changed since its founding, that part of the organization stayed the same. Togami and Reina had a hard negotiation practice as they only reached a deal around the end of the day. Of course, both of them were literally spent at that point. In the end, the deal was for the loot to be divided equally after subtracting the battle expense and that there was no rush in paying for that money. So in short, it really was nothing but training which did not mean anything toward the real deal that they still had to face. When they knew that, Togami and Reina could not help but complain, *******. In the headquarters of a certain company inside the inner wall, the officers from the upper echelon of that company gathered in a huge meeting room. Inside that meeting room, Yanagisawa did not look happy at all as he said. "What do you mean you're going to stop extending the supply route?" As Yanagisawa's anger was clearly expressed, in contrast to his usual lack of emotion expression, the other people inside the room started to tense up. Yanagisawa was responsible for the operation to extend the supply route from the Kuzusuhara ruins frontier base into the deeper part of the ruin. And now, he had received an order that not only interfered with his job but even obstructed its continuation. It was not strange for Yanagisawa to take it personally. It would not end up with only mere bruises when someone who was merely an administrator over a piece of land picked a fight against someone who was under the corporate government. A mid-rank officer from the city management tried to calm Yanagisawa down. "We're not stopping it completely. It's just a temporary thing in order to lighten the worries expressed by some of our customers. They thought that the recent incident was caused by the aggressive expansion of the supply route deep into the ruin. There's no evidence connecting the expansion and that incident. And even if that's true, that's still within our predictions. We did expect something like that to happen when we started this project. So there's no reason for us to stop the expansion now. This is also for the sake of the frontier base, which is under construction right now. Even during that incident, we also obtained good results. If that was not enough for you, you should increase the budget just like I suggested last time, although, someone rejected that suggestion." Yanagisawa's mood worsened even more. There was no one present to stop him, even among those who were above him position-wise. No one was willing to become the martyr to overrule his opinion. "Calm down. We were attacked twice in such a short span of time. It is not strange that our sponsors got worried." Among those present, few people knew that the first swarm was because of Yanagisawa's doing. So Yanagisawa lowered his shoulders. "The reason why we're expanding the supply route is to create a secured route through the ruin. So that we can excavate the expensive relics more easily. Rather than the voice of those cowards cowering within the inner wall, isn't it more important to prioritize our original goal?" "I know. We also don't want to stop the expansion. In the end, this is nothing but a temporary pause. The sponsors are afraid of a third attack, and that worry also stems from the lack of power in the city defense squad. If the city defense squad could repel those swarms with no problem at all, they would not care how many times those swarms might come. Moreover, you want to get that new equipment out, right? This is the perfect chance for that. We can dispatch that new equipment to the frontier base for securing the supply route. It will take some time until they can completely dispatch the new equipment. So, in the meantime, we can take a break from expanding the supply route until then. We agreed to dispatch them just like you had asked. I hope you can make a compromise with this. If the third attack happens after that and the new equipment can easily repel the swarm, then it would be attributed to the dispatching of the new equipment for the city defense squad. Is that good enough for you?" Yanagisawa did not give an immediate reply. The silence in the room continued. "Just because we stop expanding the supply route, I won't accept any budget cut. And I'll have the original budget for the new equipment. If it's fine to use the new equipment for exploring the inner part of the ruin too, then I shall allow it." Yanagisawa's tense expression finally relaxed. His voice also turned back to its usual flippant tone. "If you're willing to go that far, it can't be helped then. We'll stop extending the supply route." Sighs of relief echoed in the meeting room. After that, they continued their meeting to talk about several other matters. That was when a small ruffle between area administrators happened. For the next subject, we've received a report regarding the difference between the real worth of land and those reported on paper. We'll start with the person who brought this up. As the person who had been working as the leader of that meeting said so, Yudajima stood up and smiled at Inabe. I'm Yudajima. As everyone knows well, the inner part of the Kuzusuhara ruin is divided into smaller sections and each section is assigned to a different administrator. Each administrator will survey the section that they're assigned to, and the result from that survey, which includes the type of relics that you can find there, will decide on the priority for a further survey and the budget for the same. Yudajima took a short pause and glanced at Inabe. Inabe curled his lips in reply. Everyone here is busy, just cut the chase and get to it. Very well then. Inabe, it seems that the report from your place says that you found an old world terminal in the area that you're responsible for, is that true? It is the truth. What of it? In that case, I'll take this chance to declare that it is fake. What? As murmur propagated through the room, Inabe finally processed what Yudajima had said and raised his voice. Are you kidding me? That report has even gone through a formal appraiser from Kagamayama City, you know. Are you seriously saying that I'm faking that report? Those relics are really old world terminals. This is a slander. I'm not saying that they are not old world terminals. So what's your problem then? The problem is where you found them. There's a good chance you got them from another place outside your section. And you brought them there in order to increase the value of your section. What are you even talking about? Inabe showed a slight panic. But in order to hide it, he immediately raised his voice. That's a baseless accusation. Where's the evidence? Of course, I have some with me. I bet you just faked them too. You're planning to pull down the value of my section by causing fictitious trouble, aren't you? If you only have vague pieces of evidence that might as well be fake, you can excuse yourself by using that as a reason to run away from the repercussions after all. Well, I know you would say that. Seeing how Yudajima was smiling as if he had already won, Inabe felt unease. But even so, he retained anger on his face. The operation should have been perfect. There's no way he can see through that. Wait, don't tell me. Is it that girl? Inabe started to doubt Viola's intention in having given him those relics. In short, it was nothing more than a strategy to trap him. But Inabe made sure not to show that on his face. He told himself that since those relics were really old world terminals, he should be able to win the argument as he slowly got rid of panic from his face. But Yudajima then smiled as if he knew that would happen. Even if both of us present our data here, it would be difficult to judge which one is correct. There's also a good chance that we both don't have enough evidence to support our respective claims. That's why let's focus on what we know for sure. Although the results from the appraisal say that all of those relics are really old world terminals, I went ahead and submitted a request to the appraisal companies union to check the origin of all those relics. And, I've asked to put the result from that request here and now. Inabe froze, he then said with a shaking voice. Why you? You even went that far, huh? Just how much do you think that would cost you? Yeah, it wasn't cheap at all. I know you know that too. But if it's the appraisal companies union, although there might be some discrepancies, they should be able to pinpoint and track relics found in the Kuzusuhara ruin. Well then, let's put up the result now. Seeing how Inabe's bluff was crumbling down, Yudajima smiled triumphantly as he operated the terminal. Then, a picture of a man was displayed in the middle of that room. Good afternoon, I am from the Appraisal Companies Union. We will send a full report later, but since we were requested to give a direct report, we'll keep this short. After our investigation, the relics in question. Inabe had completely given up. Deep inside his heart, he kept cursing Viola, who might have planned this, and Yudajima, who might have been the one who asked Viola to do that in the first place. Yudajima was smiling triumphantly. At least, that was the case until he heard the continuation of the report. Is highly likely to be found in the reported location. Ha! Wadash! Udajima and Inabe could not hide their surprise. If there's no other question, we shall take our excuse here. Udajima finally returned back to reality as he immediately shouted. No way! That can't be right. It must be some kind of mistake. It's the real result from an investigation done by the union. Please check the report for further detail. The build fee will not be reimbursed even if you find the result unsatisfactory. So please keep that in mind. Are there any other questions? Very well, please excuse me then. The display vanished. Udajima mumbled as if he just saw something that he could not believe. No way. That's impossible. Those relics should have come from the Higuraka residence ruin. Even if it's not, one thing for sure is they can't be from Inabe's area. Inabe. Don't tell me, you actually found them in your area and took them out first before bringing them back in. Did you do all of this just to trick me? Inabe reeled back from that accusation. He then smiled while hiding his own thoughts as he said to Udajima. What are you even talking about? That's obviously not true, just cut it out already. Then, why were you so panicked? Anyone would panic when they find out someone is trying to frame them. Well, although, it seems that you've blown yourself up this time. Inabe and Udajima's positions were reversed. Inabe was smiling triumphantly while Udajima was badly flustered. It showed who had won and who had lost the argument. The leader of the meeting tried to calm the situation down. Both of you, get back to your seat. Inabe, make sure not to do anything suspicious from here on out. I don't remember ever doing anything suspicious though. But it seems that some people just can't leave me alone, huh? I'll be more careful next time. Inabe calmly sat back on his seat. Udajima, this should clear up your suspicions. Keep in mind not to do something like this again. Udajima did not reply as he meekly sat back. Well then, let's move to the next subject. It seems that there's a report saying someone has claimed to have gotten in contact with the ruins manager. Yanagisawa will give the detail. The meeting continued just like that as if they were ignoring what just happened between Udajima and Inabe, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the meeting, Inabe, who had returned back to his private quarters, smiled and said. I didn't see that coming at all, but I got through it just fine. That girl didn't get in contact with me in order to frame me, it's in order to frame Udajima, huh? Well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it got rid of that guy. After he laughed in relief and regained his calm, he looked at the report from the appraisal company's union and started thinking about what to do next. But still, to think that they actually came from my area. I didn't expect it at all. To be honest, it's only near the borders of my area that we haven't explored. But that Udajima, I bet he thought that it was fine as long as it was outside the Kuzusuhara ruin and set the investigation area range a bit too big. Now that Inabe had regained his calm, he started to string together the information that he currently had. That hunter. Akira, was it again? If I'm not mistaken, he's strong enough to even make the city management force him to take a rank-up request. It won't be strange for someone as strong as him to return back from unexplored ruins in the future. And if he had found a secret passage to an unexplored warehouse, it wouldn't be strange that he would be hiding that too. After all, if the location of that hidden passage leaked and hunters start to flood the area, there's a good chance someone would find that hidden passage too. Inabe then remembered something about Akira and opened his information terminal. If I'm not mistaken, during that ruin exploration in my area, it seemed that the humanoid monsters focused on this hunter. If this was because his face got recorded by the ruin security system the moment he took those relics from that undiscovered location, and if this is the reason why he was treated differently compared to the other hunters whom the ruin management only views as suspicious armed individuals, then it would mean the location where he found those relics should be somewhere nearby. The Union also said there's a good chance those relics really came from this area according to their investigation. Although, since Udajima did not pay the full fee, the method that the Union used to confirm it was not written in the report, and I have no idea how the Union did that. But that doesn't matter, the most important thing is the result, not the method. Inabe then remembered the powered suit that Yanagisawa requested. If I remember correctly, that powered suit is pretty strong. I heard that it was able to kill a building-sized monster with a melee weapon. And now it's approved for ruin exploration too. It doesn't matter how dangerous that unexplored place is, it should be alright if I bring a couple of that powered suit with me. After all, I need to find relics in my area, and if that unexplored place still has a lot of relics. Then, if I can get Akira involved too. And those people from Drankum too. I should have enough manpower to explore it. Inabe combined all kinds of information in his head. Wait for a sec, doesn't this mean that it's my time to shine? Inabe smiled widely, it was a deep greedy smile. Rebuild World, Chapter 201, Pulling Out a Nail. The sponsors of Kagomayama City regularly held a feast on the upper floor of the Kagama building. It was a gathering of the conglomerates of huge companies from the inner wall where they meet and form connections as well as gather information about each other. It was the perfect opportunity to expand one's business. Basically, the people who gathered there were not the kind of people who could be pulled down by the economy. Instead, they were people who had the power and authority over that said economy. The regulars of that feast could easily infer someone else's power from how often they participated in such a feast. This time, Cheryl also joined the feast accompanied by Viola. It happened a few days after that incident between Inabe and Udajima. Viola was donning a daring dress, although it exuded her familiarity with secrets, it also made her look suspicious at the same time. In contrast to that, Cheryl was wearing a graceful dress with a small accessory that boosted her charm. Although she somehow got a hold of herself in that situation, she still looked nervous, as if she was a lady who was not used to such a social gathering. For the people who did not know their relation, it was easy to imagine from that scene that it was an evil shady woman bringing along a clueless lady into that feast. Cheryl then mumbled a short sentence that gave a hint as to why they were there that day. But still, to think that he would take such a troublesome approach. Viola smiled at Cheryl like a veteran smiling at a greenhorn. The meaning behind this troublesome approach is usually much more important than you think. And that is doubly true when it is not something that they could just bring up in public. It's just like how people decide to bluff or make excuses, you know. It makes the subject vaguer from afar, which prevents people from investigating the truth. Is that so? Cheryl had made a deal with Inabe to send some of his relics to be sold at her relic shop. But even for Inabe, it was impossible to just send the relics to an unknown shop that had no connection at all with the city management in public. As such, Inabe invited Cheryl to that feast so that he could pretend to meet her by pure chance here. It was only then, could he make an excuse that he saw some talent in Cheryl, and decided to invest and entrust some expensive relics to her. Not only that, but Inabe was also evaluating other methods available for him to invest in Cheryl, adjusting his margin of profit using the same excuse. Cheryl, I have to go and meet some other people for a different matter, so I'll have to leave you for a bit. Make sure not to do anything suspicious, okay? I'll go to you and let you handle the rest if something bad happens. That's a good decision. Although Cheryl said so in a rather curt manner, Viola replied with her usual smile before she left Cheryl. Seeing that reaction from Viola, Cheryl understood just how familiar Viola was to this game of intrigue, unlike herself. Cheryl could not help but frown because of the gap between them. Now that Cheryl was alone, she avoided making any unnecessary interaction with the others in order to survive that feast. Normally, people here would go around making connections. But in the case of Cheryl, if she blurted out something that she should not, people would be able to easily identify that she should not be in that place. So, in order to prevent that, she made preparations to give her a way to retreat with the least needed courtesy if someone struck up a conversation with her. And the first step for that was maintaining some distance from the other participants of the feast. As Cheryl stood there at the corner of the hall watching the others in that feast, she thought that scene could not be any more different compared to Slum City. She understood that at least her dress was suitable for this place and time, but she herself still lacked the confidence to be standing here. After all, people would always bring with them a piece of where they grew up from. But even so, she still kept her eyes on the others, observing them closely so that she could act more similar to their mannerisms. Unfortunately, there was no lack of distraction coming into her vision. For the others here, the food served was nothing more than a complimentary snack during their conversation, but for Cheryl, she had to fight back the desire to get a taste of that food. In order to build up resistance against those foods, Viola had brought Cheryl to a high-class restaurant in the Kagama building once before attending that feast. Although Cheryl was warned by Viola beforehand, she could not hold back her reaction when she experienced the taste that she could never find in the slum city. There were mistakes that might happen because you did not know it, and there were things that you could fight back simply because you knew it well beforehand. Cheryl was stuck in between those two situations. In order to be able to blend in well among the people here, she had to act as if those foods did not interest her at all. In order to help her do that, she had filled her stomach with cheap stuff before coming there. After filling her stomach to the point where she felt like puking, she found the strength to fight back the temptation of the delicious food in that feast. But even so, every time her eyes caught onto the food in that hall, she felt as if her stomach cloned another empty version of itself, making space for more. Although she was able to hold herself back, her smile stiffened because of that. Cheryl. Cheryl turned to the source of that voice and saw Katsuya looking at her, rather surprised. Long time no see, Katsuya. Cheryl decided to have a small talk with Katsuya to combat the temptation from the food as she smiled at him. What a coincidence to meet you here. Or I guess it shouldn't be that surprising, huh? I bet it's normal for a hunter as good as Katsuya to attend this kind of event. So, do you frequent this feast? Katsuya was attending the feast in a stylish suit instead of his usual augmented suit. But it was obvious from his mannerism that he was not used to it yet. Moreover, he was a bit flustered since he did not expect to actually meet Cheryl here, although he did wish for it unconsciously. Well, this is actually my first. Though I did attend something similar a few times before. Is that so? This is actually my first time too. I received an invitation from an acquaintance and so, I'm here for some business. Cheryl then picked up 2 glasses from a nearby butler and offered one to Katsuya, who followed the flow and picked up the glass. Well then, to commemorate this meeting and this feast, cheers. Cheryl smiled and looked straight into Katsuya's eyes. She then clinked her glass with his, making a small ringing sound. Katsuya blushed a bit and was charmed by Cheryl as she gracefully took a sip from her glass. He then flusteredly brought his own glass to his mouth as if he just snapped from being hypnotized. On the other side of the feast, Viola walked with a smile towards an officer from Drankum, Mizuha. In contrast to Viola, Mizuha slightly curled her lips seeing Viola there. Viola, how the heck did you get in here? Not with any illegal means, I was officially invited, you know. There's no way a mere information broker would be invited to this event. Just how many things do you think I needed to go through to be able to come to this place? I have no clue whether you blackmailed the guards or bribed them. Either way, it would be troublesome if others see me talking with someone like you. So can you just leave me alone? Seeing that Mizuha did not believe her at all, Viola smiled and pulled out her invitation from her chest. Mizuha still could not trust Viola as she checked that invitation. When she read through it, she could not hide her surprise. Not only was the invitation a formal one, but it also came from Inabe, an important person in the city management of Kuzusuhara Ruin. Viola. Just how did you? You know me all too well that I never lie, right? Compared to Viola, who received her invitation from Inabe, Mizuha's position was lower since hers was only received using her connection in Drankum. Now that you understand I'm here because of a formal invitation, let's use this wonderful chance to deepen our relationship. This way, both of us will have more connections that we can use. Moreover, I have something that I want to ask you. Keep it short. Mizuha was baited by the possibility of getting Inabe's contact from Viola and decided to listen to what Viola had to say, though she did not like it at all. Viola smiled triumphantly that she got the reaction that she had expected. After making some idle talks first as if to delay the main subject, Viola finally got into the main subject without changing her tone. By the way, did you hear anything about the result from that investigation? I'm talking about who told Katsuya where that pickpocket was back during that incident in Slum City. I have nothing at all, the report that I gave you before was really all that I know. From the deal that they had made between them, Mizuha sent a Drankum investigation regarding that matter to Viola in the past. According to that report, it had been confirmed that Nergo was the one who told Katsuya about Alna's whereabouts. Katsuya said so and Nergo also admitted to it. It seemed that Nergo witnessed Alna getting captured near the slum city. At first, he thought that she was just one of those common pickpockets in the slum, but then, he remembered and thought that pickpocket might be one that Katsuya was talking about lately. So he decided to give Katsuya a call. After Nergo said so to the investigators, he then said while looking regretfully that he would not have done that had he known it would turn into something like this. After the investigation, the investigators gave the report to Drankum. Then Drankum officers used that report as a basis to prove their non-involvement in that incident. Of course, as an officer in Drankum, Mizuha also received a copy of that report. Viola smiled deeply and warned Mizuha. Is that already really everything? Do you really not have anything else? Mizuha looked confusedly at Viola, but her suspicion was greatly affected by her prior knowledge of how evil Viola was. Let me tell you this up front. I won't accept any complaint even if you say that level of information was not worth its fee. After all, I have no plans to be one of your puppets and I know how you do things by only giving out one-sided information. You're sadly mistaken if you think I won't raise this as an issue here just because you brought this matter up in a place like this. Likewise, do not think I will take the bait just because you have a connection to the upper echelon for the city management. Viola exaggerated her surprise as she replied. That's a misunderstanding. It's just that it doesn't sit really well with me saying that it's nothing but a pure coincidence, so I think it might be a good idea to do further investigation on this matter. And in the case that you do, I might be able to lend you some help. It's basically just a piece of advice for one of my customers. It was a pure coincidence and Drankum has nothing to do with that battle at all. That's the formal statement from Drankum. If you don't want to pick a fight with Drankum, you should refrain from doing anything. Even if it was not a coincidence, we can see it simply as Nergo paying back his favor since Katsuya saved him in the past. I bet if you get involved in it, you could use it as a chance to get in between them. So, I don't need anything from you even if you're offering it for free. Just how many crimes have you committed in the past saying that they were nothing but coincidences? Mizuha sent a sharp glance at Viola, but Viola returned back with a casual smile. That's a huge misunderstanding. As an information broker, I only offer the correct information for the sum of money paid. Although, I admit that the accuracy and the amount of information might change depending on how much a person would pay me. But it would be unreasonable to hold me responsible for the way they interpret the information that I gave them, no? Humph, you can say all you want, either way, I don't need anything from you. Is that so? That's just too bad. Well, I have no plans to keep pushing this to you if you don't want it. So I'll withdraw for now. Half of what Mizuha expected was right on the target. Viola was there to offer her information on Nergo. But she did not expect that half of its content was advice and a suggestion, or in other words, a warning. Viola showed her skill when she investigated Nergo's background. It did not take much time for her to confirm Nergo's track record that Drankum had already known too. But of course, Viola did not stop there, she went further to find something in the past that was detrimental to him. Because of that, she lost some of her contacts. Those who she still could contact were either uninterested in that matter or that they had nothing interesting to say about Nergo. Viola felt that it was dangerous to pursue this matter any further and cut the investigation short. And here I am just thinking of giving a friendly warning since it would be too bad to lose a contact with Indrankum. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's all good as long as nothing bad happens. I'll just leave her be since she has no other choice but to buy information from me in case anything bad happens. Viola smiled deeply. Mizuha found it suspicious and was wondering what exactly was the information that Viola was offering her. But she thought that it must be one of Viola's tricks and decided not to ask any further. One thing for sure, Viola never lied. But if she knew what information Viola was offering, she might as well be ready to get manipulated by Viola. But, if she did not know, she might be destroyed. Viola had control over how much information she would share. Another seed to feed the rumor had been sown, it was a matter of luck whether it would sprout or not. Back to Cheryl and Katsuya, Cheryl was having a relaxing chat with Katsuya. Since she could not afford to talk about her humble background, she basically was only listening to Katsuya's stories. Lately, Katsuya had been working on Kuzusuhara Ruin's forward base supply route construction request. Most of the time, he fought strong monsters deep inside the ruin or helped harvest the relics around the supply route. Although it was nothing more but an idle talk about Katsuya's experience, it gave an overview of the situation in the inner part of Kuzusuhara Ruin and how much effort the city management had put into it. Normally, Cheryl would have to pay for this kind of information. The reason why Katsuya was in that feast was simply because a particular company that had gained a lot of profits from the relics that he had gathered, wanted to hear the story from Katsuya himself. Cheryl was listening closely to Katsuya's story. She further encouraged Katsuya to continue by showing interest in his story with her expression. But she then noticed there was something bothering Katsuya, so she worriedly asked him. "Katsuya, is there something wrong?" Katsuya was surprised, he then apologetically said. What do you mean? I'm sorry if I asked something that I should not have. But please don't push yourself too hard. It's not like that, although it's true that the monsters are really strong, and that everyone worked together very well. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty proud of our achievements. I can understand that from your story. I do think that you did well too. But I feel like it's something that you, yourself, don't want to admit. The face that you have right now is just like the face you had the last time I saw you. Back then, you regretted the fact that you could not save your friends, and you're making the same face right now. Or more like, it seems that you're forcing yourself to smile, which makes it even more obvious. Katsuya, are you really alright? Cheryl looked at Katsuya worriedly. Katsuya closed his mouth shut as if he was hiding something. The mood slowly turned dark and sad, eventually, he made a wry smile. But there was some happiness that sprouted from Cheryl being able to notice it. I guess I can't hide anything from you, huh? To be honest, it's not like I'm intentionally hiding it. It's just that, well, I might be actually unconsciously trying to hide it. I'm not sure myself. It seems that I've asked something that saddened you, I apologize. Cheryl said so as she gracefully bowed, seeing that, Katsuya flusteredly shook his head and explained. It's my fault for bringing it up myself. There's no need for you to apologize. Well, now that it has come to this, is it okay if I continue? I'll be more than happy to listen. Katsuya paused for a bit as if he was hesitating, seeing Cheryl smile as she said that, his expression turned serious. I failed again. Although I had promised, I could not keep my word. I see. I understand more or less what had happened. It might be rather rude for me to say this, but working as a hunter is a dangerous job. I believe that those who had lost their lives must have made their resolve beforehand. I know that it's not easy, but there's no need for you to take all the responsibility. Katsuya shook his head, there was visible sadness on his face. She wasn't a hunter, so I don't think she expected it at all, and there's no need for her to have that resolve in the first place. Although I can't tell you the details since I'm bound by confidentiality, she's not a hunter who was prepared to be killed. That's why I promised I would protect her. Katsuya smiley wryly. I've always promised a lot of things to the people around me, like it's going to be alright, or that I'll protect them. Although I did that simply because I'm the leader of the team, I really meant it when I said so. But, I wasn't able to keep my words, I couldn't keep my promises. So, I started to think that the next time I make a promise, it would just be another lie. And now, I'm not even sure what I should do about that. Although Cheryl seemed to be listening intently from the outside, she was actually using cold logic in the back of her mind. She was thinking of the right response that she should give, although, at the same time, she also laughed at herself. She thought of how cruel she was since she genuinely saw Katsuya as a spoiled brat who was usually given whatever he wanted, and this was just one case that was not the same. Katsuya, I'll ask you some questions, it is fine if you don't want to answer them. It's fine as long as you yourself understand the answers to my questions. Katsuya frowned and tilted his head. Cheryl then confirmed that his gaze was focused on her before she asked with a serious tone. Did you take it easy when you tried to keep that promise? Katsuya was about to shout back in anger. But seeing how Cheryl was staring straight at him, he instead flinched back. If you did, you should use that experience and promise you won't do that again. There's no need to be needlessly moping around like this. If you're going to mop around, it's better if you put more effort next time. But if you did not. Katsuya waited with bated breath for Cheryl to continue, so she continued with a gentle voice. Then there's nothing more you can do about it. Katsuya, who was expecting to be scolded, tensed up. There are things in this world that we can't change no matter what we do, even if we push ourselves to death or did all the preparations that could have been done. Even if you picked the best choice, or even if you put your life on the line, there are just things that you have to give up on in life. Katsuya could not say anything back as Cheryl continued. I'm sure there are times when you thought that things might have gone differently if you had done this and that. But you only know that after it's done, so it's not like you can go back and redo it again differently. In the first place, the decision that you think to be the wrong one, might actually be the better one. The end result might have been worse if you had picked the other option that you now think is the right one. Those words stabbed Katsuya right in the heart. Moreover, even if that decision was really the wrong one, you chose that option based on your ability at that time. It doesn't mean that you did not give your best shot. The words that Katsuya might have been seeking all alone seeped deep into his now defenseless heart. I'm sure that even if it ended badly, the person that you were protecting knew that you did your best trying to keep your promise. If you're blaming yourself thinking that it was all your fault that you couldn't keep your promise, I'm sure she would be saddened. So you should stop for her sake. For the finishing touch, Cheryl brought up that it was for someone else's sake too. Katsuya then mumbled, he felt as if he should have noticed it all this time since it was right in front of his eyes. I see, it seems that I'm using her as a reason to bring myself down again, huh? Katsuya remembered what Alna said during her last moments. He could not do that up until now since he was busy fighting back against the sadness and the desperation that had been terrorizing him. But now that he had the leeway to look back, he remembered vividly that Alna was smiling right until the end. There was no trace of blame that might haunt him for the rest of his life at all. Katsuya raised both of his hands up and slapped them hard on his cheeks. He did that with such vigor that it caused a loud painful sound. Once the sound faded and the pain was gone, he returned back to his usual confident smile. Cheryl, thank you. It did help me a lot. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I'm alright now. Cheryl, who saw that, thought that it was a bit strange. Is there something wrong? Ah, it's nothing, it seems that you're really okay now. Yep, and it's thanks to you. I just simply said my thoughts. But, you're welcome. Cheryl smiled teasingly. Now that Kitsuya had regained his calm, her smile looked extremely charming to him. That was when Inabe approached them. When he noticed that the person Cheryl was talking with was Kitsuya, he then mockingly said. Kitsuya from Drankum, huh? Hitting on a girl even at a place like this. I see. You're indeed as fast as the rumor says. But, aren't you mistaking the reason for this feast? Kitsuya annoyedly replied. I'm just talking to a friend, I don't know who you are, but don't give Cheryl the wrong idea. I see, in that case, I'm sorry but I'll have you leave her now, I have something that I want to discuss with her. Can't you see that I'm talking with her right now? You can talk with her later. Kitsuya thought that Inabe was arrogant to say that, that was why he replied with a raised voice. But instead, Inabe scolded Kitsuya for his ignorance. It's true that this feast is held for people to make connections, but it's for productive talks such as important negotiations and deals. I have business matters to discuss with her and it's not something that a mere hunter like you can listen to. Moreover, if you insist on staying and cause her to lose a few billion orum worth in our deal, are you going to take responsibility for it? Of course, even Kitsuya could not provide that much money. Although he significantly toned down his attitude, it was obvious that he was still not happy with it. Seeing that, Cheryl lightly bowed to Kitsuya and apologetically said to him. Kitsuya, I'm sorry, but can we continue this some other time? Now that Cheryl even asked him politely, he had no other choice but to pull back. So he then said regretfully. Of course, see you again then, Cheryl. Thank you, and let's meet again some other time. Kitsuya cheered up from that promise to meet again. He then sent a glance at Inabe before leaving. Inabe looked at Kitsuya as if he was looking at a poorly mannered child before turning to Cheryl. Before going on to the main subject, is it okay if I ask you what is your relation with him? Just an acquaintance that I've met a few times in the past. Inabe was a bit surprised by that rather cold reply from Cheryl. It doesn't seem like he would agree with that though. I'm not that nice to the point that I would straighten up a misunderstanding when I have no reason to do so. Hearing Cheryl say it casually, Inabe could not hold back his chuckle. There were rumors saying that Yanagisawa had his eyes on Kitsuya. So for those people who wanted to build a connection with Yanagisawa, Kitsuya was an important person. Not only had Cheryl formed a connection, but it also seemed that she even had Kitsuya in the palm of her hand. It greatly raised Inabe's evaluation of Cheryl. I see. No wonder you are working together with that woman. Cheryl sent an honest displeased glance at Inabe. Can you stop saying something like that? Judging from her reaction, Inabe then thought. It seems that although they're working together, they're not exactly on the same team. Getting close to Viola carries too much risk, so I guess I better approach Cheryl instead, huh? Viola was very skilled, but she could not be trusted. So instead, it might be safer to do that via Cheryl. That was what Inabe thought of Cheryl right now. Now then, before we get to the main subject, how about we move somewhere else first? In order to deceive the people here into thinking that we know each other, we need to be deliberate about it, be it a secret talk to bait their attention or a common discussion to show off, either would work just fine. Very well, I'll leave that decision to you. And also, is it okay to put my hopes up for that few billion orum deal that you mentioned? It depends on your effort and skill. In that case, I shall give my best effort. In response to that light challenge from Inabe, Cheryl gave a confident and charming smile. After they changed places, they then had a rather light-hearted talk. During their conversation, Cheryl was able to extract some information about Kitsuya too, as she remembered that she felt something was weird before Kitsuya left them. The fact that Kitsuya could not keep his promise left a deep wound in his heart as if it was a ball and chain which chained him down. But after that exchange with Cheryl, it was as if he was finally released from that chain. But of course, Cheryl did not notice it, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yanagisawa was reading the documents in the holographic display in front of him. It was not the right person, huh? The documents that he was reading mainly focused on the investigation reports regarding Kitsuya. It included Kitsuya's track record in the battles deep inside the inner part of the ruin as well as the evaluation of his actions during the social gathering event inside Drankum. Some of the reports also contained information from interviews of the people around him. But even among all of these reports, Yanagisawa could not find what he was looking for. Of course, there's a possibility that Nergo gave me wrong information or that they noticed me. But I don't think that is the case this time. I really don't know what's wrong here. Since he heard from Nergo that Kitsuya might be someone who could connect to the old world domain, Yanagisawa used all kinds of methods to keep Kitsuya under his command in order to ascertain that. It was an easy thing for Yanagisawa to make the city management hire Drankum and to get them dispatched for expanding the supply route in Kuzusuhara ruin. But the reports that he received from his men did not support that claim. The reports could not confirm that Kitsuya was able to connect to the old world domain, they did not even hint at that possibility, they were relatively normal reports for a young talented hunter. Yanagisawa started to get suspicious whether Nergo gave him the wrong information or the ruin managers did something to hide their existence from Kitsuya's track record. Among the reports that he was reading, some of them mentioned Kitsuya attending social gatherings. That was when Yanagisawa remembered that the feast in the Kagama building should be underway right now. So he then decided to check it out. As he operated the terminal in front of him, a display showed a video from the ongoing feast. Then, in one of the videos from the security cameras in that feast, Yanagisawa finally found Kitsuya. After keeping his eyes on that video for some time, Yanagisawa suddenly noticed something. This is... Wait. Yanagisawa opened up other records from the feast Kitsuya was attending. He then compared all of those images and smiled. There was an obvious difference between the current image and the past image. It was the way people around him looked at him. It was what Nergo said as one of the unique features of someone who could connect to the old world when Yanagisawa asked him for proof that Kitsuya was indeed able to connect to the old world domain. This is... Did they finally show themselves? They might have noticed that I'm looking for them and told Kitsuya to be careful, but now are they thinking that it was nothing but their needless worry and there was no need to do that anymore? Either that or Kitsuya suddenly decided not to follow their orders. Well, it doesn't really matter. I bet he's the one. Yanagisawa inferred the existence of a certain entity behind Kitsuya from the difference of these images. Of course, he did not know that it was because Akira had left a trauma on him and Cheryl helped to heal that trauma. Rebuild World, Chapter 202, The Participants of the Feast. Cheryl once again joined the feast. It had been a few days since Inabe barely got out fine from that incident. Viola was there too, but unlike last time, she received a separate invitation, so she was not there as Cheryl's companion. Inabe looked at Cheryl and Viola and smiled meaningfully. Well, I'm really glad we are able to meet again. I'm sorry to have troubled you last time and would like to thank you for your help. Cheryl smiled as if she was hiding something. I don't really understand what you are talking about, but I'm really glad that we can be of use to you, Inabe-sama. Viola smiled confidently and joined in. I don't really remember we did anything, but since you said so, it means that we can look forward to some kind of gratitude, right? Of course. I've finished all the preparations, we can talk about it later. Cheryl knew that Inabe had received a number of Old World terminals from a secret deal with Akira since she was directly involved in that deal. After all, Inabe made that request to Viola through Cheryl. So basically, Inabe asked Cheryl, Cheryl then asked Viola, Viola asked Akira. From this connection, finally, Akira went to meet Inabe. It was a deal that was made through multiple indirect contacts. So she thought that Inabe was being discreet here. It doesn't seem to be that simple. But if that misunderstanding is a good thing for us, there is no need to go out of my own way just to fix it. I guess I'll go along with this flow. While Viola was handling the deal with Inabe, she also sent incomplete information to Yudajima. She knew that Udajima and Inabe were not on good terms, so she was selling information to both of them, making them believe that they were the winner. The reason why Udajima saw through Inabe's trickery back then was mostly thanks to the information that he had received from Viola. There was nothing to be gained from dealing with a fool. And if he was that incompetent, then Viola might as well use him to get another customer. She thought so, and when Udajima brought those relics to the appraisal company's union for an investigation, she thought that would be the end for Inabe. That was when something completely unexpected happened. Not only this time but also that time with the incident in the slum city too. I wonder why Akira always throws a wrench in my perfect plan. Well, it seems that Inabe thought that it was all according to my plan, so I guess I'll act as if that is really the case. And judging from his attitude, it seems that he's not doing it as a grudge for giving that information to Udajima either. So I guess this should be fine. Inabe believed that what happened back then with Udajima was the result of his insurance working as intended. It was true that Inabe brought relics from somewhere in order to increase the value of the area that he was assigned to. If Udajima, who had such a piece of information, used another route to prove it instead of taking it to the appraisal company's union, there was a good chance that Inabe would have lost during their argument. But result-wise, Udajima was the one who lost. Moreover, it looked like he had lost the argument by his own mistake. That had given Inabe a good momentum to go forward now that one of his competitors just basically self-destructed. Inabe could not discard the possibility that Viola deliberately manipulated the information in order to make Cheryl look good, which might allow the girl to earn more profits. While at the same time, Cheryl was also indirectly telling him that if she wanted to, she could cut off Inabe anytime. That incident with the Udajima might actually be a bribe as well as a warning for him, or at least, that was what Inabe thought. Cheryl basically has Akira and Viola with her. According to some of the reports that I've received, she has enough power to rule over the slum city. I always thought that all of her actions are from Viola, but there's a good chance that it is not the case and that it actually comes from Cheryl herself. Her relic shop is doing well and the profit from it is well enough to increase my own profit margin. There's nothing to lose by forming a connection with her. Although, I need to be careful. During that short exchange, the misunderstanding only got worse. Both of them were talking in a friendly manner while trying to extract information from each other. From that point of view, they were doing just what the other participants in that feast were doing. That was when Katsuya suddenly came to them in a bit of a rush. Cheryl. Katsuya, we meet again, Cheryl at first showed a happy smile, but her face immediately turned to show a troubled expression right after that. Katsuya too looked happy to have met Cheryl, however, now he looked a bit confused after he saw Cheryl's expression. Eventually, he noticed Inabe was also there and frowned with a rather stern face. A moment later, Mizuha, Yamaina, and Eri also made their appearances. All of them had different reactions to the scene. Mizuha was flustered, hoping that Katsuya had not done anything rude to Inabe. Yamaina sighed exasperatedly, thinking that Katsuya had done it again, while Eri glanced at Cheryl and raised her guard. Inabe thought for a bit before welcoming Katsuya with a hearty smile. Oh, we meet again. Sorry for what happened last time. Katsuya was a bit surprised since he did not expect that from Inabe at all. Oh, I didn't expect that at all. Ah, is it because we brought some relics to your place last time? What was it again? Old World Information Terminal. Those things are expensive, right? Katsuya smiled triumphantly. Inabe was not bothered by it at all as he laughed it off and replied. Well, it's true that I see you now in a different light after knowing your skill. But from my point of view, you're still one of those common hunters. Katsuya curled his lips, but before he could say anything, Inabe then continued to say something that made Katsuya fluster. But even so, if you're actually close to Cheryl, then it's a different story. I don't want to get on Cheryl's bad side either. So I apologize for accusing you of trying to hit on Cheryl last time. It's just that, I heard rumors of how much of a womanizer you are, you know. So it would have been great if you could have explained that to me back then, or am I wrong? Well, I'm not actually that close to Cheryl. Inabe was acting confused hearing Kitsuya's vague answer. Is that so? I thought that was the case from our talk last time. Have you known her for a long time? And not exactly, it's just that, we have met a few times. Including this time, it'll make it 4 times. Inabe did not expect the number to be that low. Even Kitsuya, who said so himself, seemed a bit surprised. Well, it's not like you can measure your relationship simply by how many times you have met, right? That's right. Kitsuya nodded deeply. Inabe was originally planning to lift Cheryl's reputation a bit and simultaneously provoke Kitsuya, hoping to get Kitsuya involved in his plan. But Inabe did not expect what he just heard. So, he started to ponder. So, in short, the previous one was only the 3rd time, huh? They're already that close only after 3 meetings. Is it because he's just that fast or is it because Cheryl is just that good? I can't tell. Inabe lightly glanced over everyone there before he spoke up. Well, what can I say? It's not right to get in the way between the next generation of leaders. Should I leave you guys alone then? Kitsuya unconsciously nodded, but Mizuha, who was next to him, flusteredly interjected. No, exchange between generations is also equally important. Moreover, we are the ones barging into your conversation, so please don't mind us. We would be more than happy to join if we're allowed to. I see, I shall take on that offer then. Mizuha lightly sighed in relief. If Kitsuya did not leave a bad impression, a chance to introduce him to an officer from the city management was an important thing. Although it was awful that Viola was there, Mizuha was still satisfied with the current result. Seeing that, Kitsuya, who was next to her, looked at her, confused. As they continued their conversation, the flow of the conversation naturally separated them into 2 groups, the younglings and the adults. The adults were talking about their future prospects regarding ruin expeditions, while the younglings were talking about their recent experience working as hunters. Kitsuya was talking enthusiastically about his experience. Cheryl listened closely to his story with her usual smile. Yamaina joined in their conversation from time to time as she felt something bothering her about the relationship between Cheryl and Kitsuya. Back then when Kitsuya suddenly cheered up and returned back to his usual self after he was in a long depression since the incident in the slum city, Yamaina was honestly happy for him. When he lowered his head and apologized for making them worry, he said that instead of worrying about each other, they should be laughing together as compatriots. That smile was so bright that Yamaina felt like she would fall in love with Kitsuya again. But when she asked about what changed his mood, Kitsuya said he met Cheryl by coincidence and had a talk with her. When Yamaina heard that, she could not hold back the jealousy and other dark emotions that were welling up inside her. Yamaina was lamenting the reasons Kitsuya did not say anything to her. She questioned if she was not good enough for him. All the jealousy and questions that came up inside her ended up making her loathe herself, hurting herself even more. Yamaina looked at Cheryl and compared herself to her. In order not to wound Drankum's reputation and so that she would be able to attend that feast, Yamaina was wearing a beautiful and expensive dress. But since she was not used to it, she looked a little awkward in her dress. In contrast to that, Cheryl was wearing a refitted dress, especially made for her, and it was refitted not only as a decoration but also as a weapon for negotiation. Furthermore, Cheryl herself had the skill to enhance that, further making her undoubtedly charming. Yamaina and the other girls' awkwardness was the unique trait of new younglings. Others' opinions about them would not change just because of that. But there was no denying that the aura exuded by the veterans there was completely different from theirs. Yamaina swore that she would stay beside Kitsuya to protect him from his tendency to jump the gun. But Kitsuya was able to solve his problems with his talent as a hunter as he continued climbing the ranks. Skill-wise, even as fellow hunters, Yamaina was hard-pressed to keep her place beside Kitsuya. She was able to attend this feast not because people recognized her skill, but because Mizuha had listened to Katsuya's selfish request. Yamina was pulled by her emotion and asked Cheryl a question. By the way, is there any particular reason you are attending this feast? We're here because of Drankum's connection. Or more like, we came here as Katsuya's companions. Inabe, who heard that, immediately interjected. Ah, about that, I was the one who invited her. So, I guess you can say that she's here because of her connection to me. Indeed, I understand that I don't have the influence to attend this feast, so I'm here because of Inabe-sama's kindness. Katsuya and his group were surprised. According to what they had learned before attending the feast, the position of the participants in that feast was decided by who invited them. And an invitation from someone in the city management signified a rather high position. Inabe continued by praising Cheryl in order to pull in Katsuya. Cheryl might one day join this side, to be the one sending out invitations, you know. But a hunter can only be a hunter. A hunter will never be the one sending out invitations. That's the reason why I call you a mere hunter. I didn't do that to discredit you or anything. If you wish to change your profession from scouring for relics and selling them to us, to becoming a hunter who is more actively involved in this kind of thing, you can call me anytime. Mizuha lightly laughed and said with a smile. Inabe-sama, I'm really happy that you find Drankum hunters reliable, but it would be troublesome if you snatched them from us. Oh, sorry about that. We are in a perpetual lack of skilled people in the city management, you see. So I just could not help it. Well, competing for a skilled hunter is not that rare anyway. If you guys from Drankum don't want to lose your exceptional hunters, I suggest you offer them something special. Of course we do. Both Katsuya and Cheryl were growing up in their respective fields. Yamina wondered if she would appear to suit that position and have such achievements. She knew that she would not be able to win against Cheryl in that matter. Although she was talking happily like usual, that thought on the back of her mind was dragging her down. After a short idle talk, Mizuha thought that it was about time they took their leave. Since they were there to represent Drankum, they still had to meet others in that feast too. So with the limited time they had, they could not afford to stay there for too long. Katsuya understood Mizuha's signal as he smiled regretfully. But then, he remembered something as he took out an accessory from his pocket and bashfully gave it to Cheryl. Ah, right, this accessory, I found it during a ruin expedition. It's like a souvenir, so if you're okay with it, will you please accept it? It's also my thanks for listening to my problem last time. The Old World Relics accessory still retained its shine as if the long years did not wither it at all. But making such an accessory was actually possible with the current era's technology. As a matter of fact, such an accessory was not that rare. So judging from that point of view, it was not that expensive of a relic. Cheryl stared at that accessory and shook her head. Thank you, but I have to refuse it. Katsuya was flustered, he did not expect Cheryl to not take it. Do you find it unpleasant perhaps? Cheryl once again shook her head and said with a smile and a serious face. You can just laugh at me if I'm overly self-conscious about this, but if I accept it, I believe that you would try to look for a better thing to give me next time. Which means that you would push yourself to face needless danger for it. As such, I can't accept it. Cheryl's serious face relaxed for a bit, in contrast to that, her smile grew fonder as she continued. You should put that effort into your own safety. To make sure that you can return back alive. For me, the best souvenir will be for you to return back alive, bringing back more stories with you. Since all the girls around him simply accepted any gifts that he gave, the fact that Cheryl refused his gift left an impression on him. In order to match that strong impression, Katsuya smiled and said firmly. I see, I will bring more stories with me next time then. I'll be looking forward to it. They then said their goodbyes before leaving. But Mizuha stayed behind for a bit after Katsuya and the girls left. She then nervously asked Cheryl a question. Cheryl-san. Was it again? So, if I may, what is your relation with Viola? Actually I've been working with Viola for a bit in the past, but it is the first time I heard about you, so. We are business partners, nothing more, nothing less. Cheryl replied back almost in an instant. Viola immediately interjected. Oh, is that so? And here I thought there's more to it than that, you know. Cheryl still had her smile as she looked at Viola with a gaze that was a few degrees colder than before. I'm basically keeping you alive until you have no use to me, is that good enough now? Yikes, that's so scary. I'll do my best to make sure that I'll always be of use for you, boss. Mizuha was surprised by Cheryl's attitude toward Viola and Viola's reply there. Boss? Yep, I'm basically working for Cheryl right now. She's directly above me at the moment. Mizuha frowned and slightly puckered as she watched Cheryl and Viola smiling while facing each other. I see. I'll take my leave then, please excuse me. Mizuha lightly bowed before leaving. Although it was obvious that Cheryl was skilled, she was still not sure whether it was more dangerous than profitable to deal with Cheryl. She was at a loss whether to warn Katsuya to stay away from Cheryl or to encourage him instead. Inabe looked at Mizuha, who was leaving their area, with a look that was saying he understood what she was thinking. But still, it should be okay to accept that gift, no? It's true that not accepting it would leave a bigger impression on Katsuya, but to be honest, I think it'll leave a better impression if you happily accept it, you know. I didn't do that to leave an impression on him, it's just simply an excuse not to accept that kind of gift. Is there any problem? To be honest, I don't see any problem accepting that gift though. There are people who get offended when you don't use the gifts that they give you. And sometimes, that is doubly true for non-expensive gifts that they can get without much work, and it still applies even if you say that you lost it or sold it by mistake. So in the end, if I accept that, I will have to keep using it regardless of whether I actually want to or not. I just want to avoid that. Inabe smiled bitterly. I see, sometimes lying is the right choice, huh? There was a slightly ominous feeling from Cheryl's smile as she said. I didn't lie. Rather than a relic, I'm happier to receive stories and information instead. So it's the truth. By the way, judging from what he said, it seems that all the credits for bringing the old world terminals were given to him, huh? Are you really okay with that, Inabe-sama? Inabe smiled wryly as he felt Cheryl reproached his decision. Oof, that's pretty strict of you. I'm sure no one would dare to question the relics that were brought back by a hunter who even Yanagisawa is interested in. If you say that it was not a good choice, I have no argument to deny it. But result-wise, we are getting better results without causing any problems. Or am I wrong? Inabe, who misunderstood a few things there, was indirectly saying with a smile that even if that mistake came from Viola, or in effect to that, from Cheryl herself, no one would dare to criticize them. Cheryl replied with a smile and an agreement. Well, it's true that we didn't face any troubles at all. To be honest, Cheryl was only asking if Inabe was okay giving that credit to someone else when he was the one who bought those expensive relics with his own money through a secret deal. But from Inabe's reply, she was able to gain more information which she did not know, and it allowed her to notice that Inabe was misunderstanding something. So she had no reason to straighten that up. Viola more or less understood what was going on in Cheryl and Inabe's minds as she smiled. Inabe suddenly remembered something regarding their secret deal and asked Cheryl a question. By the way, about the hunter who came to the meeting place, Akira, was it again? I heard that you have him as your support too. For a young hunter like him, he's more or less as strong as Katsuya, you know. So what is your relationship with that Akira? We're a couple. I see. Cheryl was trying to answer that as casually as possible, but as a city management staff who had gone through a lot of negotiations, Inabe did not miss the slight change in Cheryl's attitude. It was nothing but a brave front, hoping that it was not wrong. Inabe was surprised when he noticed that from Cheryl, as he thought. She's like that with Katsuya, whom she had only met a few times, so I thought that is the case for Akira too, but... Is she having trouble trying to get Akira? I thought that Cheryl could easily manipulate someone like Akira, but I guess that's not the case, huh? During that feast where the participants schemed and conspired, Inabe, Cheryl, and Viola were perfectly blending in with the rest of the participants. Rebuild World, Chapter 203, Akira's Custom Suit. Inside a particular high-class clothing boutique in the Kagamayama city's lower district, the head manager of that boutique, Kashua, was wondering about the customers frequenting her shop lately. Her revenue did go up and there were more people coming to her shop. In short, her business was doing well. If she was allowed to make any complaint regarding her business, it would be that the customers coming to her shop were not the kind of customers that she was hoping for. It was not like the customers were rowdy or anything like that. As a matter of fact, they were all well-mannered to an extent. They would not do anything as rude as degrading the shop. They also properly paid a good amount of money. Basically, there was nothing to complain about them. The only problem was that they were not exactly the customers Kashua was hoping for. Considering that there are more of these kinds of customers coming here, I wonder if they have something to do with Viola. Kashua was actually more or less correct. These people were officers from gangs and other organizations from around the slum city. They caught a glimpse of Cheryl's dress and got interested in it. Then after a short conversation with Cheryl, they found out that Cheryl got that dress from Kashua's shop. If they caused any trouble in the shop, it would bring in the security companies guarding the area. Not to mention, damaging the shop that Akira and his friends frequented might cause more trouble. Since they knew that very well, rather than bringing people to rob the shop, they only dared to bring a small number of bodyguards when they visited that shop. When they were there, they made sure to behave themselves. With respect to mannerism and appearance, they were actually even better than the people that Viola came with the other day. Personally speaking, I'm actually hoping to attract the people from the inner wall who come to the outer wall from time to time. And it would be ideal if the reputation of my shop spread around starting from those kinds of people. But well, I wonder if it's too late for me to think like that since we don't turn away hunters. In the Eastern District, being a hunter was thought to be a crook's occupation. As a matter of fact, it was used as the main example of a bad occupation. But many of the well-earning hunters had a good connection with the corporate government. As such, they had some knowledge and mannerism to deal with common people, and shops treated them with a certain level of respect because of that. Of course, the opposite was true too. Poor hunters were treated like insects. It was nothing rare for shops to turn away hunters. If the hunters wanted to be treated as proper customers, they needed to earn well first. The shop's door suddenly opened, the bell rang, and Kashua saw a familiar hunter coming into the shop as she smiled and welcomed him. It was Akira along with Sarah and Elena. Akira was using his usual augmented suit, while Elena and Sarah were wearing a rather stylish dress. From her experience, Kashua could immediately tell that Sarah and Elena were actually hunters too, but since they were wearing rather good quality dresses, she skipped treating them as hunters and went straight to treating them as potential customers. Welcome. Thank you for coming to our shop. What are you looking for today? Akira nervously replied. I'm here to order a custom suit. Certainly. Let us know about your preference and wishes. But before that, please let me call our prized staff first, so please wait for a moment. As Kashua offered them a seat, Sarah suddenly said to Akira. We'll be looking around the shop in the meantime. Okay. Seeing Elena and Sarah walk away, Kashua looked a bit confused. Akira noticed Kashua was misunderstanding something and apologetically said to her. Sorry, it's for me. I see, I'm really sorry. Kashua smiled, trying to hide her surprise, as she went to call for Celine. When she returned with Celine, she left Akira with Celine and went to tend to Sarah and Elena. Compared to Kashua, Celine was not that adept at tending to customers. But she understood that she at least needed to have a certain level of communication skill in order to ask for the customer's wishes. So then she politely bowed and said to Akira. Please let me introduce myself again, I am Celine. I'll be in your care. Ah, yes, I'll be in your care too. In contrast to Celine, Akira was utterly lacking in his communication skills. Not only because it was not an essential skill for a hunter, but it was also his first experience. That was why Akira was looking rather nervous. First of all, let me ask you what kind of custom clothing you are looking for. Akira was a bit surprised by that completely normal question. After a short pause, he then awkwardly replied. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't really know it myself. What can I say, things happened which somehow ended up with me thinking about ordering a custom suit. So, it's not like I have a clear image of what kind of suit I'm looking for. But it's not like I don't want to get a custom suit, and it's not like I'm doing this because I'm forced to either. Please don't worry, it's not that rare for customers to come with that kind of thought. Celine smiled and said so as she thought of her next move. Seeing how Akira took the first step to be one of those customers who put a vague order, complained about the result, and did not pay the full price, Celine was thinking about how to get Akira away from that route. In that case, where are you planning to go with that suit? What are you planning to do with that suit? And who are you going with while wearing that suit? Let's start with these questions first. In the end, clothing is something that you use to leave an impression on others. Thus, of course, the design of the suit would depend on the dress code, goal, and other things regarding where you are going, and what you are going to do with that suit. Celine was expecting to wait for a bit since Akira would take some time to think before answering. But on the contrary, Akira replied back firmly almost immediately. I see, that does make sense. That's exactly what they are for in the first place after all. Well, so, I'm planning to go to a restaurant in the upper part of the Kagama building. If I'm not mistaken, the name of that restaurant is Styrian. And I'm planning to go there with some close friends and someone to whom I owe a favor. So basically, it's a suit to go for dinner there. I guess that's all. That restaurant, huh? And these close friends are the other two who came here with you today, I presume? Yes, and another one too. So I'm planning to go there with a party of 4. I see. In order to get a better image for a suitable suit, is it okay if I inquire more details? Sure. Akira then started telling the chronology of how he ended up deciding to get a custom suit. The one who recommended Akira to order a custom suit was Shizuka. When they were talking about eating out together somewhere, Shizuka noticed that Akira had no outfit that could be called a casual outfit. Even when he was not doing any hunter work, Akira was usually using his augmented suit. He also used the same augmented suit when he went out eating as well, thinking that it was just another extension of his job as a hunter. When he was not exploring ruin and had nothing to do, he spent most of his time training in the wasteland. His only free time was basically when he was taking a bath or sleeping. But considering he did that to maintain his body in tip-top shape when he went to explore the ruin or for training, even those could even be said to be an extension of his job as a hunter as well. If someone asked him about his opinion about his lifestyle, Akira would reply back that he had no complaints at all. From Akira's point of view, he only saw himself as giving all he had in order to repay back the huge debt that he had to Alpha. But of course, he could not mention anything regarding this subject to Shizuka and the others, so he had no other choice but to stay away from that subject and come up with another excuse. But if he did not explain, Akira would seem like a madman, spending all his time for the sake of being a hunter, as if he was possessed. Hunting for relics and exploring ruins were both equally dangerous. Going out to such a dangerous place again and again would no doubt affect Hunter's psyche. Those who had fallen as far as going to such a dangerous place by pure hobby were definitely crazy. So for Shizuka, who often did business with hunters, or even for Elena and Sarah, who were also fellow hunters, they could not say that Akira had any semblance of a decent lifestyle. Shizuka thought that it would be a good idea to let Akira experience something outside just being a hunter, to let him know that he could use his time and money for something else other than doing anything connected to being a hunter. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay sane for long. Shizuka worried that Akira would one day die thinking that it was a normal thing without even noticing the mental fatigue that he was suffering. On the other hand, Shizuka knew well that giving a warning to Akira regarding that matter had close to no effect. Since it was a good chance, she then suggested he get a custom suit so that he would leave behind any connection to being a hunter when they went out for dinner. Shizuka only made that suggestion casually. Akira was at first not sure whether to take that suggestion, but since it was not like he had any problem with money and for some reason, could feel Shizuka's worry from behind her smile, he decided to take that suggestion. Akira did not include most of that in his story to Celine. Due to his lack of communication skills, in the end, it sounded like he decided to order a custom suit out of a whim. Thankfully, Celine, who was not as dense as Akira, more or less understood what Shizuka was trying to achieve. I see. Styrian is a rather high-class restaurant even among the hunters, so it's not rare to find them dining there still in their augmented suits. But, on the other hand, it's also a place to enjoy a normal relaxing day compared to the usual harsh daily lives of a hunter. They can even book a seat away from other hunters who are doing business there, and hunters can even rent a normal suit to get away from their usual battle suit. Oh, so they even have that kind of service, huh? I also believe that it would be a good chance to take a rest from the harsh daily life of a hunter. It would be great if the suit that I create is able to help you achieve that. Now then, I will base my design to be suitable for that restaurant. Do tell me if you have any wishes regarding the design. I have some samples too if you would like to see them. Celine operated her information terminal and showed Akira some examples of custom suits. Akira could see the picture of models wearing all kinds of designs starting from a cool-looking sleek suit to a flashy suit. He hummed for a bit and looked slightly troubled, he then said with a serious look. Is it possible to just leave the design fully up to you? I won't complain about the result. It's not like we can't do that, but a custom suit's main characteristic is that, unlike normal standard clothing, you can customize it to your heart content. But once we move on to the production, it would be difficult to make any big changes afterwards. If it's just a small change, I'll do my best to do it, but of course, there's a limit on how far I can go. So, are you really okay with no particular wish regarding the suit? Celine said so to avoid getting complaints later. Akira thought for a bit before replying back with a bit of hesitation. I don't have any fashion sense, or more like, I think I'm very insensitive about fashion. That's why I don't want to make any demands just to end up with a weird suit. I'm even doubtful that I can recognize a weird design when I see one. But even so, back then, when I came here to refit Cheryl's dress, I at least could recognize that it was well designed. So, if I have to make any demands, I want to get something amazing that can even make someone as insensitive as me able to recognize that it is a good design. Is that okay? Celine was taken aback. She was indeed happy to hear someone praise her work, but at the same time, if someone asked her to make something similar, she could not say yes right away. That dress was originally refitted from an old-world dress. So if I have to make something similar, I would have to use good quality fabric, and that would not be cheap. To be honest, Celine wished Akira would not put his hopes too high in case he complained about the result after he made such a demand, which kicked the price of the suit up. But Akira replied back casually. Expensive, huh? How expensive exactly? As expected, I would hesitate to pay if it goes up to 100 billion orum or something like that though. Oh, of course it won't be that expensive. That is, as long as it's not an armor that looks like a suit from the outside or anything like that. In the first place, our shop doesn't handle that kind of clothing. Ah, I don't want anything like that. A normal suit that has nothing to do with fighting will do just fine. See, certainly. It reminded Celine that she was talking with a hunter who was earning a healthy amount of money. Even if that hunter had to pay 100 billion orum, it would be difficult, but not impossible. She was dealing with that level of hunter. She was questioning herself if she would be able to make a suit that would satisfy such a hunter. That fear caused Celine to waver, but making a custom suit for such a person might allow her to use as much money as she wanted to realize the design that she had envisioned. That temptation overpowered her fear and completely wiped out any hesitation from her heart. As she made her resolve, Celine told herself that if she backed out here, it would be the end of her as a tailor. Very well, but considering that you are a hunter, it would cost about 6 million orum. If you could pay that much, I'll do my best to answer your expectation. Sure, you do accept hunter ID for the payment, right? To be honest, Celine was half expecting Akira would say no, but he casually said so and handed over his hunter ID. Celine received that hunter ID and used her terminal to process the payment. The payment went through smoothly. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the measurements, shall we? Come over here, please. She had received the payment. There was no turning back now and she had no plans to step back in the first place. Celine was smiling as her soul of a tailor was burning hot. She then guided Akira to one of the rooms inside the shop. After Akira moved to Celine's workroom, he removed his augmented suit and undressed to only be in his underwear. Although he was from the slum city, he had been eating better food lately and had been tempering his body to the point that some doctors suspected him of trying to become a superhuman, hence Akira had a good body build. Celine could not help but to send a meaningful glance at him. Akira noticed her glance and found it weird. He made his own guess and asked. Should I remove the rest to get a better measurement? No, you're okay like this. Celine banished that thought from her mind as she started taking measurements. But it did not take long for that thought to come back. Akira noticed it too. Does it look weird? It's originally an old world relic, so it might have a weird design. But I have nothing to complain about as long as it is comfortable. The skin-tight underwear stuck close to Akira's skin and completely followed the contour of his body build. It was made of a mysterious material that would not tear no matter how he moved, while at the same time, it was also comfortable to use. This was exactly the reason why many people would spend a lot of money to get old-world clothing articles. Celine flusteredly replied. No, not at all. I just thought that you have a good body. No, I mean, that's not it. Celine's real thoughts slipped out since she was so flustered. The moment she realized her blunder, it only made her even more flustered. But instead of finding it weird, Akira seemed to get what she said. I see. Well, I had some close calls recently and got hospitalized afterwards, so I believe most of my injuries and scars were removed back then. After that, I've been using some expensive medicines too, so it must have completely healed all the smaller wounds. Akira had misunderstood, thinking that it was weird for a hunter not to have any old scar. Back then, when I did not have an augmented suit, some of my wounds left scars. There was also a time when I was forced to heal my wound when a monster bit me, so it left me with a rather large scar. But now I have an augmented suit, as long as the monsters are not strong enough to break through its defense, normally, I don't get any scars anymore. Although I'm pretty sure when I face something strong enough to break through my augmented suit, forget leaving a scar, it would definitely kill me. I see, as expected, that kind of treatment must be pretty expensive, right? Yeah, the one when I got hospitalized was 50 million orum, while the medicines that I'm using right now is about 1 to 5 million orum per box. Akira said casually as if it was an insignificant amount. He had been earning and spending a huge amount of money on a regular basis and it had dulled his sense of money. Celine realized it was no wonder Akira paid 6 million orum without any hesitation since he was earning that much. As I thought, it's pretty expensive. Well, it's indeed expensive, but there's nothing more expensive than life, you see. And that's true for equipment too. It would be meaningless to be frugal about it if it ends up getting myself killed. You have a point there. There were many hunters who splurged on momentary pleasure. After all, they could die any time. Even for Akira, there was no guarantee that he would return back alive after placing that order for his custom suit. Celine was listening with great interest to the story of a hunter, who was living in a completely different world than her despite being around the same age, while still continuing to take measurements. Once she finished taking measurements, she escorted Akira back to the shop's main hall and returned back to her room. She then took a long deep breath. "Alright then, let's do this." She pumped herself up in order to challenge herself to make a suit that would surpass her past masterpiece and started working with a huge grin on her face. Elena and Sarah were browsing the clothes in the shop with Kashua as their guide. Even now, they were looking at the mirror with the dress that Kashua recommended to see how they looked. But then Elena sounded disappointed as she said, It doesn't really suit your fancy, I guess. It's not bad, but I actually have a similar dress and I have no plans to get another one." "I see, if I may, how much is your budget for today?" "We haven't really decided on the budget. We're basically here just to accompany Akira." "Ah, is it like you have some special articles that you only show to suitable potential customers?" "It's not like we're keeping them secret, but we do have those kinds of articles. As an example, we have some old-world underwears which of course we can't just show to all of our customers." Using the words "as an example" was actually a calculated move from Kashua to pull up the shop's worth. It made it sound like other similar articles had been sold in the past and there was no guarantee that she would be able to get the same clothing article again. Kashua was about to continue by saying that she might offer them if Elena and Sarah would be one of the shop's frequent customers, but Elena then casually said, "Ah, in that case, I don't really need them. Sarah and I already have enough for the spares too. So we have no plans to buy more at the moment. I'm really sorry." "Oh, of course, it's no problem at all." Kashua was calculating the total money needed to achieve that in the back of her mind and was slightly taken aback. Elena and Sarah actually bought them from Shizuka when Akira brought them to her shop. Since they bought them before they were moved to other merchants, they actually did not pay that much money. But of course, Kashua did not know about it. Last time, that hunter Akira brought with him someone who had a 100 million orum budget too. I wonder if everyone around him is that loaded. They're completely out of my target customer range. As expected, I don't have that level of expensive clothing in this shop. I guess I'll start with recommending the most expensive dress that I have, huh? When Kashua was thinking about what was her best option to tend to Sarah and Elena as her customers, Akira, who had finished taking his measurements, returned. "Elena-san, Sarah-san, I'm sorry to make you wait." Sala smiled to welcome Akira but noticed something bothering her. "You're done. That was rather fast. What kind of suit did you order? I thought that you would take longer, you know." "Ah, I basically left the design to the tailor, so I only needed to take the measurements." Elena tilted her head. "It's not so often that you order a custom suit, you know. Are you really okay with it? You sure you're not getting tricked?" Elena thought that Akira was tricked into agreeing to that, then it was her time to show her skill in negotiation, but he happily replied. "It's fine, it's more like I pushed it to her. She said that she would make an amazing suit that even someone with a bad fashion sense like me would be able to recognize its greatness. So I'm kind of looking forward to the result." "Oh." Judging from Akira's reaction, it seemed that it was something that he could really look forward to and there was no need to worry about the result. Elena and Sarah always thought that he leaned more towards being one of those more paranoid hunters. Because of that, if he even went to say that far, it made them rather curious instead. Kashua picked that slight change as she said with a friendly smile. "If the pre-made dresses don't suit your taste, then how about ordering a custom dress? I'm sure that our prize tailor would be able to create a satisfying result." Sarah replied first. Well, since we're already here, might as well order one, huh? Since it's custom, I should be able to put some custom details in after all." With the size of her chest, Sarah usually had a limited number of choices. Not to mention that the size would change depending on her nanomachine reserve, it even further narrowed her options. If she could order a custom dress that took care of that problem, she did not mind paying more than usual. "That's true. I might as well order one too. Since Akira even went as far as to say that too. We're going for dinner together, it might be a good idea to get a custom dress with a similar design. Oh, that's a good idea. Kashua hid her smile since it went just as she had planned. Leaving aside whether to order a custom dress or not, how about both of you try to have a talk with our tailor first to get a good view of what you can expect. I will bring her here, so please wait for a moment. Kashua was excited, expecting that she would be able to get 3 custom clothing orders that day as she went to Celine's working room. Celine, who was putting all her focus into working on her design, frowned when Kashua told her the news. Wani-chan. I'm sorry, but can you refuse that order? I want to focus on Akira-san's suit. Celine, didn't I always tell you to call me manager when you're on duty? And also, are you seriously asking me to refuse it? If it goes well, they might be our regulars, you know. I won't let them get away. You've been saying that you're bored working on refitting dresses all the time, right? So why are you saying no to a custom order now? It's not like I don't want to do it. It's just that the timing is bad. Not to mention, if it's a similar design to Akira-san's, it won't be cheap. Wani, manager, you do know that very well, right? Of course, but it'll be fine. I know that you're worried since Akira is a hunter who is earning well, so it won't be weird for him to order an expensive suit. But don't worry. The other 2 are also great hunters. They said that they even have enough old-world clothing as reserves, you know. As I thought, successful hunters are so different from those common hunters. Seeing her excited sister, Celine then said with a serious tone. Manager, check the order history first. If they are really going to order a similar design, make sure to let them know that it would take some time. If they're still okay with it, then bring them here for measurement. Kashua found it a little weird and checked the order history. The moment she saw the recent order, she could not hold back her surprise. 6 million orum. Celine. What the heck were you thinking? He said that he wanted an amazing suit just like the refitted old-world dress that I did before. I need at least that much money to be able to do it. But even after I warned him, he still accepted it. So what's left for me to do is just to give my best to answer his expectations. That's why I want to focus on this job. Kashua started ruffling her hair, seeing which Celine lowered her tone. If you still accept that order as the manager of the shop, then as the staff of this shop, I'll do my best to complete the order. It's my job as the tailor to work on the custom orders after all. So similarly, I'll leave the negotiation part to you since it is your job. Kashua did want her shop to flourish and she also wanted her sister to be able to use her talent with no obstruction. After calculating how much burden it would put on Celine and how much reputation of her shop was on the line, then, considering the risk of damage in case if they lost this gamble, Kashua then asked Celine for her confirmation. Even if I got them to put the custom orders, you won't make any compromise regarding the quality, right? Yes, as long as you can get me enough time. Alright then. It seemed that Celine had made her resolve as a tailor, so Kashua also made her resolve as the manager of the shop. After that, Kashua ended up getting custom orders for 4 people. Elena had contacted Shizuka, who also ordered a custom dress with a similar design as well. Elena and Sarah were surprised when they heard that the price was 6 million orum. But it was nothing strange considering that it would be as good as an old-world dress. Since they did not want to look pathetic in front of Akira, and not to mention that Akira looked happy for some reason too, they did not hold back on their custom dress. They then finished taking their measurements and scheduled Shizuka to come there another day to get her measurement. As Kashua watched Akira, Elena, and Sarah leave the shop with happy faces, she mumbled. In total, we got 24 million orum worth orders today. If we make a blunder here, it might as well be the end of this shop. Let's make sure not to bother Celine. Kashua was smiling happily as she fired herself up to face such a significant order for her shop.